Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Collar Nation Radio Show. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for those who are watching us in the rebroadcast or the recorded show, whatever like that. If you didn't listen live, welcome. Thanks for all the views. Thanks for all the support. Now, when you got topics like managing unrealistic expectations in Black empowerment, now you know it's going down tonight. You know it's going to get heated in here tonight. You know Negroes are going to try to call in and rumble with the college genesis. You know this is where you ought to be. You know it's the right thing to do to tell somebody. You know the right thing also to do is to like, share, and subscribe, and tell a friend, tell an enemy. Tell people who love me. Tell people who hate me. The College Nation is on. And it's time to get business and get serious because, like I said, this is only like 2 more weeks and this is over with. You know, it's over. And I think you got to listen to the Search for a Huru show or search for my good brother Diane Samir. You can say it's Search for a Cuckoo, you know. You could learn about voodoo and the importance of voodoo and Ifa. If that's what's important to you, hey, I wish you guys a lot of luck. If you guys want to learn about Ifa and voodoo and all this kind of nonsense, go right ahead. And now if you want to be a happy, jolly Pan-Africanist that's dumb and don't know anything, and that's so ever loving and all stuff like that, you can go head on over to my good brother Afro's think tank. He'll give you all the delusional Pan-African talking points you need. Now if you want to get have a nice steak and eat some ribs or whatever like that, and listen to some MAGA's flag saluting motherfucking shit, you can go over to my good brother Brandon Tucker of the Pan-African Strikes Back, now called Defiant Brandon. You can go over there. There's many places you can go to. I just want to anybody to feel alone out here. There's going to be many places you can go to after I'm gone, But I would suggest anybody go to Search for Cuckoo and listen to my brother Dynasty Samir, And, if you want to get your Oshun on, your Ifa on, and your voodoo, if you want to be beating drums and eating bushmeat, go right the hell ahead. Knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. You could do this. I got good faith in you. But I'm gonna have to move on to other things, bigger, better things, and whatnot. Because, like I said, I'm serious about this movement, right? And if people aren't serious about this movement, or whatever like that, I'm just gathering. Right now, this is the information gathering part. I'm gathering all the information. I'm trying to figure out who's real, who's not, and everything before I make a move. Because when I make a move, it's going to be deliberate, concise, and that's why I told this topic tonight: managing unrealistic expectations in Black empowerment. That's a serious problem we have in the Black community, right? People, look. First thing you have to manage in managing people, building a business, is managing expectations. You don't set expectations too low. You don't set them too high, but you basically got to know exactly what you're dealing with and basically expect a certain thing to achieve by setting benchmarks and being realistic about your goals and achievements, right? The problem is right now I'm watching this, right? When I learned this when Barack Obama was elected, right? He had a economy that was contracting. I mean, the stock market was down to like 4,000. I'm like, God damn, it's the worst it's ever been. I mean, the economy had completely crashed, boom, heading into recession. So he had to cut interest rates. He had to get a treasury secretary that wasn't even set up, whatever. And then in the midst of that, he had a big oil spill in the Gulf, right? And he had all these problems going on right now in the economy, and people completely forgot it was George Bush that caused this. So he had to raise taxes. He had to do the stimulus. So people were going around saying, "Oh, look at Barack Obama is spending out of control, blah blah blah." But the spending was necessary to revive the economy. So people who knew better, right, were still saying, yeah, we expect. All of a sudden, there was this whole thing about spending. Now, no one was saying anything about spending when George Bush was spending like a drunken sailor, and Republicans were spending like drunken sailor on pork barrel projects in their districts and stuff like that, or that unrealistic tax cut, or this war that was open ended, still going on. Barack Obama was the president. No one talked about the Iraq war that was bankrupting the company, right? But as soon as Barack Obama got in office, everybody started being concerned about spending and all stuff like that. That's what people who know were setting unrealistic expectations to discredit Barack Obama. They were like, "Oh man, Barack Obama's been in office for like 2 weeks. Why hasn't the gas price come down?" You see where I'm going with this? You know that it takes a while for the gas prices to come down and stuff like that, right? It's gonna thing. The economy has to grow, and so the gas prices was up there because the major oil stopped producing gas because the gas consumption had tanked because the economy had tanked. So when you don't have enough consumption, the price goes up because it's being produced less, right? So therefore, so you had all this collateral debt, obligations, CDOs, and it's toxic stocks and stuff like that. Places like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the whole mortgage system was in a meltdown, right? So it was a miracle how over a time period, the economy started to slowly recover. But the whole time the economy was recovering, you had Republicans and Tea Party saying, it's not fast enough. It's not fast enough. They knew what they were doing because when you set unrealistic expectation, what you're trying to do is discredit the process, make it seem like the person. And also, it almost worked. Mitt Romney almost got elected based on a lie that Barack Obama didn't save the economy. He did, but it takes time. The intelligent people knew that, right? But the people who basically were ignorant, right? They fell for the unrealistic expectations of economic recovery, of the stimulus and stuff like that. We spent $2 trillion in stimulus. Why hasn't the economy recovered? It's going to take time. The economy has to grow. It has to stop contracting, which he did early on. The economy started getting money. The stock market started gaining and everything. Suddenly, when the stock market gains and whatnot, at first, a couple months, they'll say, look at the stock market, it's the lowest it's ever been. Barack Obama's a failure, blah, 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 blah. Then when the stock market started picking up and started recording record gains and whatnot, suddenly, oh, yeah, well, the stock market is not an indicator of the economy. See, this was called political spin. That's what's called spin. And if you're not intelligent enough, like most of you not, you fall for it. And so I say the same thing about everybody that's offered, whether I like them or not. And I don't even really like Barack Obama, but I'm fair in my assessment. That's one thing you get about me. I'm fair. If something was fair to Obama, fair to Obama, I'm going to say so. If someone's unfair to Donald Trump, I'm going to say so. I'm same thing with Joe Biden. I'm going to say so. Kamala Harris, I said it was wrong for Black people to come out there like the Phil Scotts, all the people talk about Kamala. She hasn't talked about reparations. That was unrealistic. That was an unrealistic expectation. But you did that because you secretly were trying to help Donald Trump and trying to get Black people to stay home to vote. You secretly hated the Democrats for whatever reason. You hated the Democrats. So you basically were going to try to get back at the Democrats because a lot of Black men felt like they had no place in the Democratic Party. So you concocted a thing talking about, well, Kamala Harris is not for reparations. For a fact that the matter is reparations were not LARP. What is LARP? LARP is what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. So you have basically people who set unrealistic expectations and try to get you to off guard. See, one thing I won't do is basically not know my limitations, right? And basically tell you something that I think, like people tell me, Carl, you're into Liberia a lot. Yeah, I am. Well, how come you haven't given a master plan? Because I don't have one. I'm being realistic. I'm looking at the political situation in my Liberia very carefully. Beautiful country, a lot of good stuff going on. You know, my partners Val Thomas, Cynthia Blanford in Liberia. They're at the Ministry of Government Ministerial Building with the president, and there's high level talk going on between the powerful brokers in Black America, particularly the Houston, Atlanta region, are in Liberia right now, talking about major business, and also they're bringing major white corporations in America to Liberia. So Liberia is going to be a place of really refuge in the future if it holds up. Now, something bad could happen. The wrong government could get in power in 2029, and everything we work for will spiral out of control. I'm just being realistic with you. You know, I won't really make a know anything about Liberia until I see who wins this next election, because you got a bunch of rebel rousers in the country who are hell bent on gaining power. That's what it's all about. That's how the 1980 coup happened. Some people were setting unrealistic expectations. And when your opposition always does that, they always set unrealistic expectations, right? See, the difference between Asia and Africa is this. The whole country is on the same page in Japan, right? They said, okay, we got to go through in Japan in the 1940s, right? Post-World War II. Japan basically had what would I call the arrow? Let me say it was like Ichai toned down, you know. That means heavy, big, long, thick. That means Japanese economy will be based on heavy industry, heavy suffering, factories, smoke, smog, and everything like that. And the movies at the time reflected that. That's when you saw all the Godzilla movies. Big, colossal. Everything was colossal and giant steel mills, giant factories producing cars, giant ship ports building shipbuilding and stuff like that. Everything was colossal. So in Japan, the culture basically got everybody on the same page to think of colossal. And what was the most colossal thing in Japan? It's Godzilla. You know, that's where the Godzilla movies came from. It came through that time period of Ichai Don Sumdayo. That means heavy, big, long, thick. That means everything big and thick. Then basically, after Japan achieved this industrial thing, they start moving to electronics. I forgot the phrase for electronics, right? And then the last phase was about the Japanese term meaning creativity. That means they focused on in the 80s and 90s on fashion, things like media, things like marketing, and let's see, all the stuff like clothing, designer stuff, and stuff like that. So the economy shifted, and the culture shifts with the economy. You know, so the culture shifted with the economy. You see how I want to? But in Africa and Black people, you got some people on a different page. There's no central plan. In Japan, the Meiji period, everybody in Japan had to participate in the modernization and the industrialization of Japan. It was a hard time period, but they all pulled together as a people. You know, you don't have that in Africa. When you have somebody like Paul Kagame saying, let's build a nation, you got some people who basically just wanted to get in power. You say, okay, what's your plan for that? We don't have one. We just want to hold power. Same thing in Liberia, you know. There's no plan to build. The actual opposition, well, what's your plan? They don't have one. I asked the guy that Elvis brought up here one time, so-called student opposition and whatnot, what would you guys plan to rival the Rally Time projects of October? They didn't have one. All they wanted was power. That's the difference between civilized people and uncivilized people. Uncivilized people know how to discipline themselves, manage expectations, and fall in line. Uncivilized people set unrealistic expectations. They can't think no further than their stomach, and they basically are violent. They want to overthrow. They want to rebel rouse. They want to stuff like that. So the bottom line is this, and they basically want to intimidate the electorate and the voting for them. But the whole thing is this: and you can work too. It could work. It could work too, because you got people right now. You look at this country the way it was under Joe Biden. The country was spiraling out of control with illegal immigration. I mean, just the country was dying. Really, America was literally dying, right? But you got people that want to go through it. You got murderers running around from Central America, running around the streets of America and whatnot, just basically like that. And you got people attacking ICE agents and everything. And people say that's what they want. It's insane. It's insane. Carl, there's an FBA, that's an AU article says it working with U.S. to tap trillions of dollars. I heard that. I want to talk about that. I heard that today, but I don't know. There's some shady sources on that there's a conspiracy by the African Union, the government of Ghana, and several other people to work with the United States to suck Black America dry and whatnot and build up Africa. That's what the rumors going around. That the AU is basically going out there trying to get into Black. Well, then President Nana Addo did come to America a couple of years ago and was talking to government officials in Maryland and places like that to tap into pension funds that primarily Black people. So in other words, basically, we have pension funds and whatnot. Our pension fund shouldn't go where we think it's needed to develop whatever to invest in. Like a lot of our pension funds went to build cities like Atlantic City, Las Vegas, and all those other even places. Things like Sony Records was built by pension fund money. Most record companies, some movies, Hollywood is built by pension fund loans. So the bottom line is this: so if the gangsters could do it, why can't these African countries tap into the pension funds worth trillions that Black America is part of? I don't know. If Black America is not going to do anything with it, why not? Why can't they do that? So African Union is working with the U.S. to undermine FBA conspiracy theory. I don't know, Kwame, man, but there's a lot of people that believe that, man. They believe Africans. It doesn't help now when you got Africans online talking about we took essence and we're going to take everything from you, and they're saying stuff like that, man. It doesn't really help, I'm not QAnon, man. Come on, man. Low key. I'm just saying what's out there, man. Jeez, man. I mean, goddamn, cut me some slack, Jack. I'm just saying what the people are saying out there. I ain't saying I believe it. I'm just saying, but that's out there. That's what people are saying, man. They're saying that the African Union is working with the United States government to basically take everything Black bill to take over Black institutions. They want to take over the HBCUs, everything in Black America. Because like I said, what use does Black America have? I don't know. I have no idea. What do Black America stand for anymore? Why can't Africans just take it all over? Whatnot? Let them take an Essence magazine. Let them take everything. Let them take the HBCUs. What the hell we need it for? What the hell we need all this stuff for? Black America ain't nothing, anymore. We don't exist. Also said Biden went and apologized and gave Ghana money with FBA. Well, I don't know about that. If you got an article, show it. But Biden did say to the people of Senegal that the historic Smithsonian African American Museum was their museum. See, this is African American. This means it's yours. Wait a minute. I thought the Smithsonian was about African Americans, the people of the transatlantic slave trade. But now you got to tell the Africans that's their history and whatever. So Harlem, jazz, all that stuff like that, it was not us. It was Africans that did that. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know. It's just not really good, So they're working to build Africa to conspire against FBA's build Africa to keep Africa. I don't know, Kwame. I don't want to believe that, but you got to do something, man. Somebody got to come up with something because there's a lot of people believing that. This whole thing with Essence magazine got people going crazy, man. I think whether it should move to Baltimore, Memphis, Americans. I don't want to move to Baltimore, but I am strongly considering moving to Delmarva next year. I have an opportunity to build my business up there, open an office up there. So I'm considering somebody has to move up there out of my group. So I'm probably most likely with me, I'll probably be moving to Salisbury region, Delmarva, somewhere around that area next year, early next year, January probably, So I'll have a new start in life. I've been in Virginia for 30 something years. Maybe it's time for me to move on. I'm bored here. I love it here, but I'm bored. I need a new place, new atmosphere, or a new something like that. And I looked at so online. I said that region of Maryland looks okay. Not as good as Virginia, but I like it though. Now they want to remove Africa. Yeah, they want to steal the term African American from us. So you got Africans now claiming the term African American. We're not allowed to have anything, man. They want to claim the term African American from us. We made it popular. That was really something else. How people after 400 years could basically remind the world that where they came from by calling themselves African Americans, right? That's basically like this. And that bothers a lot of people, That's why you got people now calling this guy running for mayor, an African American. That's because they want to diminish. It's the overall disrespect of Black African Americans, that everybody does. No one respects us. No one respects our name, our title, and they always expect something from us and whatnot. They want us to lay down with this fake ass Pan-African stuff and whatnot while they take everything from us. Take our language, take our history, take our everything from us. We ain't allowed to have anything, so it is what it is. So it is what it is, This has another terrorist, that Arab running mayor. I hope Donald Trump gets to control state media. Yeah, the bottom line is this: I have no idea why. If the Donald Trump and the Justice Department was serious about what they were doing, they wouldn't be playing with kitty gloves with these fucking people. They claim a terrorist. They claim that they're here legally and whatnot. But they acting like you're gonna how you gonna have ICE, law enforcement, be somebody? Oh, ICE is getting beat up by police. Look at it. I'm like, that couldn't be me in charge. If I was in charge and you strike at one of my law enforcement, we're gonna open fire on you. Kill you. That's what needs to happen to show people that look, you can't come to another country and just do that shit. Because it gets to the point where like that. What next? Are they gonna do that shit in Africa? Where everybody that has a petty grievance is going to be able to think they can throw rocks at military and police and nobody's going to do nothing, America's setting a very bad circumstance around the world, by letting these people get away with this shit, let these fucking thugs and whatnot, these people ain't supposed to be here, throw rocks and bricks at you and shit like that. You just on the news media crying, look at our poor ICE officials. I'm freaking dumb. Donald Trump's been a letdown in that regard. He's been a real letdown in that regard. Because Donald Trump's real deep down inside, he's soft. Pat taking everything from African Americans or something white man said. I don't know, Kwame. Police are the biggest thugs in America, and I don't think so. I don't think police are the biggest thugs. We got real thugs on the streets. I don't have to hold my wallet when I walk by a police officer, low key poppy. And I don't even really like police either, But let's be realistic. I'm sick of these people coming from third world countries telling us police are the biggest. Yeah. Bring that back to your little third world island and talk that shit, In this country, we respect law enforcement, That's the law. May not like them, and nobody likes police. We're just like toilets. Nobody likes toilets, but we know they're necessary. That's called living in a civilized fucking culture. I'm sick and tired of these freaking people, these beef pat eaters fucking coming here telling us how we should live. That's why Black America's spiraling out of control. These fucking third world people coming here telling us how to fucking live. We used to be civilized, law-abiding people at one time in this country, I said deported 1 million people in 6 months. Others self-deport, but people are just selling flour antifreeze before they can get dope from Mexico no more. So I don't know. All I know is if you're gonna force laws, enforce the damn law, or shut the hell up about the law altogether. Because ain't nobody fucking giving me any damn breaks in life and whatnot. If I go speeding on the damn highway and whatnot, ain't nobody gonna say, something. Today we're not enforcing the law. You can go, so I drive through North Carolina all the time. I drive through North Carolina. I drive through Georgia. I drive through Virginia. I drive in the most redneck part of the thing. I have never been, anything ever happened to me, low-key poppy. Try that with somebody the fuck else. I drive it all that, and I dare anybody to do it. Ain't me, you know. I'm not one of those. I'm not a victim, you know. You know, if you're one of those scary ass Negroes, yeah, you draw those sort of things to you. But I don't. I don't. When people look at me, I don't look like a victim. You know, I'm somebody you look like you want to stay away from. You know. That sounds like Mouthy Megan. I'm calling ice. She's like, I'm calling ice. You know. You know, I don't know. That's maybe your reality. That's not my damn reality. Everybody thinks they're watching the movies. Majority of the time, black people here drive through rural areas, the worst area, even sundown time, and nothing fucking happens. You know, I'm sick of people coming here getting all this scary ass shit. You know, you live and when every day you people live to old age, ain't nothing, a damn thing happens to you. You know, so we don't have to sit here and be all scary. Oh man. The police were no. I'm sorry, it don't work like that no more. You know. Yeah, look, the bottom line is, first of all, if you understand what I'm doing, when I get pulled over, and I do, right? First thing I do is shut the fuck up, right? And you know something? What else I do? Once officer tell me what he pulled me over for and whatnot. Okay, if he have a legal reason to pull me, he has a law. By law, he has a right to pull me. That's a law. You know. And then I cooperate, give them a license, insurance, everything like that, right? And I wait until my day in court, and I bring a lawyer. And then usually, though, when you bring a lawyer, let's say you get convicted in district court, right? And you bring up the circuit court, that cop is ready to be like, oh, let's dismiss this, make it, because he don't want to lose in circuit court. That goes against him. So what you Negroes would do is, instead of just handling it like a man and taking it like, okay, you got me, I'll see you in court. That's what white people do, you know. I learned that, you know. You don't know how to do that. Say, look, okay, I got my lawyer. We're going to be in court. I'll see you in court. So last time I went to court, I said the same thing. It was a black female cop. I said, okay, I'll see you in court. I was scared as shit, man, for 6 months. But the bottom line is, I didn't let her see that shit. I said, okay, you say that? I was reckless driving. I'll see you in court. And guess what? Case got thrown out. Boy, my lawyer didn't even show up, right? My lawyer was late. He still owed me a $500 retainer. But the judge came up here and said, you know something? You had a good record, +5 record, right? He goes, and the police officer, the lady police officer, right? She saw that, took a freaking a driving course, whatever. And the police that arrested me and charged me, she was acting like my damn lawyer, because I stood up like a man and said, look, I didn't know that I couldn't change that lane, blah, 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 whatever the hell I did, you know? And she basically said, John, I moved to get rid of charges. That's what you do. Now, if I would have got out of my car, you motherfucking B, blah, 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 you ain't got no man, blah, blah, all this kind of stupid shit, you know? I would have got fucked up, because you lose like that. You win when you freaking shut your freaking mouth, right? And say, okay, we're going to lawyer up. That's what you do. That's what I'm trying to teach black people how to do. Shut the fuck up and lawyer the fuck up. Fight these people in the court system. That's how you win. But this nonsense you find online, oh, please. No, we're living in this country, and we have to learn how to navigate in this world. That's it. End this discussion. I'm so sick and tired of people coming up here talking all this. Oh, yeah, well, the police, it is what it is. The police ain't going nowhere. The white man ain't going nowhere. And we're not going nowhere for the most part. So we got to figure out something, how we going to survive in this fucking, this white man's country. And we don't need people coming over here off the fucking boat on a raft telling us what to do. That shit is over with me. I don't want to hear what no dusty ass Negro from the islands or Africa have to say about us, you know, when our lives are on the fucking line here. You guys ain't want to come here and play Pan-Africanism and just suck up the white people in real life. Stop with that shit. I've been stopped before, but be honest with you, when I was stopped, I knew I was wrong. I knew I was going over the fucking speed limit. You know, especially you go to a place like Delaware, because the speed limit dropped when you're on 13. the speed limit drops. So you're not if I'm and I daydream a lot when I'm driving, I'm listening to music, and I'm freaking going 55. I didn't reduce speed and whatnot. Boom, you went through a speed trap. I know I'm fucking wrong. So why am I going for the cop? He's doing his fucking job, what he's supposed to do, Pull me the fuck over. I shut the fuck up and whatnot, Maybe they'll go lenient on me. I'm cooperative, Okay, officer, I did this, blah, 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 blah. And then he says, no, okay, I'll go to court. And then blah, 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 blah. And then if I do get convicted, I just take it like a man, I take my fucking pinch like a man, Got too many fucking sissies out here. Don't I take that L like a man? That's why you're in trouble all the time. You got too many men that act like fucking girls. You knew you were speeding. You knew you did something wrong, right? Take your fucking punishment like a man. Simple as that. Black Americans don't have the power to control their own. What the hell are you talking about? We got freaking black people whole right here in the eastern United States. Black people control whole counties and everything. What the hell are you talking about? We have black people like that. And also, a lot of black police officers are more harder on, white police officers. Has nothing to do with race. That when you see that uniform on, that blue uniform on, that's law enforcement. It don't matter what color the motherfucker is, That's law enforcement. No matter who you are, whatever like that. That when you see those blue and red lights put to it on, when that cop, he ain't gonna be like, oh, I'm black, you're black, we're cool. No, it don't work like that. Tell low-key Poppy or low intelligent Poppy, So it is what it is. The bottom line is black people in America are not going nowhere, for the most part, Some of us will go to Africa and visit and live, whatever like that. But 99% of black people are going to be right here in America. And the bottom line is this. And they're thriving. Black America's thriving right now, So they're not going nowhere. They're not in the same condition boat you are in, So you just have to accept that shit, Accept that shit, So it is what it is. Yeah, but managing unrealistic expectations, that's really a tough thing to do, man, because let me give you an example. There's another unrealistic expectation is people think, well, man, police, look, the bottom line is this. We have a lot of violence in the inner city, stuff like that, dudes, people shooting at police, blah, blah, blah. Look, man, if you think that given the climate of crime and stuff like that, many parts of the poverty-stricken areas of America, whatnot, if you think that you're not going to hear about another George Floyd and all stuff like that, you are sadly mistaken. I'm just surprised there are not more police shootings. That's because of the good police work and de-escalation that's been going on for the last decade and whatnot in situations, But you got people thinking, oh, and under no circumstances there's going to be no police shooting. No. So a guy shoots at a cop, runs a red light, 5 red lights, crashes, whatnot. He's on a thing. He's on a death spiral, whatnot. Cop shoots and kills him, whatnot. Why'd y'all shoot him? Y'all could have let him. He was going to surrender. Blah, blah. Shut the fuck up, That's what I mean by unrealistic expectations. You expect to do all the crime. You expect to be a YN. You expect all stuff like that. And you don't expect to deal with consequences. Or you basically believe that somebody should basically excuse all your crime and everything like that while you're tearing up your own community and everything. You want the community to empathize with your plight, whatever the fuck that is, But yeah, so managing unrealistic expectations, and that's what we have all over the black world. Unrealistic expectations, People don't put let me put an example when I'm talking about Liberia. I love my favorite country in the world, right? You'll always hear talking about, well, the American Liberians should have did this, but they don't put it in context of a country that was not in the not part of the what's the proper way I'm going to say it? Okay, not part of the sister white supremacy nations that was funded by Wall Street, Wall Street and Jewish banks. So in other words, basically, Liberia was a country by miracle that was developing in the third world, right, on its own. It didn't have Wall Street banks and capital bankroll. There was no capital companies in Liberia investing millions, even to this day. Right? I saw this capital group that's Donald Trump said that's coming to Western Pennsylvania that's going to invest $90 billion revitalizing U.S. Steel. You know what capital company is? Just like Bain Capital, the people who bring capital together to invest in business and equity, right? There's none of that exists in Black Africa. None. There are no financial groups or capital groups in Africa. So it's a miracle when you see any sort of development on the continent. Anything, especially cash and it's like a pay as you go or point of sales almost. There's no financing and capital in friggin' Africa. So how do you expect Liberia to provide everybody a friggin' high standard of living in just one generation? You're only talking about from 1945 to 1980. That's the era of the American Liberians, 1945, 1980. But during that time period, right, they wanted everybody to have what the Congo people had, one little small group of people. And they'll understand something. Every society always have those people that are on the top, unfortunately. You always have those people. It usually has to do with the founding of the country, founding of the territory. But unrealistic expectation. Why doesn't everybody friggin' have a big house like the Congo man? Well, it takes time. The Congo man had different land laws. People had different land laws. They were able to get mortgages and stuff like that, to build their communities, to build their businesses. The native people didn't have private property land like that. So, like I said, but that didn't matter. The people who were rebel rousers, the PRC, didn't tell them the truth about the situation, that you have two different cultures here. That's why it seems like the Congo people have a lot and you don't. Two different cultures. And the native people have to adopt their culture, the Congo man's culture, to succeed. You have to adopt education, living in cities, living in the rule of law and stuff like that. They got to use a court system instead of customary laws and stuff like that. The indigenous people would complain about the American Liberians. However, when the natives came to power, they haven't done anything. The natives came to power. It was never about that. When the natives came to power, it was all about them basically being in power, like to this day. Right now, you got the CDC, which are remnants of the PRC. It ain't about this country. They don't have no ideas to say, okay, what's your ideas? They have none other than the fact that they want their guy, George Weah, in power. That's all it's about. And they may benefit from some of the crumbs that fall from the table. That's all it's about. That's why I say I don't believe in democracy for the black race. I don't believe the black race, for the most part, most countries in Africa and most people in America. I just think the black race is not intelligent, hasn't reached the intelligence and culture and civilization enough to justify a democratic system. I believe that, And so that's why I'm apprehensive about even Liberia. I know who's the majority, and as long as you have that reality of majority, and I'm sorry, I cannot trust native Liberians. They have not reached that level of civilization that can govern my people. I'm sorry, it just won't be like that. So I don't know. People say, Colin, I do love Liberia. I do love Liberia, but I'm just telling you the reality. Reality, we're two different cultures, with two different expectations and stuff like that. We have expectations of having to look. Anytime you when you think running water, sewage, having toilets, cleanliness, and constant electricity is unrealistic expectations. There's something wrong. Anytime you basically say basic education, basic healthcare, paved roads, and stuff like that is unrealistic expectations, there's something wrong. Expectations should be based on the culture of the people. We as Black Americans have certain expectations, right, that are realistic. It's realistic to expect running water, electricity, all the modern amenities of life, the basic modern essentials. When those realistic expectations that essential become unrealistic, you have a problem. And that's a problem with black people when they live in countries like Ghana. That's why so many of them are leaving, right? Because their basic expectations were not met. And the Ghanaians and the Africans will tell you, you got unrealistic expectations. So in other words, basically, you telling me the basic things of a first world society is unrealistic. That means if that's the case, then black people in America will never leave America. Because Africans can't provide the basics, to people. If you can't provide the basics, people are not going to go. So you can talk all the fucking back to Africa bullshit you talking to. If the basics are not met, it's not going to happen, And that's coming from the College Genesis, Go back to said that last year that he has visited 15 countries. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, he was all that. First, he was talking about, we should all go back to Africa because we're suffering in America. It's kind of stupid, delusional shit we was talking. But after living in all these countries, he's like, man, this is not fit for human habitation. It's not, not fit for people like us. We're different people, That's why I said I want the best for Black America. If I put my name on something that we're building in Africa, oh, trust me, we're going to be in control of it because we know how to provide for our people. That's why I said we can never let the Africans rule over us because their expectations are low. Anytime people think that the essentials, you only asking for a whole lot, but the essentials, the basics of a modern civilization that everyone all across the world has, right? And when that becomes unrealistic, then it's ball games. Nothing going on. Oh, well, gee, thanks, Baruti. Thanks for your compliment. Thanks you. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. Glad you liked the cover of that African American folklore. So that was one of my best shows. I love it. Shows like that make me. I'm gonna miss doing these live streams. It's gonna make. I'm still gonna do some live stream, but just I'm not gonna be interactive with the. It'll be something like this, but you won't be able to call in. That's the whole thing. I'll be doing stuff like this, but you won't be able to call. It won't be like 6 hours. I'll probably only like about an hour and a half, or hour at the most, shows and whatnot. Just tell what's on my mind. You could be like that. By then, I should have you monetized. You want to super chat, and say stuff or whatnot, and I'll build on your whatever you super chat and everything. So you want me to play a video? I'll play it. You super chat, I'll play it. So it's like this, and all the money proceeds will be going to my youth movement and my building fund and all that shit like that in Liberia. It's time. It's time. If people are serious about this movement, they gotta start pulling out their wallets and credit cards or wherever like that and start supporting the shit if you believe in it. And like I said, when I'm off the live stream, it's gonna show me who's real, who's not. If I find out that people aren't really supporting it, then I'm just gonna pull the plug on the whole thing. And then I'll say, hey, look, you go over to search for Cuckoo and you go to Afro's think tank, Brandon, hey, it's Big Brandon. Or you can go over to fucking who else is there? Who the hell else is there? You got Afro's think tank. You got you got Chaotic Fool. You have Afro Dumbass. You got people still around. Afro Dumbass. You got all these other people like that. So yeah, y'all be all right. Y'all be all right. Y'all be all right. I'll be all right. Plenty of people go come online and talk your freaking bullshit too. Me, I'm tired of hearing people's bullshit. Really I am. I got real things to do, real things to build, whatnot. I'm just waiting it out. It's gonna take me. Now, look, the bottom line is this, and the move I want to make when if I thought that Liberia was the stable country, it is stable right now. But it scares me is that one election could spiral everything out of control. If, God forbid, this idiot George Weah gets back into power, everything that you see going on in a country like Liberia, even the region, could spiral out of control. Only because the people, primitive people, are given a right to vote. What you should have in every country is a literacy test and a poll tax. Now I understand why the white man gave us literacy tests and poll tax to fucking vote. I think the white man knew what he was talking about when he looked at a bunch of geeky people, ignorant black people, and whatnot. He was like, man, these people could fucking vote in the wrong people, especially the days of the Reconstruction was destroyed it for black people, right? We have these carpetbaggers and scalawags, the people that came from the North, whatnot, these scoundrels that came to the North and held public office during Reconstruction, and they were elected by black people, So it's now I see why I see why the white man did what the fuck he did, I'm saying that real time now. We got scalawags and carpetbaggers running black districts into the ground across America. Look at every black community across America that's Democrat, black control is run into the frigging ground. That's what it is. Me, if it was up to me, I'd bring back the literacy test and the poll tax. I tell people all the time, if you haven't paid your taxes, whatever like that, or you owe child support, whatever like that, if you got too many felonies, forget you cannot vote. I'll make voting a privilege, not a right. The problem was after more than 400 years of slave trade and colonialism, sub-Saharan Africa needs a real revolution. Yeah, they need sub-Saharan Africa need a real revolution. You got these chiefs and these kingdoms, all of them need to be restored. I listened to Dinah's show today, and people talk about that chief. It's like there's no difference between the chieftaincy and all that shit people talk about. I'm repping my Yoruba people. I'm repping my Igbo people. Then fucking, it sounds like the Bloods, Crips, and the Vice Lords. That's all it is. All it is gang thug life. That's all it fucking is. Under the guise of fucking African, whatever like that. It's bullshit. Yeah, we have African-American folklore in this country. We have folklore. I remember this movie Sinners brought a lot of this stuff out because I remember a lot of stuff when I was a kid, the boogeyman, Hanks and whatnot, people who rose for the dead. People used to believe sometimes they would see their relatives that they go back to check the grave. Sometimes, somebody, either grave robbers steal a body or whatever like that. And they believe their relatives are walking the earth as dead people and whatnot. That was all folklore in Black America. His movie Sinners captured that really good. That old folklore of voodoo and the spirits and stuff like that. That was really powerful in Black America one time. Like people think, like I said, Dynasty's talking about voodoo or whatnot. You go down to the deep south. We got that same shit here in Louisiana and shit like that. So you don't need to go all the way to fucking Benin and do Ifa. We got all that shit right here in America. If you want voodoo, you go to South Carolina, go to rural parts of Georgia, go to friggin' damn near Louisiana. Go to the bayou exit parts of Mississippi. You got voodoo down there. So you don't have to go all the way to fucking Africa to practice voodoo. It's just practice right here. We brought a lot of that stuff with us to America. But we don't have Black Americans don't have no culture. Oh, okay. Louis Prima was a jazz swing composer. He was Italian, Sicilian Italian, but he hung out in black spot. He was like Jerry Lee Lewis, Elvis Presley, and Louis Prima. These are guys that got famous doing black music, jazz music, the swing and stuff like that, the swing and stuff like that. So he made it popular among white people, stuff like that. So our culture has always influenced everybody to imitate us and whatnot in Black America. Jazz, swing influenced the whole entire world. They were doing swing and jazz in Germany and France and fucking in England, even far away as Australia and Russia, but people say Black Americans, y'all Black people don't have no culture. What do y'all Busta Rhymes says some ignorant shit like that, That movie Sinners was off the freaking chain. It really showed the history of Black music, it was everything how powerful Black music is. That's what it's all about, How music can summon good and it can also summon evil spirits. That's where the vampires came in. The vampires were awakened by certain rhythms of the guitar and stuff like the banjo that awakened vampires. That was a really good movie. Mr. Sam said, I represent Evil Tribe. Well, that's good for you. Why does everybody else represent something, but they're in America? I could never understand that. The best place, Mr. Sandman, to represent your Igbo tribe is to be in fucking Igbo land. That's when you get the respect, you know. Yeah, tribes and fucking chieftains are nothing but glorified gangs. That's the truth, too. Because before the Europeans came, tribal chieftains and all stuff like that didn't have any power in Africa, It was an importation of guns and gunpowders that gave these people power and stuff like that. When Europeans when they wanted slaves, whatever like that, they couldn't just get slaves. They had to get armed thugs and whatnot, and give them titles. Europeans have been doing that for a long time. European recognition of a land is how people stay in power. How do freaking the Shah get in power in Iran? The Western powers propped them up. The royal family royal families of Saudi Arabia. How they get powerful? Oh, they prepped up by the U.S. media institution, everything created them, and propped them up. The same thing with Kuwait, Nobody likes these fucking emirs and Emiratis and stuff like that, but they do the bidding of the West. That's why they're in power. Same thing in Africa. Nobody gives a shit about the Zulu chiefs and all stuff like that, They basically propped up by a power structure. So if I know that, don't expect college Genesis to have any respect for any chieftain, king, or anything I see in Africa. To me, you're an enemy. If you're being propped up by the white man in Africa, right, and you're basically opposed to my idea of an African, you're my enemy. Simple as that, my mortal enemy. And I'm going to treat you like an enemy while you're in America. I'm going to hunt you to the end of the earth. I'll hunt you to the gates of hell. That's how I feel about it, I'm not one of these other so-called weak-ass so-called black American leaders, right? If you come against my people, you are my enemy. Simple as that, We can talk about a lot of stuff, but people hate my people, whatever, and want to exploit my people, and whatever like that, abuse my people in any sort of way. I'm looking at you a certain way, There's an African American family with stepping stone, what home to move to, Botswana. Who cares, man? Spent a lot of time there, having, infrastructure. I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about, Broody. I mean, look, African American, going to Africa is no big deal anymore. That's no fucking big deal, Ain't no big deal. That's nothing new about African Americans going to Africa. We've been going to Africa for like 200 years now, That ain't no big freaking deal going to Africa, So it is what it is. Yeah. Senators just show how dumb black America is. Hard shut the fucking door. So yeah, this how well, if we're dumb, and that means the whole black race is dumb because we're the smartest black people on the planet. We're so dumb. Then bottom line is that make you imagine what fucking Nigerians, Ghanaians, all these other people are. They're fucking damn near retarded. If we're dumb, they're retarded. So that was a good movie. I love seeing beautiful black people in a movie. It was really telling about history, stuff like that. Really, I loved it. Loved it. I love seeing my people on TV and big screen and whatnot. I can't watch a Nollywood movie. I can't do that. I gotta see my own people. It is what it is. I can't watch Nollywood. We've got any movies called Gollywood, can't do it. Can't do it, Yeah, she was she was a Nigerian British. She was the one that played Annie. She was so cute. She was so cute in that movie, She was just like she was like, why don't you just walk your big ass up in here? She was so adorable, She was cute when she was looking when she was standing at the door. She was just so cute. I liked her, you know. So it is what it is. No, ain't like the white woman right in. She was already inside, you know. And the bottom line is this: she was mixed race, whatever it's supposed to be, you know. Yeah, the woman sinners, the African lady, you know, the woman sinners, you know. I'll talk with somebody else. The woman, yeah, that played Smoke's girl Annie. Yeah, she was cute. You know, she was a cutie. You know, she was a cutie. You know, she played that role real good. You know, that's the thing about this. We don't care if Africans or British. Now I found out. I didn't even know this. Delroy Lindo is British. I didn't even know that. You know, I didn't know he was British. You know, I didn't know that shit. You know, I never knew that. I thought he was just a regular brother. I thought he was from the islands. But I didn't know he was British. You know, I thought he was from the islands. But see how people could play our roles and whatnot. We don't care. We let people play our roles, stuff like that. We don't make a fucking big deal out about it, you know. We don't make a big deal out of it. Fucking somebody playing our roles and stuff like that in our culture, you know. So it was a really good movie and whatnot. Yeah, I like Delroy Lindo. I just like that. You know, the lady, she was a British actress, a Nigerian British actress. So. No, well, I'm saying I know he earned those roles, but the bottom line is this: he earned those roles because we love Delroy Lindo. He played in a lot of movies, you know, and he always played Black American characters, you know, and no one sees him. Everybody sees him as one of us, you know. The gangs of Legos. I'm sorry, DJ Sam, man, you're a cornball, you know. The gangs of Legos. Okay. Yeah, man, let's go out and see that. The gangs of Legos. What's compelling about a gang of Legos? So again, college. Do you have a pen? I'd rather discuss a Ruga armed African thug groups that paid to bomb merch villages. I don't know. I know. Yeah, there's a lot of dumb Negroes on the continent that basically will sell themselves on the race that look like them to Arabs and white people, and then those people have nothing but contempt for, So yeah, it's the same man. Bring me your dream, you are the one I have ever seen, Mr. Sandman. Delroy played Black America. He lived around, like, you could tell, you know, that he lived around black people in America. I thought he was one of us, he played Aaliyah's father in Romeo Must Die. That was a good role he played. With Aaliyah, Isaiah Washington, and stuff like that. FBA used to be top of the world. Now it's class of pointless argument. How is that, first of all, I don't believe in FBA, but I still don't see. I don't see nobody replacing that. I really don't see nothing replacing Black American culture. I don't really see anything being replaced by that. Anything. World rides on Black American. Everything is imitation of Black K-pop. Everything is imitation of Black American culture. So that's always going to be like that. Our experience in America like this: gangs of ladies, thorough, sinners, some gay shit. Oh, I know, Mr. You're jealous because Gangs of Legos probably never. Sinners already at 400 million in the box office. So and everybody's talking about it. No one never heard no Gangs of Legos, and like nobody will. Nobody will ever know about it, whatever like that, because it doesn't exist. If we don't fucking like it, if we don't know about it, it doesn't exist. You guys, you Nigerians, go off in your little world and be by yourself, man, because the world's doesn't care about what you got to offer. Nigerians are number one. Oh yeah, number one's at what? But I got some stuff I would talk about Nigeria since you asked. So N1 and DJ Sandman, since you asked, since you look, people always say I'm always picking on Nigerians, but I only pick on you. Well, yes, I'm sitting there talking all kinds of stuff and hearing the Nigerians in the chat room. So I have to basically put you guys in your place. I had to put you guys in your place. Just recently, the country of Dubai just basically said, something, no more Nigerians. Really. They said, man, we see, Nigerians got a good propaganda thing going on. Like they're so high achievers, we're so educated, we're so high achievers, which is bullshit, right? But everyone bought it, they're good conmen, people bought how they got all this education and blah, blah, blah. And they're the black people, the African giant, all kind of stuff like that, right? And then the country of Dubai said, wait a minute here. We look at how much crimes they commit and all stuff like that, right? They said we look at how much they're using our social systems and all stuff like that, our welfare and all stuff like that in these countries. They're saying we have a net loss in dealing with Nigerians. So they're saying y'all all got to fucking go, y'all all got to go. They ain't baby, the baby. You can't have a baby out of wedlock in Dubai. They no Arab women sleep with you guys. There's no Arab women. You can't show me anywhere where Nigerians are having sex with Arab women. It's not happening. Oh yeah, we're about to conquer everything. Why don't you guys worry about conquering your own country? That's what Africans do. They always go to somebody else's country as a dependent. So they're gonna conquer it instead of being civilized, right? They offer you a chance to be in their country to get some money, and everybody's like, "Oh, you think we're gonna conquer Dubai?" And the bottom line is you guys all get kicked out, and they don't want you back. There's so many countries that are not accepting Nigerian passports because your attitude, instead of going there obeying the law, respecting the country, what you call it. So you guys go over there and you fucking misrepresent your country. It's ridiculous, So it is what it is, Let's see. Let me play some videos so you guys. And like I said, I hate doing this, But since you guys asked for it, you guys ask for it, Okay, here's a video. I'm gonna play this video. It's a Nigerian chick. I think she's Nigerian. She's basically checking Nigerians. Say, okay.
UAE Dubai has placed a visa ban on Nigerians at the age of 18 to 45. Say that if you're a Nigerian and you are at the age range of 18 to 45, you are no longer allowed to enter Dubai on tourists. Say you are not needed. So who will not travel to Dubai? Ancestors? Or underage? Like what is going on? This is becoming serious. This is literally becoming serious. This is a world rejection. It's a world rejection, and something needs to be done. It started from UK. They say there is a new UK immigration new policy. Okay, no problem. Now US non-immigrant visa from 5 years to 3 months. 5 years to 3 months. 5 years multiple entry to 3 months single entry. It didn't end there. Dubai said that Nigeria can no longer transit in Dubai. We accepted it. Then a few days later, they said that if you are 18 to 45, you are not needed as a tourist in Dubai. Please, though, what did we do wrong as a nation? Because it seems like the whole world doesn't want us in their country again. Something needs to be done.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to God's According to CD. Guys, let's go to UAE, Canada, as well as the first world countries when it comes to Nigerians. Guys, we warned them before. And I'm quite surprised that they're asking this question.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view.
Why is all the countries in the world being so wicked to Nigerians? Why? What is our crime? Yesterday it was the US. Now UAE. Yes, Dubai has stopped accepting transit visa application from Nigerians. Yes, they have closed it. Not only that, they have tightened visa entry for Nigerians. You cannot believe the kind of condition they gave Nigerians. Listen to this. Now, firstly, they said here, for Nigerian nationals, please bear in mind that an applicant aged 18 to 45 years traveling alone is not eligible for tourist visa category. Number one, an applicant who is 45 years or above must provide a single Nigerian personal bank statement for a period last 6 months, with each month's end balance reflecting a minimum ending of $10,000 or its naira equivalent. Kindly note that the above points must be taken into consideration before sending your applications with other existing documents such as hotel reservation, data page, etc. So before Nigerians can travel to Dubai, you must have 15 million naira plus in your account. What have we done? Like, what is our crime? Wetin be our crime? I don't understand. Why are they treating us like this? Hey, God, I beg.
Okay, ma'am, let me answer this question for you. Well, the crime that you've committed is exactly what you are doing: lack of accountability. Two, gaslighting the world. Three, you guys are uncultured. Four, you have no systems in your country. Five, you think you are entitled into other people's country. Six, you are disrespectful of other people's nations. Seven, you do not understand what the rule of law means. Eight, you don't understand what a sovereignty is. Nine, you do not understand that you need to fix your country in order for you to stop getting yourself entitled in other people's countries. And number 10, you need to introspect as a nation. And part of introspection is to listen, listen to understand. You guys, I've warned you guys before. I know I'm nobody, but my videos do reach Nigeria. And I've said in my videos previously, remember during the time South Africa and Nigeria were at each other's throats because of the whole Chidima issue? Mm-hmm. And I said to you guys, the more you guys behave like this, you are inviting the world to literally shut its doors on Nigerians. Oh no, you think when we say things we are crazy. Yeah, that's the consequences of lack of accountability. This woman's question is a total lack, it's the epitome, it is the textbook definition of lack of accountability. No way does she hold Nigerians accountable by saying, my people, but do you also realize that the way we behave ourselves in other people's countries is the result of this? No, she's asking what is their crime, why we are wicked. No, the world is not wicked. Your people are wicked. I'm talking about the ones that go commit crimes and knowing very well that they are Nigerians. What do you think that the world is going to do? Roll over and play dead? When you are going in and committing crimes and disrespecting the people of the very nation that you ran away to? Where is the culture? What are you taught at home? Because at home, I believe I'm speaking for all South Africans here. When we visit somebody else's house, we don't enter without being invited. But before that, we shout from outside, "Hello, my name is so and so. I come in peace." And then they invite you into the yard. And when you are into the yard by the doorstep, you still knock. You don't just enter just because they said, come through. You still knock. And once you've knocked, you must listen when you get invited into the house. And when you get into the house, you don't go straight to the fridge and get yourself water. You don't go straight to the stove and open pots and see what have they cooked. You don't just get into the living room and put your behind on top of the couch. All of these things are at an invitation. But you guys don't understand that. And then when you are in there, you are not going to take over the house now. When the house people, the owner of the house, you listen to what they say and you respond to them. You don't just come and overtake things. That's disrespect.
This game, you're not ready for it.
And if you are going to sleep over, you say that I would like to sleep over. If you don't mind, I will leave tomorrow. But not you guys. You guys go into somebody else's house and you never leave. And while you are in there, you are making rules, you are breaking things, you are doing things that are not respectful to the owners of the house. You have no culture. And that is why the world is shutting its doors on you. And I am telling you guys, as long as you do not hold yourselves accountable and you do not speak to each other, the world is going to shut it completely. Completely. Right now, they're just being kind. They are giving you conditions, but with restrictions. Next time is door shut 100%. If you guys are not going to change your mindset, start by holding yourselves accountable. Speak to your brothers and sisters that are committing crimes in your name. Speak to your brothers and sisters to stop committing crimes and disrespecting the people of the land that they are in, so that the world does not completely shut its doors on y'all. Your country is a mess. It's a mess. And there is no way that you are going to keep running away. Who's going to fix what's going on in Nigeria if everybody is leaving? Who? And we keep saying,
that sounds like Lozy, doesn't it?
To you guys, the only way you can by even laying your life for your country. It's your country. If nobody else is gonna die for their country, who's going to? Who's going to? No, you pack your bag and you still have the
Colin,
audacity.
this is a South African hater, man.
We help.
No, it's telling
okay,
the
then
truth.
show that
Tell me what
spirit
he's
of helping. Let's say, for example, South Africa during the days of apartheid. You guys keep saying
Hold on,
you helped
Colin.
us. Show that
Pause the
spirit
video,
in
Colin.
helping yourselves, so that we can believe that indeed you guys helped us.
Look,
right
Nigerians
now,
are all because you have you see what you cannot do is come up here if you're not really versed in this topic. I've been studying this topic for 10 years.
No, Colin, I'm gonna talk about something, right? So, I really didn't, know too much about like Nigerians and their reputation on the continent of Africa.
The bottom line
Hold on, let me.
there's a fucking problem with these people,
Oh, okay, Kyle, let me finish saying what I gotta say, right? So, I've been seeing people like leave comments, like people from like East Africa. Oh, Nigerians are here doing X, Y, Z, blah blah. I'm like, dang. So I was also on Reddit, right? Because I go to Reddit, I look at people's DNA tests. It was a Malian dude. He took a DNA test. He found out he had some like Nigerian DNA, right?
Where are you going with all this? Come on. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you, right? I'm gonna tell you. He said that he kind of felt bad about that. And somebody asked him a question, why? He said, because he said we don't really Nigerians don't have the best reputation.
Point, what are you trying to say?
Daggone, Colin, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying.
Man, you're rambling. So like I'm mad. Go ahead, make your point.
Hey, don't rush me, Colin. Jesus Christ. But the point is, they don't have a good reputation in Mali either. So this is
all over the world.
But yeah, that's all I was trying to say before you try to rudely interrupt me.
You're rambling. You gotta get to the point. Okay, your point is.
Will you be rambling? I don't say nothing. You be cutting people off rambling. I don't say a word.
Okay, what I'm saying is this. Okay, I apologize for getting emotional, but I'm trying to get to the point. The point is, they have a bad representation. It's not all Nigerians, right? But like I said, when you have a country, the problem is this. This is a problem I see, right? Unlike in Black America, we do have people that check other Black people. That's what Kevin Samuels was about. I mean, even people like O'Shea Duke Jackson, myself, we have culture critics that basically put out there when you can't listen to me and think that Black people, Black men like freaking nasty Black women sitting on stage twerking. You say people first thing they say, well, I know Kala. He says that shit's nasty, blah blah blah. Or Kala doesn't like YNs. Kala don't like all the stuff that's going on in Baltimore, Chicago, and stuff like that. I feel it's my duty as a culture critic and everybody else that's like me, right, to critique my culture, right? That's why we always had things like Ebony Magazine and stuff like that, right, to show the world who we were, right? Nigerians don't do that. You know, they don't think it's important to put out a good image of themselves. That's the problem. You know, they don't think it's even necessary. And so basically what they do is they always scapegoat with us, Black Americans. Nigerians are behind a lot of propaganda about Black America. Oh, we're this, we're that.
It seems like we got a lot in common with Nigeria.
How is that? Oh, hold on. First of all, Black people in America, Black Americans, show me where Black Americans are going around the world committing crimes.
I mean, we don't really travel. We don't really travel out of America, but it seems like
we know there's actually African Americans in Japan. We got a good number of African Americans in Spain, Portugal, Italy, you know, Germany, you know.
Colin, I don't know if they were African American.
We got African Americans in Costa Rica. We got a lot of African Americans in Brazil. We have them in Mexico. We have them in South Africa. We have them all over the continent of Africa, you know, so all over the world. Black African American. They says about 1 million African Americans, 2 million African Americans live abroad, you know, and you don't see them on TV doing drugs and crime.
Kyle, here's the reason why, right? Most of our, you know, degenerates stay in America. That's why.
So hold on. Those people that going across seas in Nigeria are degenerates. Those are some of your best people who said on their resume that they're educated, they got degrees, and they got all stuff like that. That's how they're able to get those visas to go on, because they convinced the world that they got something to add. That's why Dubai said, "Look, man, we thought these people on their degrees, they're like they got some something to add to our culture and society and everything like that." But when they get here, it's just the opposite. That's what she's talking about. Why are y'all kicking on? Because you guys led the world to believe that Nigeria was a place of you guys were exceptional Black people. You're different. You're the African giant, and you guys blew it. You know, they blew it. And so the bottom line is, instead of them, somebody come out saying, "Look, we're going to remake Nigeria, our image and stuff like that. We're going to like this." You know something? Back in the 70s, they tried to do that. You know, Nigeria tried to do that. You know what they did? The Nigerian government passed a law that said you commit a crime outside of Nigeria and embarrass our country, you're going to come back here and you're going to do the same amount of time when you get back. That was Nigeria back then. That's when Nigeria cared about its image. That was back in the 60s and the 70s when the world respected, particularly the Black world, loved and respected Nigeria. But over this last generation, man, it's been a mess, you know, because the world, too many people focus on Black America and not against Nigeria, you know. Go ahead, Dave, then Elvis. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me. That's because America, you know, everybody got their eyes on America across the whole world. That's why we get so much attention. But go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Carla. Good evening, panel.
What's going on, bro?
Yeah, I mean, we need more Black empowerment, you know.
Yeah, what do you think about what I said earlier? Right, how they do in Africa, right? Like in Liberia, right? No matter what Buckeye does, right? You got people out there. Why is it taking so long? Blah blah blah. He could build pave 10 miles of road one day. When not, they'll say that's not enough. That's what's called managing unrealistic expectations. You know, they don't even take into account that the country has a budget. It can't give everybody money. It only has a certain amount of budget and stuff like that. So they make up stories that he's up there. I see you see that those articles on Cussing Liberia. They basically he's out there partying like a pimp and all lies, you know.
But it's all about power, Colin. It was never about helping the people.
It's never about that, you know.
It's never about that. It was all like you talk about the coup early. You know, look, what was the sense of killing those guys? I always ask myself when I watch the videos, I said, what was the point? What was the point of killing these guys?
These guys did nothing but serve their
You know,
country.
it was just pure hate. And the same thing is going on in Liberia today. It's just
Yeah, same thing. And the bottom line is, I was Buckeye, and they're mad because the police are doing military drills and stuff like that. They're ready for them, you know. They're saying you guys start something on the 17th, right? You go, we're gonna be ready for you, you know. And they're saying, oh, blah blah. And the guy that's orchestrating this,
guys, you know,
he's in America. A lot of it has to do with these CDC people living in America.
In America, online.
That's why the
Facebook.
government of the United States is the biggest threat to Africa, because they let people come here and fester. That's how that coup happened against Jemma in Gambia. It was plotted right here from America. You know, how do you have people in this country, right, that could plot coups against a government and from America, using America's infrastructure and everything, and America's not held liable?
Using Facebook, using different social media.
All stuff like this. Yeah. It's a joke, man.
Stirring hate against the guy. You know, it's terrible. They're not helping. Nobody got a
America
solution.
doesn't care about no other country but itself. Anybody thinks America's a friend to Africa, well, you're sadly mistaken. You know?
You know? I mean, it's just terrible. It's just unrealistic expectations. And we don't give each other grace. You know, we always hard on each other, but we're not hard on the white. You know,
the white man, black people get shot, killed. White man,
we're not hard on it.
Oh, check it out. It's like the other day, somebody was making an argument about Bill Cosby's not a good guy. Well, Thomas Jefferson.
I love Bill Cosby. He wasn't perfect.
He had a woman that was his property, and he slept with her and impregnated his property, a 15-year-old girl. You know, but yet I try to tell people to take down the Jefferson Memorial or the Thomas Jefferson Bridge or George Washington. George Washington once sold a fucking black man for a keg of molasses. You know,
but if you try to change the George Washington Bridge name, you know,
try doing that. Say he was a bad man. What happens?
Riots.
But yet, with people like Bill Cosby, he had consensual sex with some women back in the 70s, but we're supposed to throw a great man like Bill Cosby.
There's a difference, Carla. Bill Cosby black.
No, my problem with Cosby is, you know, he did well for, I mean, no man is perfect, but he put out a good image of black people.
He did
in America. You know, he made sure we look like we're successful, and that's really us too. Successful, you know, live in color.
He showed a good side of Black America.
He showed
the world did not want the white American races.
A positive side, you know, a positive side. He always showed us in a positive light. So that's why I like Bill Cosby. You know, he always try to make sure we look good.
Yo, when you watch Cosby show or something like that, you felt good. You know, you felt
and they really hated Cosby when he really tried to buy NBC. Yeah, I remember that when he tried to, you know, because he had the whole rotation going. You know, he had the whole lineup, so he tried to buy the network. I think that's where they really still mad at him too about that. Yeah, trying to buy NBC, black man trying to buy a major station. So, you know,
they don't want no black man with a major station like that. You know,
man, he ruined himself, man, when he messed with those white.
Bottom line, first of all, it happened in the 70s before he was even really big.
I get it, but
that happened in the 70s, right? But the whole thing is this, though. So let me ask you a question. What do you think about Hugh Hefner? He's still celebrated right now. You know, he did the same thing.
I don't celebrate Hugh Hefner.
Well, white people do. That's the difference between you and them. They don't give a two shits about what you think and what they when they're here. You know?
Hugh Hefner never portrayed himself to be a family man.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. We black people in America embraced Bill Cosby for what he stood for, you know? And so we had that right to be like, hey, look, just like Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, these men owned slaves. Thomas Jefferson slept with his slaves, his underage slaves, right? But he is still a founding father of America, right? Why is it that white people don't give him up, but we got to give up Bill Cosby?
Nobody said
what do you mean give up Bill Cosby?
Oh, no, but the way you're talking about it, well, Bill Cosby did this. You never hold up.
Of course he did, Carla.
Hold up. When people talk about Thomas Jefferson, Dave, what do they talk about? You know, they talk about Thomas Jefferson. Let me look up a Thomas Jefferson quote, right? Let me see.
Listen, when I talk about Thomas Jefferson, I bring up the fact he was a slave owner.
No, you know, it doesn't matter. You're just you. You know, if you do that, I never heard you say that. You know, but I'm saying the majority of people in America, you look at scholars, everything, they'll talk about Jeffersonian or what's the other guy, Alexander Hamiltonian, and just philosophies. There's two.
Thank you, Loki. Loki said it. We
People,
not white.
people like Jefferson. Yeah, he was a bad guy, but he was a highly intellectual person. One of the smartest person in the country has ever had.
Who was Bill Cosby?
So Bill Cosby was it too?
No, what you're comparing Bill Cosby to Thomas Jefferson?
Elvis should get. Yeah, I am comparing.
Okay.
I think Bill Cosby was above Thomas Jefferson.
All right.
Okay.
You know, so Thomas Jefferson quote: "On freedom and liberty, we dream of an aristocracy of achievement arising out of democracy and opportunity." You know, on the dangers of government. The federal government is our servant, not our master, says somebody who was a master to 600 people. You know, a well-informed citizenry is the best defense against tyranny, says somebody who basically suggested that black people should never learn how to read and write. You know, in the pursuit of happiness, our greatest happiness does not depend on the condition of life in which has placed us, but it always results in a good conscience, good health, occupation, freedom, all pursuits. Wow, man! If I was in chains, man, I would love for that to apply to me. You know, or imagine anger. When angry, count to 10 before you speak. If angry, speak at 100. So the bottom line is this: we celebrate men who are outright hypocrites. You know. We celebrate men and outright hypocrites, right? And the bottom line is this: and you guys, like Steve talking about Bill Cosby, you know, you guys are taught not to be real black men, you know, and you guys are taught not to respect black men. But you will, white man, tell you one thing: you will respect his people.
I don't know any black man, you know, that's having sex with a bunch of white women.
Well, it doesn't matter. Don't get up here and play that, because on one hand, I heard you defend interracial marriage and shit like that. A lot of black men do that shit. So don't get up here and say, like,
Carla, I never.
Hold on. Are you against race mixing or not?
Carla, I've always said this: life is short, man. You find it.
Put it like this, Steve. I heard you before. Are you against race mixing or not?
Carla, you said the same thing.
No, hold on. I know that. But I know people do what the hell they gotta do. You know. Like,
right, and I said the same thing.
I told her, look, if you find somebody that's white, go right. I know what happens, though. I know what happens. I'm in the fucking real world. I know what's gonna happen. But so
right, and I agree with you on that.
Hold up, Harry Belafonte. He's a very fine black man. We know him. He's an actor, actress, everything. He's married to a white woman. You know, Che Avenue Diop. He's married to a white woman. You know, it is what it is. You can't win them all, right? Black men mess with white. What's his name? Quincy Jones married a white woman. You know, all these guys.
My point is that he was portraying something that he wasn't.
Hold on. How were you talking about portraying something that he wasn't? He was playing a character on TV. And if you Bill Cosby, much more than the Cosby Show, he's been an educator and he's been funding black education projects for years. He gave $100 million of his own money to HBCUs. You know. $100 million. He basically saved Spelman, a lot of Morehouse, and a lot of institutions from ruin. You know, so he's given a lot of people money. He's helped out a lot of black causes in the black community. You know. So this is what it is. And Chukwu, how you gonna pay Diddy? Diddy is a degenerate. He never championed education or anything like that.
Bill Cosby was
somebody whose whole focus was on black image of black people and whatnot educated. What he put out there to the world was a wholesome image of black America. That's the difference.
But behind closed doors, then eventually it came out. I'm all saying is he ruined his image. The things that you do in the past can come affect you in the future.
You don't like a strong black man because you're a little twerp. You don't like a strong black man.
Listen, if I want to, I got a father as a strong black man.
If it wasn't for that situation, you still find something. There's people that just didn't like
No,
Bill Cosby.
I like I said, I didn't have no problem with Bill Cosby until that came out.
Before everybody was coming at him because he did that Pookie and the Pound Cake speech. Everybody, oh man, he's talking about.
I don't like Pookie. I don't like Pookie either.
So the bottom line is that's when people go before. Then the allegation about this came out. Now everybody's running with that. Just say you don't like the man.
I didn't really like Diddy like that. But after this whole mess with Diddy, I really don't like him. I don't like R. Kelly.
He can't be compared to Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby.
I'm just saying when people are exposed certain things. I'm not saying I hate the man. I'm just saying that his image has been ruined.
All right, hold up. People expose Thomas Jefferson, but guess what? Those white people still have him on their dollar bills, right?
In Kyle, if you still want to hold
on, is Thomas Jefferson, right, a notorious slave trader, a rapist? Is he being removed from the freaking U.S. currency?
No, Kyle, but he's white.
All right,
this is their country.
He's not getting removed from the country because the white people up there think, well, whoever he was wasn't important. So why do you think these white women are important enough to fucking get rid of somebody, Bill Cosby?
I say you don't have to get rid of him.
I'll say the Bible, so I honor him. You know,
that's fine.
Has sex with in the 70s. Shit about that. You know,
that's fine.
So the bottom line, I'm just saying it's hypocritical when people basically talk about Bill Cosby, but they say no. I've never seen people say, "Let's have a convention, talk about." Maybe we should get George Washington, Thomas Jefferson name off public buildings, monuments, and bridges and currency and stuff like that. It was never going to happen because
never going to happen.
They're going to make sure your black ass worships those people that enslaved and degraded your ancestors and wrote.
I don't worship none of those people.
You know, it doesn't matter if you see. Like I said, it doesn't matter what you think. The majority of white people. It matters what they think. You're just a minority.
But Colin, we can't control what white people do or think.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I do. Because we live in a country where their decisions I gotta live with. That's the difference.
I said we can't control what they do and what they think.
Hold up. If I take out my money and I got George Washington on my dollar bill, that's because of them. You understand? Right. Nothing I do. Right, we do as black people affects them.
Well, Colin, let me bring up a issue. What happened with the Harriet Tubman $20 bills?
I think they stopped that. They were going to put that on. They were going to take Andrew Jackson off and put her on, but I don't think they ever did. I think Trump stopped that.
Yeah. What happened?
There you go. Trump and Steve Mnuchin, who was the Secretary of the Treasury, were supposed to implement it, but they pushed it back.
Point I'm trying to make is that's not Trump. Is not just Trump. That's white America.
Yeah, it's white America.
Don't want to see no black woman on their fucking currency.
Yeah, it's a difference, Elvis. It's a difference.
The rates all hell, Kyla. As soon as inflation go up,
this is the person that Trump Colin voted for, who is doing in his best interest.
I didn't vote for him.
I don't even want. I was against that. Because if inflation
voted against a black woman who was in his interest, voted for the white man who gets his people.
The reason why I'm against it.
A whole bunch of money was not necessary.
No, the reason why I'm against it because anything happens, inflation go up, they're gonna start beating up black people, shooting black people for no reason. Inflation
man, that's cowardly talk, man. What are you talking about?
No, I don't want it. I don't even think Harriet Tubman would want that.
Colin, you see Chukwo's last comment? How you say his name?
America, the white man's country. Of course, no, it's not that he believes America, the white man. If he believed that, he would be on the next plane out of here, which would be a good thing, you know.
But Colin, you say it's the white man's country, Colin. You also say that as well.
Would you shut up a second? Let me respond. What he should be saying is, he says America's a white man's country, which is a lie, right? Black people, we've been here just as long as a white man. Now, does a white man dominate the country and control the narrative and make the laws and the culture? Of course so. But there's still a black nation inside this country that white people cannot do anything about. You know, there's nothing they can do about. So it is black people's country too, because they can't get rid of us. You know, Chukwo. But they can't get rid of you. They can denaturalize you and ship your ass back where we came from, you know. You know, so it is what it is. So that's how you deal with coons like Chukwo, you know. Just right, a nation state of pick Africans as orangutans. He posted many racist views. And Thomas Jefferson was a blatant racist. He was a deliberate racist. He wasn't just some passive racist. Didn't know anything.
Yeah, he was a racist, Colin. Who's saying he wasn't a racist?
No, he was a stone cold racist. He believed
he wasn't racist. I agree. So what's your point?
He believed that black people were nothing but property, and they abuse them.
Yes.
I can't see them doing nothing but being slaves. That's what he really believed. He didn't believe.
Yeah, he was a racist. So was George Washington. So was a lot of the earlier presidents.
Check this out. The beliefs he had extended to what he thought about Africa. Remember something. Africans think they're immune to racism because their ancestors didn't go through this. Racism also in America shaped the way they thought about Africa and black people in general. Because they said no race of people that could be at this low level ever came from any great soul. That's why they started discrediting Africa altogether. They said, how could a race of people allow its inhabitants to come across the Atlantic and stuff? That's what he said. Africa must be an inferior place, because look what's going on with the people from Africa, and slavery became to represent what the world saw as Africa, So when African dumbass gets up here talking about he was a Soninke warrior, dude, man, shut the fuck up, All that shit goes out the door. When slavery and Black America became, and the thing is, with that, Black America was able to pull itself out of the gutters of slavery and everything and rise to education level, to the Harlem Renaissance, and the world's opinion that went from degradation of the black race, while we had colonialism, to respecting the black race as human beings. It was black people that did that. Black America did that. We went to places like France. We went to places like Russia. We spoke. People like Paul Robeson. We let the world see who we were. And so therefore, the whole entire black race was uplifted by the work of African Americans. That's why we do not want to lose our culture. I don't want to be a Baruti and whatnot. I don't want to go back to the basics of being African and whatnot. We changed the world.
Peace and blessings to the panel.
Yeah. So
what's up, 1776?
Go ahead.
What up?
I was calling it. Hey, what's going on, Famous Dave? Hey, I was calling in to defend Bill Cosby, man. I think it was one of the worst kangaroo trials in the history of America.
You
had people coming 50 years later to say that this man did something. Throughout his heyday, no one said anything. You come when this man is 80 years old and allege all these stuff. Women that he dated who was repeat offenders that was coming to the hotel every Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, right? Getting high. Because, like Rick James back in the 70s, people got high, like Studio 54, disco. It was all about getting high. You didn't have all the STDs you have today. So it was like free sex, even at Woodstock, free sex and, living a hedonistic lifestyle. That was the era of the 70s. So, them coming 50 years later to say Bill Cosby did this to me. That's like somebody coming 2070 and saying that we did something in 2025. Man, it was horrific. And you can't slip Quaaludes into anybody's drink, I know
Quaaludes have to be friggin' voluntarily ingested as big pills. You have to chew those things up. You can't just put those in somebody's drink. That's somebody that's willingly do it. Say, let's do some Quaaludes. And you both try to swallow at the same time. You got to cut it in half and swallow it together. That's what that was about, That wasn't like Molly.
Like in the disco in the 70s, that's all people did was dance and get high, sex, drug, and rock and roll. That was that era. So it was like it was horrific. I thought it was just a 1,000% kangaroo court.
Listen, when you was a lot of celebrities get caught up with stuff like that, things they did in the past come back to them because they make somebody upset. That's why you got to be careful. That's all I'm saying. Like that.
But 50 years later, a half a century later,
I get that, but it happens all the time. Things people do in the past, and they use it against you.
So if Bill Cosby died at 67, where would the charges be at? You came 50 years later.
I'm not saying what they did was right, and people saying that they went after him because he tried to buy,
It's not even mentioning when you talked about Bill Cosby's legacy. They're not even worth mentioning.
Yeah, But Bill Cosby been in Hollywood since the late 60s. You didn't come in the 70s. You didn't report him in the 80s. You didn't report him in the 90s. You didn't report him in the 2000s.
Obviously, he made somebody upset, and they say, you know what?
Is there a statute of limitation for rape and sexual assault?
Yeah, well, matter of fact, first of all, it happened in California. Why was he being prosecuted in friggin' Philadelphia?
I mean, I asked one question, you answered a different thing about geography. I'm asking, is there a statute of limitation?
It's like 20
What's the statute of limitation? It's like 20, 50 years. That's a statute of limitation.
It's not even that. It's like about 20 years. That's it.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, they said, but there's some loophole. You know what it was? He had basically these cases, right? They were also ongoing cases, like where it was open-ended, where he settled, right? So they said because he settled back in the days, right? That was like a admission of guilt, right? And so therefore, the lady was trying to come back and extort him for money, right? And the prosecution basically to get her case. It's all about them trying to get Cosby. They tried to try him for these cases to make it stick because he wouldn't pay them. He said, I'm not going to be extorted by you. You know?
That prosecutor just wanted a case celebrate. You know, he wanted to become famous for prosecuting.
He was a liberal, white liberal devil or not, and he basically hated Cosby because they hate fucking not conservative, but they hate patriarchal, strong black men. Bill Cosby was in their way. You know, you get rid of black men like that, and then ever since Bill Cosby defines Black America has been in a free fall.
Yeah, you know? It pretty much was a public lynch. It was. I don't think he's guilty at all. You know,
he was like our God. He was like our godfather of media, man.
Yeah, he was like a father figure in Black America. So a lot of people who didn't have fathers, Bill Cosby, even a lot of white people said, he was like, oh man, that was like every white kid I used to know said, man, I wish I had a dad like that, man. He was like America's dad.
One of my favorite movies was Let's Do It Again.
Let's Do It Again, and Let's Do It Again, and Uptown Saturday Night. You know, Bill Cosby, that was funny, man. Matter of fact, I might play.
Bill Cosby didn't curse. He didn't curse in none of his stand-up routines. I mean, it was a public flogging and a lynching, man. Like, to come 50 years later, that's like Elvis. You 60 years old, and a girl said, "Yeah, he did this to me. He did this to me in high school. Yeah, he pushed me in the bathroom and did this to me in high school." And you like 60 years old. You like, what the hell? Come on, man. That's crazy stuff, man.
So it is what it is. So, like I said, and I knew the expectation of Bill Cosby, and I knew what he could do, what he couldn't do, you know, and everything like that. You know, that's why I hate when black people try to expect unrealistic expectations of people. Why do you do this? Why do you do that? I know
Spearman. Spearman made a comment about O.J. Simpson. So, well, who killed that woman?
There was a guy that they executed in Florida. Said that he confessed to it years later. He said, "Yeah, I killed."
That OJ killing was like I think the mob, you know, sister, she was all caught up into that drug life, man.
That was another king.
Hey, if he wasn't found guilty of it, Steve, he didn't do it. That's the quantum of
OJ.
No, I don't say he did it. I mean, I heard stories about it. It was his son. It was this. It was that. Everybody got their own theories about what happened.
Quantum of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's reasonable doubt that he didn't do it,
like I said, I don't know.
The thing about OJ's case is white people always say, like George Zimmerman, that's what the jury found. We got to live with the system. They never live with the system. OJ, they tried their best to get him locked up. They got him in a civil suit. And then a couple years later, they got him on that memorabilia thing. You know, gave him like.
Hold up, NP. Why did you say that? When they get you, we'll say he should have been a better man. See, that's crazy. You should be. That's weird.
I think people don't understand that lifestyle, man. Everybody remember Collar with the chains. Everybody had a little line of cocaine on that little chain.
It was a time. Richard Pryor. Pryor was feed bracing and went on fire. He said, "Man, one thing about you on fire, people get the fuck out of your way." He goes,
Yeah, Carl Richard Pryor was a great comedian. He's also a degenerate, right? He was a drug user, a bisexual. He was a degenerate.
I used to say, let me get a light, man. Let me get a light. Yo, man, I fucking fell out. I saw that live on Sunset. I saw it in the movie theaters. That shit was so fucking funny, man. Live on the Sunset Strip. Richard Pryor was a funny.
All right, I'm gonna end this. MP, no, I'm not half Latino. I don't know why you keep saying that. I don't get it.
You said you're too quick to turn on your own. See, women know
I don't turn on my own. What are y'all like? Listen, like I said, I don't praise George Washington and all them dudes. Like I said, Bill Cosby was a good man, but unfortunately, his image was destroyed about things that happened in his past.
We were born in a country where if his image was destroyed, they make us the people who founded the American government before any sports game, whatnot. Look.
But all the people that work with Bill Cosby.
Hold on. There's a difference between us and you, us and them, right? Them is this. They believe in the Declaration of Independence, the flag, the Constitution, all that. And they're saying you got no choice but to respect that shit. It's played at the fucking national anthem. They said, well, black people, the slave masters own the founding fathers own slaves. Man, you like Marcus Garvey said, you were no more being heard, than it was when you raised your voice for a protest. No one gives a damn because you have no power, And the only reason why we are quick to throw out Bill Cosby because we know we're going to appease white people, and we know we don't want to have any power.
A lot of our people was upset with Bill Cosby because I listened to him. He came to a Baptist church in Maryland, and he was talking about etiquette, pulling your pants up, looking presentable, and a lot of black people hated that, man. Like they even booed him at the auditorium because he was just saying, look respectable, fill out a resume, live civilized, and a lot of us really turned on him after that.
Black people, culture of degeneracy had gripped Black America, and he was basically saying, we're not going to get no place. And that's the truth. Black people don't want to hear the truth. You are not going to get no place not knowing how to speak proper English, not knowing how to hold yourself in public. Why? Because Bill Cosby came up in a time period where that was the norm in Black America.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we
kind of turned our back on him, and that's the only reason he was able to get railroaded is because we gave him up like Barabbas.
Did we really turn our back on him? Because I know a lot of people that still.
I'll tell you what it is. This is my opinion.
They still watch the show and everything.
Hold on. This is what I'll tell you what it is, right? Black America, right? And back in the days, someone told Black America, right, that making money, right, it was more important than your morals, your dignity, and stuff like that, right? Before, back in the days, Black people didn't care about rich or whatever. We had images of people like Muhammad Ali. Bill Cosby defended Muhammad Ali. He was Muhammad Ali's advisor. Public advisor. People don't know that.
Bill Cosby gave millions. He gave millions of dollars to HBCUs. He did a lot of.
He was a father figure in Black America. He was like Muhammad Ali said, man, the guy that guided me the most was Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby got on Johnny Carson's #1 late night show, right? And told Johnny Carson, because Johnny Carson says about Muhammad, say, hey man, you don't disrespect that man. If he couldn't make it in the show, he couldn't make it. And Johnny Carson started laughing at all him and McMahon. He said, no, Bill Cosby was dead serious. No, you don't talk about him like that, man. See, Bill Cosby was no fucking sellout. That's
we gave him up like the Black Barabbas. We gave him up to be
this is why Black America is innocent. So if we give up Bill Cosby and whatnot, now you complain about you lost essence. Black people give up everything because we're fucking weak. We don't have real.
Most of us did not give up Bill Cosby.
Hold on, no, if Black people stood behind Bill Cosby, look, let me tell you something. It started with that. What's that dude? Whatever his name is. What?
Hannibal. I think his name is Hannibal.
Like some of the fuck his name is, right? He said that about Bill Cosby and a thing, and then the social media starts saying, "Yeah, what about those cases?" Because those accusations are floating around for a long time, right? And basically, somebody paid him to put that out there, And then people start investigating it.
His name is Hannibal Buress.
district attorney got a hold to it. It was so the bottom line is this: we basically at the time I would argue with people all the time and say, "Yeah, he's like, yeah, man, oh Bill Cosby get what he got coming to him because what he said about Pookie and the pound cake and whatnot." And I'm saying to myself, "Wait a minute, now I think it's different. Now, like people like me, I don't give two shits about Pookie. I don't give a fuck about Pookie, I don't give a damn about your freaking thing like that. You're gonna either straighten the fuck up or get the fuck out, Me personally, these days of time, we need somebody like Bill Cosby. We need that Bill Cosby energy right now more than ever because we've lost our way as a people,
I mean, we got a lot of Bill Cosby on the internet right now.
No, hold on. We don't have real Bill Cosby. The bottom line, that's the internet. That's the internet.
This Essence Fest, this is a funny thing. It's like this story keeps on living. And I thought it was like 1,000 African performers. They said it was only 2. I was like, damn.
Yeah, it was only 2, man. It was like I said, that's why I said it was fake.
This is the first time Frankie and Beverly and Mays didn't make it.
Yeah, but bringing some rice.
He's dead.
No, but Frankie Beverly and Mays not dead, is it? They said he died, but they said but he was always honored. A tribute was always given to him because that was the essence of the Essence Festival, Frankie Beverly and Mays,
But it's like a case of having your cake and eating it too. You want to sell it, and then you want to still dictate what goes on. This case is like crazy, man. This is actually funny, man.
A couple of Essence festivals ago, black women up there on stage shaking their fat, nasty, stinking asses on stage with their coochies out and everything like that. This, look, in Bill Cosby's territory, this is what they didn't want, right? Do you think Bill Cosby, when he was gone, now you have songs like Wet Ass Pussy and shit like that, That's normal. That's normal.
Hey, Kyla, what do you think about the Carnival cruise, man? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, look, I was watching some stuff. Man, but my brother told me, yeah, that is right. I tell you, is that how they do it? Because my brother always go to cruise. He said, yeah, man, that's why I'm going on the deck. I said, oh, really?
They said my
family been on a couple Carnival cruises. My family been on a couple Carnival cruises. They say ain't nothing too ghetto. They just said people just in there being loud, but ain't nothing crazy when they went on.
Well, no, I seen fights, whatever like that. I just don't look. The bottom line is, I like being around black people at their best, And the whole thing is this: I don't know what it's going to take for. Like, let me give you an example. We used to have Greek Fest down. And we had one in 89 in Virginia Beach. It'll turn bad. Virginia Beach don't play. They whip some ass, Virginia Beach police, whatever. But anyway, I was there in 88 in College Greek Fest, right? It was nice. I loved it, right? And then you have Freaknik down in Atlanta, right? And people at Freaknik, black kids, it was a time where black kids got together from all across the country. The African-American kids all across the country would say, yeah, we're celebrating black youth. My generation, Gen Xers, we were like all out there, hey, where you from? Where you from? Where you from? How you doing? Hey, man, everybody waving to each other on the highway. Hey, you going? That was Greek Fest. I never went to Freaknik. I went to Greek Fest. My brother went to Greek Fest. Freaknik. He said, but the thing is, it also attracted that friggin' that scum element of Black America. There's got to be a way how we can have events again where we gatekeep it and we don't let everybody in and stuff like that, or just have strict codes of conduct, I remember
you gotta establish a dress code. You can't allow
you know who Russell Simmons used to use for his security when he did any investment? The Nation of Islam.
Like I used to be against Jack and Jill, but they need to bring that stuff back, like nationwide, so we can edit.
I noticed Jungle Bunnies control our culture,
I noticed something, Colin. They got rid of all our strongmen in our organization.
Of course, that's exactly what they did.
Got rid of all of them, neutralized them in the 90s, man.
Yeah, so the bottom line, so we have no defense. We have no defense against
no defense, man.
We have no defense.
Because I remember growing up, it was always black men and organizations. It's just regulation.
Oh yeah, there was always strong black men. We had
always regulation.
We had Gil Noble. We had Tony Brown's Journal.
Yeah,
We had strong, and we had Julian Bond.
And it was, and then the thing about it, we always had our best in the spotlight. We never had our worst.
Yeah, because that's
we never
because
had our worst in the spotlight.
we had control over broadcast. The internet
our
is
worst
not
never had no
broadcasting.
say so. The worst elements of our society
Yeah, the
never
worst
had no
elements
say
are
so.
online,
Never
and they
had
get
no
an
say
audience.
so.
You know.
Yeah, they never had no say
But
so. Or they
I'm
get
gonna
shut down.
I'm gonna tell you something my uncle said. He said, like, back in the 80s, 70s, they said girls, African American women, was scared of thugs. But like during the mid 90s, that thug culture, like if you're not a thug, you're not getting a girl, you know. So he said, like, you couldn't bring a thug home in the 80s, you know, to get married or something.
Fathers in the house. That's why.
Yeah, so we kind of embrace, like I always say, man, 99% of our problems are self-caused. You know, we kind of embrace the things that's actually destroying us, you know.
Oh, hold on. There's people out there that monetize that, puts that in front of us. And also, let's be honest with ourselves, right? And people are not gonna like when I say this, right? But you got to take it on the chin. Black people take the path of least resistance, right? What I mean by this, right? If you're gonna embrace a culture, right, you got to somehow have white adjacency and white approval, right? The thug culture, right? When black people realized, even like when you listen to people like Tupac and Diddy and all those people back in the days, you know, they were like this. Why is Tupac selling 6 million albums and Biggie can only sell about 500,000 or 1 million? Because Tupac
because Tupac was better.
No, not Tupac was better. It's his audience. You know, there was an audience for West Coast hip hop. There was no audience for East Coast hip hop, New York hip hop, because most New York hip hop was 5% laced and whatnot, 5% stuff. That wasn't popular in Middle America. Gangster culture and was bad. So therefore, Diddy came up with a formula. Him and all these East Coast formula.
Kyle, hold on. It's because the G Funk sound was much better than the boom bap. I like both, but G Funk was
the G Funk sound. I said, yo, look, the money was coming from white Middle America. Ice Cube said it. He said, Billy in Kansas want to know what's going on in our hood. So they were putting on basically a minstrel show. They exaggerated. They make the gang culture even worse because it was there, but it wasn't that bad until hip hop came out there and people started making threats on records and stuff like that, and then it exploded.
Can I ask you? Was it? I looked it up. Isn't the most murderous decade in America the 80s?
No.
Oh, are you sure?
Hold on. No,
yeah, it was the 80s because you had those people, those Cubans, Miami killing people
in the 90s. You know.
You had a lot of violence.
Come on, Colin. Now the early '90s was bad, but it kind of cooled off towards the mid to late '90s. As far as crime,
a lot of the killings in the '80s was cartel violence.
Yeah,
in
cartel,
Miami,
gang, mafia,
you know, they were
like that. You know, organized crime, street violence, something like that. That was the '90s. You know, that was the '90s. You know, gang violence. That was the '90s. You know.
Hey, Kyla, you think Nigeria could put tariffs on the UAE for like blatant discrimination? You think they can do that?
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. UAE basically gave Nigeria a chance, right? A decade ago, you know, Nigerians go with their propaganda. What they can't build nothing else. There's no Nigerian space program. There's nothing. But one thing Nigerians have mastered is deception and propaganda. They're really good at it, right? They had themselves on this, and even they tell themselves lies. They really do think that they're coming over here and they're the ones that saving Black America. And they go around the world making it seem like they're doing so much for a country, right? And that annoys people. That's what India kicked them out, right? Dubai kicked them. All these countries are basically saying, y'all got to go. Because when they when they add it all up, they're not adding nothing to the country. They're burdening the welfare system and all stuff like that. And they also are committing a lot of crimes, you know?
Because it's wild. I never heard a group.
Also, Kala, too, they the most with the oldest students, 40, 50-year-old.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. You know, when you talk about Nigeria, I'm a student. When I do be like 60 years old, talking about he's still a student.
40, 50-year-old students. You know? I'm a student.
I'm glad you remind me of that, man, because I almost forgot.
I'm on scholarship.
Yeah, my student. I'll say, listen, we got degrees. Yeah, look, the whole idea of a degree is, you start an education at 18, you get your degree time you're 23, and you get the workforce, and you get really skilled by the time you're 30. These
I've seen
motherfuckers be like 45 and they're still studying and whatnot. Goddamn,
Oh man, yeah, but I never heard a group of people being banned. That's wild, man.
Kyla, they banned them from Dubai.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what the video's about.
18
y'all gotta go, man.
45. No Nigerians can go to Dubai.
Can they go to the world court and file a suit?
You can't do that. What are they gonna stand on? Dubai be like, yo, look, man. We got all the evidence here, man. These guys are fucking wrecking our country, And then, just a little while ago in the chat room, and one said, "Yeah, we're gonna conquer Dubai. They can't come to a country and just get along, right?"
He was just joking when he said that.
But Kyla, imagine what they would say. Imagine what they would say about Trump if he said every Nigerian has to leave Houston. They would call him a racist. That's crazy. I never heard of an entire group of people being banned, man. I've never heard that in my damn. So you can't come to the wow. Damn.
Yeah, what you call? Check us out. What you call at the thing is, if you got Nigerians, it's not all Nigerians, right? But like I said, they do not have the people critiquing their culture and standing up and saying, "This is who we are." Where the that one lady, Chimamanda, whatever her name is, right? Where the hell is she at? Where's she at? She's not.
Are you talking about the lady that's always talking about Black Americans?
Yeah, she's always talking about Black Americans. She's obsessed with Black Americans. I'm like, these people. What it is these people can't realize. It's like, damn, we should be the center of attention, and they're not. I'm like, dude, you're not important.
But Kyla, you're right. We don't know any big known Nigerian.
Where the authors? Where the authors at? Where the writers?
Right, you're right, Kyla. You're right. Activists
thinkers,
and stuff like that, who speak a spokesman or something.
Yeah, somebody saying, where's the Nigerian version of Umar Johnson? Where's the Nigerian version of Tariq Nasheed? Something like that, where's everybody talking about Niger and the good things and showing who we are when that? So
wait, Tariq Nasheed,
negativity from the country. It's a shame. It's a big country, but you basically got to have
don't they have famous soccer players and stuff like that?
No, people, all the soccer players.
Yes, they do, Kyla.
Well, what soccer players?
I know. Listen, I don't know them off the top of my head, but they do got.
Speak, man, you talk to them, they can't freaking speak. All they know is hi, my name is such. That's all you gonna get.
Most of the African soccer players, they from like Cameroon and stuff.
Yeah, Dave, you hear about the Liberian soccer team was denied entry into Finland because they said this because they keep fleeing and not coming back. It's time to leave. They're like, man, shit, ain't sending me back to Liberia.
Yeah.
Man, wow. That's real, man. That happens a lot in Africa, man.
But Liberians did it to themselves, though, Kyle.
I know. Last year, a Liberian basically, it took a year to find this motherfucker. They was hiding out in Finland somewhere,
But how is a black man gonna hide in Finland? Come on, Kyle, man. You make it up. Come on, everybody in Finland's white, man. Like, how you going?
Yeah, but you got a lot of African immigrants and stuff like that there. So
there's some Africans in Finland.
Yeah, some Africans, so they hide among them. Okay. So bottom line, they said, man, no more. No more, man. That's what the thing is. If
they go AWOL on the team, you're right. They'll go the AWOL play the game, go AWOL.
Yeah, the whole time, DR Congolese team disappeared, man.
Jeez, man. Whole team see, like I always say, a government shouldn't exist if you can't take care of your people. So if a whole team disappear, go AWOL, that government should be forced out of power, man, because that's embarrassing to your country, man.
Bottom line, before you can be embarrassed, you gotta have some pride. If you don't have no pride, you can't be embarrassed. That's
who doesn't have pride.
Most African countries, they don't have no pride.
I was about to say Nigerians definitely have a lot of pride.
Hold up. One thing being proud, right? That means you're proud of your culture. And pride is when you're ignoring your faults and you're just full of false being proud.
So when do they plan to escape? Before the game or like after the game? Like,
well, there's somebody they slick. Usually, like when there's about to leave, right? They disappear. That's why sometimes the host country they go rounding them up like right after the last game. Sad, man.
Crazy, man.
They round them up.
You know what I mean? They feel like they feel like they're going back to hell, going back
man.
home.
I don't blame them, man.
Straight
I'd be like,
I'm not going back home. I could be a dishwasher in Finland and be an upper middle class person back home.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy, man.
So the bottom line is this: something got to happen. Like I said about expectations, right? Now, anytime like this, you got people talking about African Americans are coming out. I said no, because anytime basic expectations become unrealistic expectations, you understand what I mean by that, Dave? Yeah. Realistic, essential expectations should be there on the table, right? Now we know everybody ain't being guaranteed a fucking Mercedes Benz, a flat screen TV, a pool in the backyard, stuff like that. But damn, you telling me pipe-borne water, a sewer line system, electricity, basic internet, and shit like that.
The thing that's
that's the basic.
I noticed for me, Kyla, what I noticed, the African on ground, they have low self-esteem. They don't believe they could do all of these things.
Yo, remember Mike Olawale? Mike Olawale got up here a couple of weeks ago and said, man, the white man got y'all spoiled. Y'all expect running water, toilets. I'm like, goddamn, man.
I remember that. I said, that's crazy.
That was funny. He said running water is a luxury, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. So you can get that in Nigeria. You just got to pay for it. I said, oh, man.
He said that was that was one of the funniest.
I don't. You understand me, Kyla? Like you talk about Black African infrastructure, right? You talk about it all the time.
Yeah,
you're talking about it, but the African politician is not talking of. It's nowhere in their head.
And that's why I tell anybody
nowhere in their
about
head.
Building a settlement in Africa. If the first thing that comes out of your mouth about the infrastructure, and you're talking about building houses before you talk about infrastructure, I can't take you seriously.
But I was watching O'Shea Duke Jackson, and he was saying that, like in Ghana and different African countries, how they shake down African Americans, where you might be $100,000 in a hole before you even, get your foundation laid, man. It's like he was basically saying there's a lot of scamsters in the government that really shake foreigners down, man.
I would say like this. The bottom line is this: when you go to a country and somebody give you land, run the other direction. What you want is real estate. That means you got developers already there. You might have to pay 5 times more for a property, but you're already on the sewer line. You're already on the electrical grid. You're already on the basics, right? So all you have to do is just build your house and connect onto the sewer line, the water line, the gas line, whatever like that. That's how you build a community. You don't just give somebody land and say you're all your own. You lay down the sewer line first, the pipes, dig the pipes, the culverts, the drainages. You develop the land, Yeah, and if you have to expand vertically, you expand vertically. You build apartment buildings instead of houses,
The sewer system is one of the first things you do when you're building.
Is the most thing because you got to put the shit somewhere.
1776.
They built the sewer system.
1776. Do you know I put out a whole blueprint for like Liberia, what they were supposed to do, like just the infrastructure, just those 3 basic things. Like I think that estimate came up to like 30 billion, like that at 2007.
Damn.
For the whole country.
You got to build infrastructure, bro. This shit costs money.
Yeah, they were saying I was listening to a channel. They said a lot of people were saying instead of renovating the port, they need to build basic infrastructure. Yeah,
they don't have like imagine like somewhere like Liberia, you're supposed to have like maybe 20,000 miles full of roads. They only got like maybe maybe like 1,000. You know what I mean? Like, get the, you
But
know what I mean?
that's better. That's better than Burkina Faso. They said they only got like 60 miles of paved. I said 60 fucking miles. That ain't nothing,
Everybody's
man.
going to, I said, my brother mine said, well, people are going to Burkina Faso. Yeah, look, I am sick and tired of arguing with fools and whatnot, you know? And
60
this
Now,
miles.
thing,
I ain't
They've been
gonna lie,
independent for
Tyler. I ain't
60
gonna lie,
years.
Tyler. If we give it another 5-10 years, it might be a different story over there, Tyler.
well, hold on. I'm saying like this. I get that, but I don't trust a stock diary kind of chick. I mean, I'm sorry, man. You know,
But
I
you've
think
been
she means well and whatnot, but the whole thing is, like I said, my expectations are different than a bikini. I said Burkina. I just said bikini. I said Burkina Faso. Okay, Burkina.
but the thing is, you've been
Yeah, I
independent for
was just about to
60
say that.
years.
Yeah, hold on.
Independent
I'm like this.
years.
I'm like this. If you got a nation state, whatever like that, and somebody like me, I'm like this. I know what Black America needs, you know, basic infrastructure. I know our culture requires it, you know, to being Black American, we cannot live without basic infrastructure. You know, that's our culture. We cannot live without the basic essentials. That's not too much to ask.
But Michael Mawali said toilet paper and running water is a luxury. You
Yeah,
know,
so
He said, no,
he said,
I cannot
Don't believe
imagine
that.
me.
yeah, he said that. He said like taking a shower twice a day. That's a luxury. I said,
No, it's
man,
not.
I
No,
can't
it's
imagine
not, bro.
going to
No, it's
Makoko
not.
and have to take a copper squat over the side of a boat, you know, and take a dump, whatnot, you know. Now I like toilets, man.
Talking
You know?
about a basic necessity is a luxury.
Yeah,
yeah,
basic.
that's what Mike said. He said,
Somebody in the projects could take a shower.
Yeah,
yeah, man.
project, man.
The poorest person
Project,
in America could take a shower right now.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, oh, you guys got project. No, it's not the same thing.
The only homeless people we have is people with mental health problems that really need to be institutionalized. You know.
Think about it. 1776.
And drug addicts.
People in a trailer park are taking showers.
Oh yeah, there's some nice trailers, man. There's some nice trailers, man. Some nice double wides.
They just don't want to do it. They don't have the will and the willpower to do it.
And they will say,
What do you think? Hey, Dave, what do you think is going to happen with this protest? You think it could boil into something bigger?
Whatever his name is, I met him one time when I was in Liberia.
For me, with the protest, like they're always fucking having protesters in Liberia. It doesn't fucking matter. They've been having protesters since fucking Talbot.
Hey, Dave, you see the one guy that's organizing
you know what I mean?
the guy's in the States. You know what he said, Dave? He said he can't go to Liberia because the Liberian government threatened to take his passport. That's a lie. You know, see, these guys orchestrate trouble from America.
It's a lot of propaganda. What you have is you have the Liberians over here who cause problems in the night.
Yeah, they cause problems using social media.
They the ones who cause problems.
I would do a blackout of social media. For like
hey, you can't do that, Kyler. That's freedom of speech. You'll be affected.
Look, let me tell you something, man. Freedom of speech be damned. You know, freedom of speech is. Oh, you know what freedom of speech means? Dave, let me say this. Freedom of speech, and we talk about the people who founded the idea of freedom of speech. They were all on the same accord. They all believed that we should have a country. We should have a government. They all believe in slavery. We all believe all stuff like that, commerce, capitalism, all stuff like that. If 99% of the stuff you agree on, right, you could have freedom of speech because you're all moving in the same direction. When you have a thing where people opposition, right? They don't care about there's no a unifying message or unifying culture, right? So when you let people come in, their freedom of speech, basically, they slander, they lie, you know, they set unrealistic expectations, whatnot. They'll say, well, geez, man, why can't Boca do this? Well, you know, the government has a budget, right? They can't do that, whatnot, you know. But the people who know that, right? The unrealistic people know, just like during the rice riots. Talbot said, you know, so we're gonna start growing our own country rice, whatever, like that, right? There were people who took that, right, and said the Liberian government were trying to raise prices, starve us out. See how it goes? Use ignorance and people not understanding to do it. That's what you have, you know. People And why you managing expectations? You got to tell. And people say, you know something, we're gonna have higher price on rice initially, but it's gonna be better when we start growing our own rice, and the price will go down like this. They didn't want to hear that. That's what's called managing expectations, you know. And so they rioted, you know. They rioted because
but Tyler, what I'm really finding out in Liberia, there's no real opposition.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of people who
it's no real opposition, nonsense, because nobody is talking about the real issues, like you just said.
They don't have no policy. You ask them, "What's your policy? What are your policy?" They have the only thing they keep saying is, "We're gonna want George Weah." They got people out there now talking about we want George Weah back. That's why I'm saying I'm taking it very slow with Liberia. I'm taking it very slow. You know, I want to be there. I want to build, man. But the bottom line is, if those goons and idiots get back into power, the CDC,
oh man, they're gonna loot the country.
Hey, but the thing is,
not gonna find a pencil.
But the thing is, for African countries where rice is your staple, you should always have a domestic rice industry. If that's the main course of your,
you can learn how to grow all different types of rice.
Yeah,
the University of Liberia should be experimenting with that in their agriculture. Link with HBCUs over here to upgrade the agriculture in Liberia.
I don't think rice is that complicated. I don't think it's like you're trying to create a space program.
You know, to grow what they do is they take the rice samples from other countries, right? And they grow it alongside the rice there. And the next, if you want that type of rice they have in Asia, you can grow right there in Liberia, you know?
But how can you create a missile program or a space program and you can't create a rice program, you know?
You go to one of the HBCUs, like the university. That's why I said I wish I was organized, right? When I get organized, I want to do stuff like that from Liberia. Get the University of Liberia and the University of Tennessee or Norfolk State Agricultural Department and work on that because they got grants and funds to do that. You know,
the thing is,
it depends. Overseas to study, bring some like African Americans, whoever to Liberia, and let's do it.
It depends on what type of rice you like to eat. You go to that country and probably. Say you like to eat Chinese rice, have the Chinese come and teach.
There's rice. Look, my guy, Armstrong Jabba, he's growing a type of rice, just regular rice, white rice. You know, I love it. You know, I love Liberian rice. I don't know what anybody's talking about.
It can't be that complicated, man, to grow rice.
Hey, Dave, you have any problem with Liberian rice?
I love Liberian rice, but
I love Liberian rice. I don't know what anybody talking. I like the Liberian rice.
But Elvis said it has a country taste.
I have no idea what Elvis.
I like Liberian rice. Sure.
What is
Liberian rice? What's Liberian rice?
Elvis said it has an aftertaste. Like
aftertaste. Look. I eat the white rice right there with fish with the spicy.
It's like the American rice, 1776. They just want the American rice, man. You know.
They like that. They like that Uncle Ben, man. That Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, you know, that pot boy, you know, that Carolina. They want the Carolina. They want the you know what I mean? You know? The Office Depot rice, you know, that pot boy, you know what I mean? That's what they want.
I know Liberia. I never had a problem with that rice. When the wife made
that rice from Arkansas, Bill Clinton
rice, and they make the spicy rice, the fried rice, the rice cooked in palm butter. I got no problem with Liberian rice. I just love it.
See, if the government wasn't corrupt, you reach out to Uncle Ben, you reach out to America and ask them. You said the people have that taste. You know,
Liberia got plenty of rice.
And then you can open
76
people to friggin' work.
You think they're gonna ask the same people they overthrow for help? Hell no.
But I'm saying Uncle Ben could create a factory over there, and that's jobs.
Liberia got plenty of rice opportunities over there. There's plenty. The Liberians are not growing rice; they're growing eggs from farms. They're really making a lot of progress right now. You know, they're really making a lot of progress.
So what's the core of this protest? What's it about?
Because you got to understand Liberia, right? Just like when you start talking about building a Navy base there, they will use that to say suddenly everybody will become a Traore protest enthusiast, and they'll say they'll say Buckeye is selling our country to America, blah blah blah. Same country that loves America so much, they always use America to basically say, "Oh, you sold out to America," blah blah blah, blah blah blah, and that's all it takes to get the people mobbed and wrapped up. That's why it'll never happen. You know, it'll never. Also, let me tell you something. bro. You cannot have a U.S. base being the largest employer in a country. Now, Japan, right? Japan's a country with corporations like Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, Mazda, Hitachi, whatnot. It's an industrial superpower, you know? So the U.S. military base is not really any effect. Same thing with South Korea. They got Hyundai and all Kia and all these other corporations there that are big. But when you come to a country like a third world small country, right, that base would be the de facto government. You know, the country would lose its sovereignty just by having that political. Liberia went through that with Firestone. Firestone became the number one employer in the country. They actually had more power than the government. And
they said Firestone, you know, they said Firestone created a middle class in the country. You know,
but the whole thing is though the government to keep power in the country, right? You know, you cannot have the Firestone was defying the government. Tolbert went in there and ordered them. Firestone was not paying their fair share and stuff like that, and to the government and stuff like that. Tolbert went in there with the books and got millions of dollars back from Firestone. You know, but before Tolbert came in there, whatnot, Firestone was as powerful as the government in Liberia because it was the number one employer. It built the Farmington Dam. You know, once the Coffee Dam was built, then Liberia became a little more bold, you know, when Mount Coffee Dam was built. So you got to understand something. When you talk about letting somebody come in there and build a military operation, and they're basically employing people.
Do you think Firestone was a net positive or a net negative?
It was necessary at the time. You understand something? Liberia was about to lose its sovereignty to France and Britain, right? Firestone gave Liberia diplomatic cover because Harvey Firestone, Liberians used to say, look, you can't take us over, even though Liberia was in debt to France and the UK. They said you can't take it over because Harvey Firestone was going to give us a loan for to pay our debts, and he did. He came over a $5 million loan, and out of which they built the Farmington River Dam and some improvements, whatnot. And so, therefore, Liberia that saved Liberia's sovereignty. You know, so that was necessary. So, in the thing, so yeah, they did benefit from Firestone thing. One thing it did was Harvey Firestone basically had political power to warn the British not to take over Liberia because the British had a monopoly on global rubber. You understand that? You know, British wanted a global monopoly on rubber, and the World War II was about to start. So, Liberian rubber was crucial to the war effort. And Harvey Firestone was tired of paying the prices from the British, right? He wanted his own source of rubber. That's why he went there. You know,
rubber is important, man.
So therefore, that's what I'm trying to tell you. But Liberians only did that because it was necessary at the time. You know, had they not did that,
Liberia, do they have a tire industry?
No, they don't have a tire industry. That's what I said. It was necessary for the time period, right? But there weren't no negotiations to demand that. You know, the thing was the stuff is filtered out in the Farmington River. They ship the stuff to ships out sea, and the stuff goes right to the United States up the Hudson River to Akron, Ohio. You know, through the Erie Canal up to Akron, Ohio, and that basically makes all the tires and whatnot. You know, you cannot build tires unless you have like 10, 15 African countries saying, you know something, this is how many tires we're importing into the continent.
That's crazy because Akron, Ohio.
Liberia's market is not big enough to justify it. So you need at least 20 African countries working together. That's why I say African countries not working together, not knowing each other, that's a problem, you know?
But Akron, Ohio, their economy is still predicated on.
But they sell tires, fixed tires all over the world. You know, all over the world. What I'm saying is this: Africa could have created their own market because right now Africa imports all those tires from Asia and every place else. They could have basically all these countries in Africa. Like I said, my model was Liberia build its own stock exchange, right? Start the Liberian Rubber Corporation, right? Give every African country, black people, a chance to buy stock in that thing, right? And you could capitalize it. And now you got a guaranteed market because you basically put tariffs on Chinese-made goods and import your own thing from the company you own there. It's very elementary. That's how millionaires and billionaires are created. That model right there is how that's how Asia was built. You know, that's why you got so many billionaires in Asia through those sort of business links. But you know. But Africans rather fight each other over like this is Dinah show today, talking about tribe and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. And I thought Nigeria would be a leader in Africa, you know, but there's a bunch of clowns, you know. Like I said, I don't know what's going to happen if black meat, and it's a bad time for the black race because it seems like Black America is moving away from the continent, you know. And if that happens, man, Africa's, I don't know.
Kyler, we were never close to the continent.
Oh, yeah, yes, we were. I don't know what you're talking about, you know. The
No,
last 10, 15 years, black people have been going to the continent, making deals. We got a lot of black people in African Americans in South Africa.
It's a minority of
well,
African
it doesn't
Americans.
matter. Well, yeah, but those minorities are making significant big moves. You may not go to the continent, but there's people. It doesn't matter. All you need is that business class. You don't need everybody, you know. Majority of black people here are useless anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But you do need that black.
Ghana has
You need the Timothy Hightowers over there. You need Bridgewater Group over there. You need people like the McKinsey Group. The McKinsey Group is in South Africa. They build everything from stadiums to everything, and that's run by a CEO's a black female. She built the Pittsburgh stadium. You know. She's a contract. She builds airports and everything.
Didn't Bob Johnson didn't he invest in several African countries?
Yeah, he does. He got a hotel he sold in Liberia. You know, Kadeja, I always go there. You know, Kenja. So there's black people from America that do invest in Africa. The Lucas Group built the medical surgical center in Ghana. So black people who go to Africa do make the difference, you know, do make the difference. So people say, oh, no, there are black people in America that go to Africa and do big things, you know.
But Ghana's been messing up, man. They've been messing up, man. A lot of people's been complaining all over YouTube about Ghana.
Yeah, so it is what it. Like I said, managing expectations. People didn't have realistic expectations in Ghana. All they do is like Africans are good at that, showing you the nice side of the country. They show you tall buildings and everything. Like they show you highways and everything. Lewis, you know, show you highways and everything. But you know that ain't the real deal. You know, when you get there, it's like, damn, man. I've been waiting.
I mean, they shouldn't have went to Ghana. I think they shouldn't have went to Ghana full steam, man. They tiptoed in Ghana and really parlayed in Liberia.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense to go to Ghana and you don't really have a historical connection to Ghana. They shouldn't have went to Liberia first. It doesn't make sense.
Also, when you go to Liberia, you got to friggin' build something. You got to build from the ground. You got to say like this. We want to build a city from the. We want to have our own local commodities exchange. We want to be able to put our own banks here. We want to put all this. We want to bring currency. We want to have our own reserve bank, whatever like that. What's the deal, right?
But realistically,
draft the agreement up, and then let the government of that host country say yay or nay. If they say no, that's fine. It's their law. Then show them how to make money because we say, look, we could put $1 billion into your economy. You know, if we do this, now, of course they're gonna say yes, but we haven't had anybody yet that come up with a plan. It could be done, you know, but we haven't had anybody come up with a plan. All you need is like a few square miles of land to build.
Realistically, if 20,000 African Americans go to Liberia, it's going to cause conflict. You know, the CDC.
No, look. Let me tell you something. One thing about the CDC and all these other people, they don't equate us with Congo people like they did before and stuff like that. We're just like an anomaly. Where they don't really consider us, you know, any. It doesn't matter because we're not. Look, the thing about African Americans in Liberia, we're not looking for political office. You know, that's all these people. You got to understand something. Somebody said we understand Liberia. You know, as long as you're not looking for political office. Because that's all they care about is political office, you know.
And you can control a political office if you get a good economic base. If you build a strong economic base, you can control it.
So I'm saying like this: if we ever built something there, we can have our own micro state government where we can govern ourselves. That's all we fucking need, you know, like our own council and stuff like that, and judiciary, magistrate. You know, that's all we fucking need, you know. The government of Monrovia and all these other people fighting over it, whatever they're fighting over, let them keep doing that, you know. But you got to have something.
Kyla, they got a video. They was fighting over gas slips the other day. They was fighting over the gas cards. They was arguing.
Oh yeah. The Pen boys are coming up. Man. The motorcycle league, man, they're coming up. What are their issue? What do they want? Yo, the government's been cracking down on those people. I noticed that last one was there. You can't just be. They limit the number of motorcycles on the street. You know, and it's been clear a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're mad about. But there's got to be rules and regulations. You can't just set up your market thing everywhere now. You know, now it looks like starting to look like a civilized country. You know, before any fruit stand would just market and leave a bunch of trash behind. And everything like that.
That's why they want George Weah back for the law.
Yeah, they want George Weah so you go back to doing
do whatever they want. Yeah.
You know, they want to be able to do all the stupid dumb shit they were doing before.
Somebody said the weird guy. They said he's leaving the country while his party is protesting. And I said, wow, that's funny.
Of course, he don't want to get arrested, you know. All these leaders of the so-called protests, they aren't gonna be there, you know. They're gonna be safely as somebody else. But the bottom line is this: I would say like this to if I was a Liberian president, right? First thing I said with Donald Trump was, look, we have a lot of dissidents in this country, right, that are causing trouble online. I would do a blackout, right, and then basically have every Liberian in America, right, give them 2 years to come back to Liberia and show all them. So they're starting to do that now. On jobs, they want to see your whole social media history. Even in America right now, to get a visa, America's going to start asking for people's social media history. See what you are. So the bottom line, what Liberia needs is to spend money on, and I don't know probably have money, those are cybersecurity threats, like monitor people's social media posts, who's doing what around the world. It needs to like his intelligence, like the CIA, because that's how you stop people from incubating problems overseas, and say, okay, if you suspect somebody incubating stuff overseas, say, okay, you're a Liberian citizen, you're ordered to come home, If not, your visa or your citizenship is canceled. If you don't do it a certain amount of time, when you do come, we're going to arrest you and you're going to be facing 10 years in prison. You got to show yourself, present yourself either to the Liberian consulate in the United States or present yourself to Liberia, Monrovia, That'll stop a lot of that stuff. Just by the thought of getting that, having that happen to you will stop a lot of this reckless stuff people are talking. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, they don't have cybersecurity in Liberia.
They don't have no cybersecurity, so they're sitting duck.
And it's a lot of
like you said, online on Facebook accounts.
There's a lot of Liberians in like Minnesota. They're antagonizing. They're inciting riots, they're really inciting this protest. They're the ones funding this protest.
Inciting a protest,
They're funding it too, Kala. They're the one that they're having collections and they're funding it.
Yeah, a rent-a-mob called rent-a-mob.
And you don't really, I call them, the rebel time Liberians. The guys in Minnesota, spread out, North Dakota. They're not civilized like the Liberians in New York and DC. These guys, they just rebel rousers.
North Dakota.
They be up there in North Dakota, man. You'd be surprised.
They sent them out during it's kind of odd doing because during the war, that's what we did. They just sent them out.
They be sending Africans in places like Maine, Rhode Island.
Sent them out to crazy areas. Ohio, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota.
I was like, what the hell is Negro?
How you go?
They're rebel rousers.
How cold it is in North Dakota, man?
How you go from sunny Africa, warm Africa, tropical Africa to North Dakota?
It is what it is.
I can't take this no more. He was in the cold. I'm going back to Liberia. He was in the snow.
They love it over there. Colin, it's better than Liberia.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
I would have told them to put me in Florida or something. I don't want to.
No. We can't do that. We have to find a good spot.
They don't want you happy like that. They're gonna put you in place.
Think about it. You gotta think about it. Think about it. If you're a millionaire basketball player or football player, nobody wants to go to Minnesota.
Nope.
Nobody
wants to go to Utah.
Nobody wants to go to Utah. Who the hell wants to be over there?
Nobody wants to go to Portland.
You got Liberians in Montana. Man, come on.
What do they get
population? 3% black population in those states. I mean, it's kind of
3% African population. There ain't really no African Americans in Montana. 3% African.
I mean, we got some people in Nebraska.
My homeboy played for Montana. He said the ground was so cold, like his cleats wouldn't go into the ground, man. He was like,
it's a lot of flat land up there. So the cold over there is brutal. It's flat land.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not,
one of my boys,
not like mountain ridges and stuff like that.
North Dakota. He still got a house there, North Dakota. He said, man, every time I talk with the whole freaking winter, he was just blanketed with snow and shit. You know, like
it's flat land. It's not like New York or Jersey, mountain ranges, the Appalachians. You got mountains and stuff. Nah, it's just straight flat land out there, bro. So when that shit hit, it hit.
Man.
Yeah, that shit hit. It hit.
Like I said, back to the question about our good friends in Nigeria, like, they gotta get together, man. It's like shit.
Man, that's so embarrassing to get banned from a. To get banned from
you got that video of that Nigerian saying he can't move back to Nigeria.
No, send it to me.
Send it to you on your Facebook. I don't know if you watch.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Is it on you?
He was in Nigeria. He was like, y'all can't move back. I can't be in Nigeria. He's like, nah, they be scheming over there. He a Nigerian talking like that. He's like, yo, nah, I can't be over there. They schemed my friend. I can't live over there. I'm in the UK. Nah.
You sent me a messenger? I'm see it. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on.
At least you gotta give America kudos. At least you got to give America kudos. At least we taking Nigerians, man. You can't say we're racist and we taking Nigerians.
Nigerians benefit in America because of us. That's it.
Yeah.
Because they hide behind, they commit crimes and we get stuck with the bill, So when they do something in America, all people see is a black face. I see this one guy that raped a chick when I hear something like blah, 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 blah. I say, that nigga ain't no black American, but he's like Florida, They go African, I'm saying. But the bottom line, we get blamed for everything. All the people say is, white people know what they're doing. They don't say he's a Somali. They don't say this. Now, if a Nigerian achieves something in math and science, they'll say, look at this fine Nigerian American.
Why are the Somalis so politicized, man? They keep running for office. I'm like, damn, they got this dude look like one of them terrorists off of, what's that? What was that with the Army Rangers, that movie, Mogadishu? He's running for mayor of Minnesota. He looked like a straight Black Hawk Down actor,
Anyone realize knows that? Yeah, we know Lesotho, but nobody's planning on going to Lesotho. Yeah, Rudy. Nobody's going to Lesotho.
Yeah, Nigeria's government is a joke, man. Straight up joke.
So I don't know what the future is, but all I know is, like I said, Donald Trump is America's got the Congo now. He's about to get the Congo, and what can you do, man? The white man, you just gotta give him a hand off. He won. I'm just serious, man. I took that out the white man, What the fuck you did, man? Whatever it is. But Negroes want to fight me all the time.
The thing, like when I was looking, the thing that made Western countries successful is they don't have all those tribes. And the thing is, when England, the Anglo and the Saxon, they spoke the same language, In Africa, everybody speaking a different language, man.
Well, I was in the Dynasty show today, man, and all these people like that dude, what is his name? Starts with a J, or whatever. Talk about tribe this, tribe that. When I say, dude, I say, man, you sound like Bloods and Crips setting,
talking about Ragoon.
That dude was a clown, man. Who is he? That dude was a straight up clown. Did that Wildflower chick, man,
But that's funny. They said the Nigerian guy went to Ghana and set up his own kingdom. I said, wow, he need his ass whooped, man.
No, but, the bottom line is this. Look, I showed you a video on thing where a white guy became a chief in Ghana. It's on TikTok. I can't play it because it's on TikTok. But I said to everybody, I said to Kofi said, but you go to the steering collar, so he's not being carried. That means that's a no, man. That's a good guy.
Are they actually real chiefs, Coach Holla?
Kobe
Are they
got
actually
it,
real
man.
chiefs?
What?
That's funny.
Are they actually real chiefs, or it's just like a title? They just
I know, dude, man. Bottom line is you got a white man in Africa, right? And all these Africans walking beside him, yeah, chief, whatever the hell it is, man. You know, honorary. So that means if you basically black from America, like if you call yourself a prince, chief, whatever like that, that means it's nothing because a white person can get the same title. That means it has no real meaning.
Like Jonathan said, man. He said Africa hasn't learned in 400 years, man. It's like they still back there with.
Check out. That's how white people, like places like Dahomey, they had white people coming in as being chiefs and all shit like that, you know, and they wonder why the slave trade escalated, you know. That's the African mind, man. That's why I say I can't put my help. If I'll be a fool if I say, you know something, I'm just going to Africa and rely on my African friends to govern me and my feet. Get the fuck out of here, you know. That ain't happening. I ain't trying to be back on a slave ship, you know. That's what definitely happened, man. 5 years from now, next thing you know, collar. When that next thing you know, I'm getting aboard in the slave ship.
The problem with the modern day African in Africa, they're not ready for the 21st century.
Did you see that? Did you see that video where the guy, the African guy that was going all over the world, mess with white chicks, talking all this stuff, and he got called a nigger in the Philippines?
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Oh, I gotta play it for you.
What they call
Somali.
What? No, not dry Somali.
They call Filipinos the niggas. They call Filipinos the niggas of Asia. So
This was a white person in the Philippines, right? This guy said hello to a little girl, ladies at the beach, and she called him a nigger, right? And he was like, I can't believe
she called that to a white dude.
What it was a black guy, an African guy.
Okay, a white person in the Philippines called him.
A white person in the Philippines called him a nigger, and he was crushed. He said, "My heart is broken. I can't believe." Hey, y'all want to see that video? I'll play it. You know.
But why you say his heart? Why you say his heart crushed though, man? You like
because he went around the world talking all this peace, love, and he was talking shit about Black America, Black women in America, all shit like that.
Shoot. If you ever play Xbox or whatnot, that's white people's favorite thing to do up there. Call you out.
I know he was thinking like, Dad, that's
I gotta charge my phone. I'll be back.
I know he was thinking when that white guy called him a nigga, he was like, Dad, this only happened to Black Americans, man. It only happened to Black people in America, man. Damn.
Nah, they be like, no, I'm not a nigga. I'm not a nigga.
No, he was surprised, like surprised. He was like, wow.
And they said nigga, go back to Africa. He was crushed.
Yeah, in the Philippines. I'm not even in America.
Okay, and that's not the first time that happened. It's happening a lot to Africans living in Asia, they're being told. China, it's going on in China, Hong Kong. There's a lot of people anti-African that's going on.
I think it's good. Let them learn the hard way, man.
Yeah, so hold on,
caller. The Philippines is Africa. I don't know who this ZV person is. They be saying the craziest stuff.
Who the fuck is this? This guy's a fucking clown. Go to the Philippines. Let them call you a nigga. Okay, go ahead, dumb motherfucker. So.
Thank you for your interest in conducting an admissions flight with ATP.
Okay, JC, fair use, folks.
It's not uncommon for Africans to experience racism in other countries, not just America or Europe, whenever they travel abroad. In fact, Africans can experience racism right here in Africa. But in this case, we have this guy by the name of Axel Khalifa. Now, Axel is a guy that's from Burundi. And recently he's traveled over to the Philippines, okay? And I've heard other Africans complain about the fact that they've been treated unfairly because they lived in the Philippines and they were Black.
I've been called the N-word 6 times in the Philippines now, 5 times by kids and 1 time by an adult. You want to know what's even more interesting? The adult wasn't Filipino. It was a white foreigner.
However, white people have also been critical of the Philippines for the same reason, but just something a little bit different.
So I'm pretty sure there's a thing in the Philippines, and I'm calling it reverse racism or positive racism. And I'm just speaking out of pure experience. being a foreigner in the Philippines, specifically being white, all right, you get treated like with a very high level of respect here as a foreigner. But it's because you're white. So it's like positive racism. And I know I'm going to get bashed in the comments.
Man, why is he
That's okay.
complaining?
Go ahead. It's all love on my end.
He's,
right?
He's boasting.
I'm just putting out there what I experience and what I notice. It's all good. I ain't complaining. You know what I mean? I feel like this has to be talked about. People don't really talk about this. Because where I'm from, if you come across somebody racist or judging you off of your skin or acting a certain way towards you because of the color of your skin, you know, usually it's in a negative light, right? But out here, it's in a positive one. So any foreigners out in the Philippines, does this happen to you? Let me know in the comments.
Now this guy is saying, hey, you guys are worshiping me because I'm white. And for somebody to say that, it's easy to assume that, oh, okay, because a person is black, they would have a different experience. And this is the case with Mr. Axel Khalifa, okay? He flew to the Philippines and he's a travel like lifestyle creator. And an American was there with her kids, a white American. And, you know, he's like trying to teach the kids something. And all of a sudden this happened.
I really had a good day as a start, you know. But, excuse me, guys, it's first time having so much emotion. I never feel so
man,
bad.
This dude like he about to cry, Colin.
Of being black, you see, that's really hurt my heart.
He is crying. What?
To see American people being so racist with me because of their child. I'm an orphan, so that's really broke my heart today. I never feel so. It's never feel so harder for me to forgive.
Definitely, Africa's not ready.
Everybody don't need a phone, man. He's embarrassed.
I'm super proud. So whatever would put me down, my color of skin, whatever in this country, I'm gonna leave it to
grown
God.
man crying because somebody called him a name. That's crazy.
Before Hack Reactor, I was delivering appliances and driving a truck, and now I'm a senior software engineer. I knew I had to go do something. I knew I had to go get a master.
Shortly after that, his story went viral in the Philippines and then also on TikTok. He then tried to leave the country, but then the Filipino government found out about it and this happened.
I choose to leave the country, but I got refused from boarding or checking in at the airport, saying that I need a visa, which I was aware of that I don't need one.
So people were feeling sorry for him. Even Queen Latifah commented on the video. A lot of folks started commenting on, you know, his stuff. And then what ended up happening was interesting. People started checking out his other posts. And what they realized was this particular travel vlogger has a lot of content with white women. All right. As you can see this here, I'm in the background and it looks like he's the only black dude there sometimes and things like that. And so once that happened, people got in the comment. So people started to comment on this guy's video. Weren't you the same person that was crying for racism? What are you doing with a white woman? This individual goes, cry about racism, but they have white people be the center of your video. This person goes, after all the racism you've experienced, why do you choose to feature a blonde woman in a bikini in your content? We've already seen this 1,000 times over. Sorry if she's your partner, but just saying in the name of balance, representation, body image. Now, to be fair, I've seen him do the same thing with a black lady. Like you can look at this clip here. He's doing certain types of like fake skits. I'm not sure, right? So it could not be. But the fact that the majority of these type of skits that I see are with white women like this. He also says something in common about black people who cry racism is that they're always around people who are not black. You don't love your own people, so you're always trying to fit in non-white spaces.
Facts.
And then they put you in your place. You cry tears of rejection. So let me just say something that's important. I know that continental Africans tend to view racism or discrimination differently than historical African American. I saw this was a very big difference between me and kind of the Africans when we lived in Poland. And it was more or less the same thing. Like, why are you people talking about me in a negative way when all I see is good people? All I see is love. The world needs more love. And at a certain point, he even, you know, he got a free room. Like, he had to go back to his hotel, no visa. He got a free room that day. And then he took some money out and he started like spending money and feeding Filipinos on camera. I don't know why he did that, but you know, hey, this is kind of what happens. And so Africans, when I dealt with them or met them in Poland, and whenever they would receive racism, they would be like, their feelings would be hurt as to, well, why don't you like me? What can I do to prove myself that you like me? Well, at the same time, they wanted to have all of these relationships with, you know, white women or white people, and they wanted to be more accepted. And whenever something would happen, like what happened here, some of them would cry because they had so much of a desire to be accepted by white people. And this is something that I've always talked about here since I lived in Europe. And for Africans who are watching this show, no matter where you're from, you're in Dubai, you're in the Middle East, you're in the Philippines. Nobody has time to accept you, okay? I know that sounds harsh, but if they would have accepted you by now, they would have. Sure, you'll have some people that you'll find that are nice and don't care that you're black. You're going to have some people that are kind and in the Arab world and understand you got value. But ultimately, if you don't do what these other groups are doing, which is believing in yourself and working with your own community, like the Emiratis do, like Filipinos do, and we even saw that kind of Filipino racism that happens in Dubai because they're the managers and, you know, they make it hard for black workers there. I've had many podcasts in which I've talked about it, but then that's the lack of black unity that creates those situations. And so once you're out there and your ideology is this and you're wondering why they don't accept you, nobody will accept you. You got to accept yourself. Africans and blacks got to accept ourselves. We got so much opportunity right now that the rest of the world, we don't even really need like that. If you just take the black community in America, the hashtag FBA community in America, there's so much opportunity in that. You don't need nobody else. Now, if you want to mix that in with what you got in Uganda, what you got in Nigeria, what you got in Kenya, what you got in South Africa, what you got in Jamaica and Trinidad, you can solve a whole lot of problems overnight and not needing to ask the Filipinos or ask the white person in the Filipinos or in the Philippines why they feel a certain way about you, because you'd be so busy working with your own community, you wouldn't care. Literally every single day, I have so much opportunity working in the black world. I don't have time to be worried about or asking somebody white, why don't you like me? I know he's in the Philippines and he's doing his thing, but look, you're trying to get accepted by them folks, bro. And when them folks don't like you, you're hurt because you want to be like them, okay? You want to be like them. And the world sees things through a racist lens many times. Some of us may see it like that. And that's what we need to understand. The opportunities out there in life that are minimized and not given or whoever else is saw through many times a racist lens. And we got to accept that for what it is. Stop kowtowing to these people. And then there you go, trying to put the white women all in your videos. I don't know what you're trying to do. Maybe you want your folks back in Burundi to feel like you're on something. Stop it. Get some help. You got something popping. You lit now. You really got it like that. Ain't nobody really worried about you like that, bro. It's not that serious. You're not like, they don't really deal with you like that, bro. You're down bad. That's why you crying.
That's really hurt my heart today.
You're crying because they don't respect you and you want to be one of them and they don't want you in their club. Now, she might not have ever told you that in America, but since she on a vacation in the Philippines, she'll tell you that all day because can't nobody do nothing about it. So don't end up like this, brother, trying to save the world and trying to get harmonious peace and all of that. No, they don't like you. You ain't got to be disrespectful, but like yourself. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy, Shitty Jackson, back at it again. Another episode of Fair Use. I'm out.
What I don't understand is why would you record yourself
buy your house? I can pay you cash for your house
What?
no matter what condition it's in.
Why would
I
you
said
what?
what I don't understand. Like, why would you record yourself crying? Like,
Because
that's
it's
weird.
fucking Africans, man. They're different. You know, they're different. They're emotional. You know, that's the way they are. You know, they're very extra. You thought he was going to get sympathy from the world over, and bottom line, people look at him like he's a freaking fool.
If he had Colin, I wish he had this energy for other black people that didn't like him. And,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
like,
you know,
where's that energy for other black people? Like, oh man, you don't like me, man. We gotta try to
they don't like me. Blah blah blah. You know, it just broke my
man.
heart and whatnot. You know, that's when you go around the world loving everybody else but yourself. You know, loving yourself. First, I disagree. Black people in America, we don't cry over white people. That's the one thing. We do not cry over white people. You know,
I seen some videos.
What? Like what? Show me the video.
It was a time that black girl, because you know the white people down there in Baton Rouge was talking about separating, and she was there crying, talking about.
Oh yeah, those type of black people. We're talking about normal black people. You
Okay,
know?
she's an African American. She did.
Yeah, but hold on. Just because somebody African American don't make sure. Yeah, we got coons here. You know.
Okay, so you know, different groups of black people do it. They shouldn't be doing it.
What I'm saying is this though: you never see a grown black man in America, right? A real black man in America talk about somebody white people basically hurt my feelings. He said his heart was broken. God damn, man. That means he really was going to friggin', you know, that's some serious shit. He said his heart was broken. It's one thing to cry, but to say your heart is broken over some white person not liking you, man, that's some serious shit. Man,
that's a good one, ZV. Tyrese Gibson. He always crying on camera.
Yeah, he's a clown. You know, he's an actor. He's a clown. You know? But I'm saying, ain't no real men crying, but crying over somebody you don't know that called you a name or racial slur. I don't think he even said the N-word. Did he say the N-word? He just said I think with the girl that said, "Get away from my child," whatever like that, it made it clear that you're black, you know, something like that. I don't think the lady even called him a nigga, you know. She just told him, "Stay away from my child." Or now he was like, "I got a child, love children, blah blah blah." Yeah, but you're a big black man, you know, and they were like, "We don't want you near my children."
Ahmed, what do you mean by that, Ahmed?
Check it out. Check us out. A couple of years ago, same thing happened in the UK with this African guy, right? You know how Africans love children. He went and touched this child on a subway, and the lady's like, "Don't touch my baby," right? And the guy's like, "What's wrong? You know, what's wrong with me touching your child? I love children." She goes, "Yeah, but that's my child. Don't touch him," you know? And what you call he didn't understand. You don't put your hand on somebody else's child, you know?
Was he directly from Africa, or
obviously it was from fucking Africa, you know?
No, I mean, like, was he like recent immigrant?
Well, I don't know. He was on the subway, you know, and the lady said, "Don't touch my child." He was like playing with the child, right? And he touched the child. Like, I went to go grab the child's hand. I think he even tried to pick her up, and he's like, "No, you don't freaking touch my child, you know, you say hello, but don't touch," you know? And the guy was like, he was offended. He was like, "Oh, this is what we do with children. Children are supposed to be enjoyed." Some shit like that.
I mean, because in Africa, depending on what part of Africa you're from, you know, kids are pretty safe.
Yeah, but this lady doesn't know him. He was a complete stranger.
Right. That's why I was asking, like, was he a recent immigrant from
I
Africa?
have no idea. He was just some stranger on the train, and he was maybe harmless. You know, it probably was innocent, harmless. But you gotta say, you're dealing with white people. It was a white lady, blonde, blue-eyed lady, and you know, she had these little children and whatnot. And you're a black man. You know, that says it all. You know,
it's a cardinal sin. You don't do that. You don't touch no white lady.
I see all the time. I see little cute white kids. Oh, she's cute, whatever. I don't dare try to touch them. You know, kid's cute. Oh, I was telling white kid family, "Oh man, you got a cute baby. You know that baby's cute."
Or you just wave to the kid. You know,
wave. They wave their little fingers back. That's it. You know,
do some gestures.
Hey. You know. So, but the bottom line, you do not touch.
Oh no, you do never. You never. I never touch.
You don't touch it, but Africans, they don't. I guess obviously he was saying we always touch children and whatnot because I guess there's no stigmata to it. In America, you know, it wasn't even like that years ago. Years ago, people used to touch kids. Oh, kids so cute.
I mean, that's because we got too many weird people in these countries.
We live in a time where you're automatically assumed to be a pedophile until proven otherwise. You know.
Right.
we live in that's the time period we live in. You know, everybody thinks you're a pedophile.
I
Everybody
mean,
thinks.
you'd be surprised how many pedophiles in America. Like,
Yeah, but hold
they're
on.
everywhere.
When you say stuff like that, that's why I say, look, since everybody thinks that, you know something, I'm assuming that when I go out and whatnot, I'm a man. I stay to myself. Sometimes I'll say hello to a family, whatnot. Like earlier today, I was in a store. Beautiful black sister in there, man. She was gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous. She was there with her daughter, right? I said, she held the door for me. I said, hello, how you doing? It was like, that's it. You know, no other conversation. Know why? Because she knows she's fine. She's beautiful. I mean, long braids. I mean, she's drop dead gorgeous. Anyway, she had a little daughter. Her daughter's cute. Like she was mixed, you know. And the bottom line is this. I don't know, when I was walking out, she was waiting until I got to my car. And I said to myself, I hope she wasn't waiting until I pulled off so she'd come out because she was on the line. Because basically, like, you know, I know a lot of times women nowadays think every man's trying to get them with their number. So you gotta really be conscious about the world you live in, you know?
I mean, Frenchie, Michael Jackson was a little weird though, I will say.
Yeah, he was a little weird. That was a little extra. I wouldn't have done
Like
that.
I don't know no grown man trying to have sleepovers with children.
I'm a big fan of Michael Jackson. That was some weird shit, you know. I wouldn't have done that, you know? That was some weird shit, you know?
Yeah. I ain't never want to have a sleepover with children.
No. It's all very innocent. Well, it may have been. Because Michael Jackson never had childhood, you know. That's what they said it was. But he was innocent, you know. But I wouldn't put myself in that situation.
Yeah, never put yourself in that situation.
You know, so when I see kids and let's say one of my nieces and nephew when I is hi and goodbye.
Yeah, hi and goodbye. That's it.
You not touch. You don't say sit on my lap. Nothing. You know, I don't want none of that shit. Because you don't want nobody making any sort of thing saying you did that to my child or you did that to my woman or whatever like that. You not touch. You know. So here goes a man talking about. I don't give a flying fuck about Epstein and Trump.
What foul are you talking about? What foul?
Epstein files. You know.
No, I was just joking. I was
no,
just
what
joking.
I'm saying. No, my point I'm trying to say is this. You know. All I know is Donald Trump just brought $90 billion to Western Pennsylvania loan to revitalize U.S. Steel, Pittsburgh, U.S. Steel. That's going to put a lot of black people, a lot of money in the black people. A lot of black people want to have good jobs. And it's about to be more than the black income is like 1.7 trillion. It might hit $2-3 trillion in the next 10 years. So black America might be a $3 trillion spine power in the next 10 years. You know, if this keeps up.
Yeah, the money's coming
know,
in.
Francis,
I see the money's
they
coming in.
under the rug.
The money's coming in.
The money's
Black
coming
America's
in.
on its way, you know, so it is what it is, you know.
But I remember they said it was going to release that pound.
There's a conspiracy. So, Dave, did you hear this? There was a conspiracy of the African Union getting with the government of America to milk Black America. That's funny. This is the Bain Capital, man. That's something. Bain Capital and partner of racial. That's not a good look, man. Bain Capital. That's Bit Rhonda, you know.
Sounds bad too, man. What do you mean Michael Jackson wasn't weird? That was some weird stuff, man. You can't be having sleepover with children.
What is this? I don't see his comment.
Talking about
oh yeah, I see it.
Michael J.
What he did was weird.
That is weird.
Weird.
Sleepovers with children is weird.
J Loud, what you call it? Ahmed says FBAs want to have a fight with over $1 billion other blacks while they have 43 million people. What the hell is he talking about? You know?
And the older I got, you know, I understand Michael Jackson went through some things as a child, but the older I got, you know, the skin bleaching and the nose surgeries and
yeah, man, it was just good too much, man. You know,
it got so bad. Like I told you the story before, I was in fifth grade. Not fifth grade. No, I was in seventh grade. And when I told the kids in the classroom that Michael Jackson was black, they all looked at me like I was crazy. All the white kids looked at me like I was crazy. They ain't know he was black.
Yeah, man, it was something else. He got reverse real zygo. Let the fuck out.
No, he did have vitiligo though. That was confirmed when he died. But he also did bleach his skin, like to even his skin tone.
He tried to get rid. I thought when he did that beauty video, he was such a beautiful man. Like he had nice brown skin, typical African American skin. He had when he had the Jerry curls. That was my favorite song with him. Beat It. That video. That was the best. When Akon said something stupid like black people don't have stage presence. Do you know anything that could beat that Beat It video, that dance routine? There was nothing that could beat that,
He had some LA gang members in that video too.
No, those are actors. Those are actors. Those are all
no,
actors.
like some of them dudes up there were like Crips from LA.
I don't know about that. Those are just
like dead serious.
That one dude was from the New York Undercover, that Puerto Rican dude. There was a lot of dudes. That one Chinese girl that's on Soul Train, she was in the video. There was a lot of people. But they were getting down that video. They were getting down. I love
Mr. Cat, man. I know people that had vitiligo and they didn't bleach their skin to even it out. They just,
skin disease so much so black sufferers will bleach out skin to make it on color. Pray that you never get that. He ain't want to look like you Negro. See, low key Poppy, he be taking jabs, and shots and whatnot. Then when I hit back, he gets his feelings. He gets all his feelings and whatnot. He low key Poppy gets all his feelings when he says stupid shit.
So Michael Jackson bleached his skin like white.
Ahmed says FBA want to pick a fight over what the hell is he talking about? Over 1 billion. What the hell is he talking about? We're not picking up. Who's picking a fight? I want Ahmed to explain himself. Who's picking a fight? What is he talking about?
Mr. Cat, Black American kids. Because most people I know that got vitiligo, they just got it. Everybody knows what it is.
I want Ahmed to come up and tell me what he's talking about. Ahmed's becoming another rambling person.
They agree with that.
All right, Ahmed's becoming another rambling Principe. Yeah, it is what it is.
Shout out to Principe and Ahmed.
Principe, which we call Afro Dumbass, was on Dynasty Show today. Elvis is not muted. He muted himself. He's there eating food when I filling his gut. He's up there eating. Elvis is always eating.
I got a whole plate.
He got a plate of fufu and rice.
He eating some Agusi soup.
So anytime Principe says Afro Dumbass is his professor, man, things are wrong. Something's definitely wrong with that picture. Ahmed, come up, man. I want to hear what you got to say, man. What do you think about this Black America and hey, are we overreacting? Like I said, I'm on record saying I really don't give a shit about Rachel Al Dennis taking over Essence. Essence was a joke for the last 20 years, He says FBA have a problem with. Okay, come up here and explain yourself, man. Come up here and explain yourself. I'll let you talk. He said FBA got a problem with Africans and Caribbeans. I don't think so. I think it's the other way around, bro.
I'm gonna get into that argument again. So
no, he's like, I like to know what people are talking about. I think like a lot of so-called FBAs are just defending themselves, against slander, because easy to slander Black America.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you know how I feel about it.
A lot of people take to social media and they slander Black America. Black America's like, dude, man, shut the fuck up. You got these people over here just talking a bunch of smack online. All I ask for is, if you're gonna talk smack, at least say it to somebody in Black America's face. Go to somebody in Black America. Something. This is what I think.
ZV, I know that, man. I was just joking, brother. I don't know why he take it for some strange reason.
Yeah, so Goozy soup. I don't eat nobody's soup, man. If it ain't chicken noodle, chili, or clam chowder, linguine clam chowder from a can, I don't eat it. I'm sorry, I don't eat everybody's soup. I ain't nobody's soup. I don't get sick because I don't eat a lot of people's food. Fretchy, poor wife has soup blisters on her hands for cooking. What's he talking about? Chicken noodle. Yeah, I love chicken noodle. Actually, my favorite soup is New England clam chowder. That's my favorite soup. But it's hard to find it unless you buy it in a can, which is expensive and more yourself. Yeah, New England clam chowder is the best soup to me. Chicken noodles is good too, but it's expensive. I've been in America since 1998. That's good for you, Ahmed. Glad you've been here. So you saying that FBA is more than I do? I don't know what the Ahmed's talking about. He says we got a problem. I'm gonna show him a video, and then he's gonna answer for this video.
Not the video, Kyle.
No, I got to. It's a video just clearly shows that there's a hodgepodge. People got evidence, man. We got receipts. There's a lot of people online. And look, I'm like this. If I'm online, right, and I don't even do TikTok, right? If it's like me, if I was on TikTok and I just basically said, something, all day and all night, let me talk about Nigeria. I'm not gonna do that because I got better things to do. I ask yourself, who are these Caribbeans and Africans that got nothing else better to do but talk about black people in America?
Colin, the most people are on TikTok.
They don't sound ignorant to me. They sound people like they know what they're talking about or purport to know what they're talking about. They talk about, we achieving this and what that. So what is it? The people that's talking the most are always cosplay like they're making a lot of money. We make more money. It's one chick with African people saying, see how we come here, we make more money than the average black American. What the hell? She don't know what she's talking about. Ignorant girl, She just out of the village.
Francie, you remember that song?
No, what I'm saying is people, and when black people in America see that shit, like, dude, people like, I work in an office, I'm an executive, and I don't remember seeing no fucking Africans, So the bottom line, if people think, look, you know how hard it is right now for even somebody like me who's an executive. That's why I'm moving to another state. I'm moving up to Delaware, Maryland area next year. Because I want to start a new thing to build a business and whatnot. I want to be in an area where there's more black people, more densely black people, right? So I'm moving up north, Delaware, Maryland area, DMV area. So I could I probably have a better shot, And so therefore, if I go up there, I have a better shot. But do you know how hard it is? Me being an African-American, right, that grew up around all kinds of people and everything like that, to get contracts and deals and everything like that, it's difficult. So how is it that people are telling me you could barely speak the language, you're a foreigner, and you're just coming up here and you're a Wall Street whiz overnight? I can't stand when they say that because I know they're lying. Africans are the biggest fucking liars on the fucking planet, God's green earth, Jonathan, what say you?
Yeah, Kyle, I'm just here to agree with you. Go ahead, brother. You cooking.
So I'm saying, so they get on here and they talk like I said, not to keep bashing my Nigerian bros, but they got a global campaign of lies, talk about how successful they are, blah, blah, blah. They did this. And when it really comes down to it, like Dubai is saying, man, we were deceived. We thought y'all had all this. We all going to add to the economy and all that. We gave y'all a channel. We don't like black people in the front. We thought y'all different. And they were like, y'all got to go. Y'all got to go. Y'all got to fucking go.
Kala, that's the Nigerian way. I grew up with some Nigerians. They feel like they're better, like I said, better than all the other blacks. They're the number one blacks. They're the most populated blacks.
Yeah.
So you got to do it the Nigerian way. If it ain't the Nigerian way, there's no other way. So
I wouldn't even mind that if I saw success.
As someone that's around Nigerians, they don't actually believe that. They don't believe that. Trust me.
Well,
shout out to Nigeria.
They get on social media and start saying that shit. Social media.
Yeah, because they have to. But other than that, they don't really believe that shit. You'll be surprised how they really
I
think.
tell people all the time, man. I can't judge people by social media because social media it's like two different worlds. I'm saying to myself,
You seen Frenchie's last comment, Carla? She makes a great point.
What?
She said Nigerians and FBAs are exact same. Both groups believe they are the best.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think.
No. The thing that's wrong with French's comment is that we have evidence that we're the best. You understand?
That's a good point.
You ain't gotta say it, Carla. I say it for us. We got evidence. We got statistics. We got data, achievements. We got all of that say we're the best. That's.
And then, well, hold on. A question we ask is, will we be like that if we weren't in America? That's a question. That's an honest question. But we basically have that if we were in our own land. That's the one thing we have to prove, that people always say, okay, you guys produce these as scientists, you produced the first black billionaire, you did this, like that. But what can you do if you didn't have the white man's infrastructure? That's an honest opinion. Honestly, that's
crazy. I heard a Liberian dude told me that too. A Liberian before. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what most Africans think. They think so. A lot of them think that we don't. If they believe that we're perpetual lazy and uncultured, all they have to do is come over here. And some African told me that.
But Carla, the white man said the same thing about them though. So I don't really understand.
Oh no, what I'm saying is this though. A lot of Africans take face value the white man's racism towards us, which has always been a lie, right? So anyway, they come over here saying, something? Some African guy told me. He said, Colin, man, I'm going to be in America next year. I'm coming there legally. I'm going to buy a big house. He thinks he's going to buy a house without Social Security. He's going to have a car, big house. He thinks he's going to come to America. He's going to sneak across the border. And he said, watch, I'm going to outdo you in 3 years. They actually believe that.
Carla, have you heard of the Joppa movement?
Yeah, people trying to get
a shit ton of Nigerians said we ain't making it here. We might as well go back to our own country.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's a real thing. Yeah. Now they don't talk about it on these platforms how much they're really struggling. They don't talk about it.
They say like 70% of Nigerians went out.
They went out of where?
Went out of
but that's because they all think that when they go somewhere else, they're going to be successful. It ain't the case. Once they get elsewhere and they start struggling for hella long, then they're like, man, fuck, I might as well go back to Nigeria.
Yeah, so bottom line is when they come to these countries, man, there's a high price to pay.
I ain't gonna say nothing bad against Nigerians. I got Nigerian ancestry, so I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, so do I.
Wait. Just because you have Nigerian ancestry, that don't mean you lie.
I'm saying, so the bottom line is, look.
That's why I said I'm gonna be quiet.
I got Congolese.
That don't mean you lie.
Look, I got Congolese ancestry. You think I give a shit about what they think?
Shit, if I have Rwanda ancestry, I'm not gonna deny the genocide that we had. I mean, come on. It is what it is.
Congo ancestry.
We gotta face it.
You think I'm happy about these stupid idiots giving the Congo over to fucking Donald Trump? Hell.
I think y'all making Frenchie upset.
Yeah, Joey, South Carolina, crazy South. Oh no, Frenchie! Ooh, Frenchie's gonna come up, man. Ooh,
come on up, Frenchie. Bring that heat,
French, man. We haven't seen you in a while, man. Come on up, French. Come on up, Queen. Queen Frenchie's gonna lay it on the line, man. Hey, Frenchie, we didn't say nothing about Cameroon now. I tell you, Cameroon's off limits. Cameroon is off limits. Not saying nothing about
I seen her comment on the last video where she said if you talk about Cameroon, she'll get blocked.
But thank God I don't be in the comment section no more. God bless my people on the western side of the country.
That's what you're supposed to be doing, man. Representing your people. Frenchie's like, man, she ain't gonna talk about my peeps. Fuck that, man. I don't give a damn how dusty they are. Like I said about Black America. Black America's dusty as hell, man. But I defend my peeps, Yeah.
Exactly, man. A lot of black people are dusty, man. No matter where they come from, it's unfortunate.
Oh yeah, if it does. That's why I hate when people try to act like their dust is better than somebody else's dust.
That's why, like I told Jonathan the other night, man. People can't be living in glass houses throwing stones.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you got to tell the Africans. You cannot throw stones when you live in a glass house. You know.
But Kyla, it's as I told Steve the other day. They don't live in glass houses. They just standing outside with nothing. Okay, you trying to throw stones. Okay, you throw stones at our houses. We got the glass to protect us. But we throw stones at you. You getting bruised, bumped up, going to the hospital. Just don't do it.
They keep asking for it too, man. We got dude, man. Y'all keep asking for it. You know. We don't want this what's it called, diaspora.
You know the old saying, Kyla, a hard head makes a soft ass.
Yeah.
You know,
It's like, damn, man. It's like, dude, man. Like I said, I want to play this one video, but it'll probably piss you guys off. A Nigerian guy in a car, I think, is talk about how we came and saved Black America and stuff like that. And,
oh man, Carla, don't play. We know. We got some haters out here, man. It's all good.
So basically, he's like a Principe, you know. We contribute.
Shout out to Principe. That's a good brother. Shout out to Principe.
He's a good brother. But when you say stuff like, if it wasn't for Haitians and Nigeria, like, yeah, man, I love the Haitian Nigerian space program. You know, I like how they're probing space.
You gotta love it.
I love that. I love the Haitian space program. I love the Nigerian space program. You know, I mean, these guys are going to space and whatnot, colonizing Mars and whatnot.
Data centers on the moon.
Yeah, he can say it on the
moon.
I just love their achievement, man. I love their high achievement, man.
Oh Lord, man. Where's our
whenever
space
I
program?
put on flip flops, I think of them.
You know,
shout out to them.
We about to have Lagos. We about to have Lagos real estate in space. Come on.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot says that college father one ignorant brother. Look, that's not true. This guy. Oh, look, I should play the video. This guy don't like ignorant. He's well dressed.
College, just because somebody well dressed don't mean they're not ignorant.
I think the people who work for NASA, the African Americans who went to space, actually, the black lady who figured out NASA codes. Remember that story? With Taraji Henson and whatnot, that we helped NASA back
Hidden Figures. Yeah, I remember that, Colin.
Yeah, so I think we've been going to space for a long time. And some could say, remember Richard Pryor did that skit with first black president? He says, he talked about space. He goes, if this is a chance to get more black people going to space, he goes, I think more black people should go to space. He goes, white people been going to space all this time, and you can say they've been spacing out on us. Yeah, because in the 70s, man, see, when they had this TV show Battlestar Galactica and whatnot, niggas like, how many people were going to space? Remember I don't know if you guys remember the Johnson crew. You remember them?
No.
Out of Boston, they had a song called Pac Jam, That's before you guys. That was 1981. It came out, Anyway, the Johnson crew was all about space, spaceships, space rockets, everything, the cosmic. Then we had the George Clinton, the cosmic funk when I come from and whatnot, Niggas will always talk about space and whatnot, So they had to get more black people than astronauts. So niggas want to go to space, man, So it is what it is, man, So it is what it is. We've always been a space and ass people, So Collar can't wear time in motherland, yellow collar wear collars can't. What is this person we talking about? Collar can't wear his time in the motherland. What the hell is he talking about? Oh, he goes, Collar Johnson jealous of the flip flops in Africa. Oh yeah, man. I want some flip flops, man. Flip flops, what the hell, Let me get some flip. I gave my flip flops to my driver. I said, man, get these things out of here, man.
Collar, what happens after Africans get their feet done?
It's like having a new Cadillac, man. Listening, shiny. Every time I go there, my wife makes me get my feet done. Actually, it hurts too, man. You get hot water, you get scrubbed. And I said, the last lady, I said, look, my feet hurting, man. She's like, scrubbing all shit. I'm like, this is thing she's saying she puts on you. And I said, man, she made me bleed, man. She was so hard, man. I was in pain. I hate getting my feet done every time I go to Liberia, right? But you got to wear, when you wear sandals and shit like that, you got to have your toes. And then she does a polish on the nails and everything. Pedicure, that's a big business in Liberia, pedicures.
Kyla, you ever got a haircut in Africa?
Yeah. The guy
What was
used
that experience
a
like?
razor. The guy just used a razor. Most of the time, all they use is a razor and a comb. You know, that cuts. You know, we use a comb and he cuts with a fine razor. You know, he cuts really good hair too. You know, it's actually better than clippers. You know.
Ooh, that's good.
You gotta really dig to look for somebody good to sharp.
Well, my guy is right there on the bend right there, Dave. You know the bend when you coming from the city hall part and going around to the thing before you get the water side.
Yeah.
He's on that. He's right there. He got the shop on the outside right there. You probably seen it, the barbershop, you know.
Yeah.
A street barbershop, man. You know, I
got a guy on Broad Street, so.
Yeah, so that's why the guy used to get my hair done. Every time I see him, man.
Wearing shoes make your feet weak. That's a fact.
For shoes on that, like I said, after this last 2 years, I said I don't give a damn what them say. I don't want to fit in Liberia anymore. I started wearing my boots, man. I said fuck this shit, you know. Wear my boots and my shoes.
You don't wear no slippers out there, man. You wear your Timbs.
I hated that shit, man, because I can't walk properly.
Collar, man, don't do that shit to yourself, man.
Collar, you wearing Timbs in Liberia,
man.
What you say, Dave?
Collar. When I go to Liberia, I look like a military general, man. I got everything.
I started wearing my boots, man.
I got my rain boots, my Timbs. Don't do that to yourself, bro.
The road is the streets are just too rough, man. You know,
I got my terrain sneakers. I got the ACG sneakers, like the
Listen. We gotta admit, to be able to wear flip flops in the mud like they do, that is a skill.
Yeah,
that's a skill.
That's what I said.
Okay.
That's why you.
If they had that in the Olympics, they'll have all the medals. That is a skill.
I know. It's like
Jonathan, I tried that,
it's like back in the days
when
they used to walk
there's all kind of sharp rocks and all of that.
All kinds of. You feel everything in them damn flip flops, bro.
That shit hurt. That's why I said, man, get this photo, man.
And you move slow, shit all between your toes, hurting and shit. Like, damn, they just. You see them walking down the street with their machete. They just doing the damn thing. I'm like, God damn, bro.
Jonathan, they know
better off barefoot.
Yo, bro, they be knowing I'm from America. They be seeing my ACG.
Yeah, the way I'm walking.
Hey, they know I'm from America. I try to wear flip flops, but I always got socks on. I be looking crazy.
I know what you talking about.
Hey, you wear socks. They act like, man, what is this one's different? Yes, I am different, baby.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
about. No, look, actually,
yeah.
Liberia, African guys. When I go to Liberia,
I do it too, bro.
It's only David. When I go to Liberia in March, it's only like between 75 and like 88 degrees. That's all. It's not that hot, you know.
That's not hot.
It starts getting hot, you know. Liberia in February and March is really cool. February is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool because you know, a lot of that winter weather from the Atlantic comes, it hits.
Yeah, man, it's freaking freezing. Matter of fact, in February, that's just actually cold at night, man. You know,
it gets cold. It gets cold. It's
really cold at night, man. You gotta wear something.
Hey, Dave, like, what's the hottest temperature it get in Liberia?
It's hot in the summertime, but March.
I would say 90s, bro. I would say 90s, 95.
It's not that.
Like I said, that ain't hot.
That ain't shit.
That's weak.
I'm when you remember something, you're right on the ocean.
You're right on the ocean.
When you go inland, right up country, it gets hot. You know.
Yeah, because that's mountain ridges. You're going uphill. You're going uphill. Yeah, so you're going uphill.
I mean, hot. So what's the temperature? What's the temperature in the mountain in that region? What's the temperatures in that region?
Yeah, now I'll say that.
Degrees.
I would say that hit 100. I would say that hit 100 though.
That's weak, man. That's.
Like 100.
Yeah, but the thing is, here's the thing. 100 degrees in America is one thing, right? Because you got shade. But when you got 100-degree weather and you get outside, right, and there's no damn shade, you feel it, you know?
We were playing basketball in that weather when we was in school. Outside on the blacktop.
You could always run to a shade tree or
but also to the Kyla, I would say it's hotter here.
Oh, it is hot in here. It is hot in here. It's
no. See,
The reason why I would say because of the humidity, because there's more people.
Yeah, but in Virginia we got
brother. When you in them concrete ass homes, bro, when them rocks is hot and that concrete is hot, you hot. There's no savior.
Virginia, we got humidity. It's really bad in the summertime. I'm not looking forward to that. next month, and humidity. I hate it, but other than that, hot, you can deal with 100-degree weather if you got breeze.
Listen, that heat wave that came through here, man, the heat index was like 110. It was crazy.
So, right. Where's
was
our
like,
man? I think my man was
like
coming up.
about 2 weeks ago. It was crazy out here.
Oh yeah, I'm about to come up and start talking crazy. You FBA, fuck you, Elvis.
Well, the whole thing.
Hey, Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
There's some FBA conspiracy theorists going around talking about how Rachel R. Dennis is part of some conspiracy to work with the African Union to take Black America's money away and shit like that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that. We've been trying to get black dollars for years. How they gonna come in?
Yeah, we can't get it. African damn sure ain't gonna get it.
We can't. We've been trying to get the black dollars for how many years? Like a century now. We can't get it. So the black dollar is the most elusive thing in the fucking world. So how the hell you think Africa's gonna come in and get it? But black people think Africa.
I hope the brother succeeds. I hope he succeeds.
Yeah, but I don't want to. Look, the bottom line is this. Okay, I hope
he ain't succeeding, brother. We're gonna have to. We was talking about LARP now. LARP. That ain't LARP, bro.
Yeah. My whole thing is like this. Former President Adu of Ghana, came here and basically was talking to officials in black cities in America, trying to get some of that pension from it. Look, the bottom line is this. I don't mind us investing in these countries, but I'm not going to throw our money away in this name of helping Africa. Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on, Colin. Hold on.
You heard what Michael Blackson, right? He invested a couple of $1 million in the China Treasury bond, something like that. China bond, Treasury bond, Eurobond, right? The Ghanaian government took that capital and whatnot and paid off some of his debt to China. He lost, So what I'm saying is, if we go to these countries, right, we talking about bringing out capital, not serious, right? If we have no representation, I want everybody's opinion on this. Can you have taxation and laws and rules and no representation? That means they could take your savings.
It's not possible, Kyla, because we now fought wars over that, man.
Yeah, so how is it that people expect us to come to Africa, put our money in their banks and everything, and we have no say-so over anything that goes on with it, our money? That's the stuff people don't think about, Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, man. If you got people mismanaging your damn money and whatnot, that's a problem, Like, shit, man,
And then the worst thing about it, Kyla, you can't do nothing about it. There's no justice, that nobody to go to.
Oh yeah,
they got jungle court systems. Even their laws don't work.
Yeah, so we can't deal with that because we ain't got the numbers. We can't be like, yo, man, they're gonna put that AK-47 and kill us. It's like, what the fuck y'all talking about?
Oh man, that's crazy.
They ain't gonna do all of that, though.
Man. That's reality.
We ain't gonna go that far.
If black people in America ever got serious about Africa, they have to consider the idea of an Afristan. We have our own laws, our own borders, our everything. If that's not on the table, then we need. That's why I said I'm at the point now I'm ready to start destroying all these other Pan Africans. I'm gonna go.
Oh man,
no, I do. I'm dead serious because
it might be time to do that.
Yeah, because I'm
Mary Side, call in. We won't overtalk you.
Yeah, so I want to destroy all these other Pan Africans, not behind the Africans.
For me, Kyla, I think Pan African got a bad rap these couple of years. I think.
Yeah,
I kind of blame Umar because he's kind of the face of it.
Oh yeah, no, I blame people like Afro Think Tank. He has a video out. Afro Think Tank got a video out talking about people are saying that I don't do enough to defend. Talk about Africans. Look, there's a plethora of Africans just degrading Black America, but all Afro Think Tank he talking about is, oh man, all the FBAs, we gotta have unity. Okay, but how come you don't talk about the friggin' and that's a legitimate thing? Why don't you talk about the friggin' Africans and Caribbeans?
I think Afro
I'm sorry.
The FBA started. That's why he attacks them. But go ahead.
I blame Dynas and Go Black for allowing Africans and Caribbeans to talk shit about Black America on their planos and not do a damn thing about it.
Yeah, that's what caused a lot of stuff. So like I said, in the future, man, I gotta start going after these people that talk all this stuff because they destroyed the Pan-African movement, right? Pan-African has to be about mutual respect. You know, if one group of people feel like they're more black than the other one, that's a problem. You know, if like I tell Baruti, you can't get up here and just tell me that I remember Baruti now. You know, Baruti, he's like a Zambian or Ugandan or something like that. You know. And I said, no wonder. That's a dawn on me. Yeah, he's not African American. He's an African.
He's Ugandan. He's Ugandan.
Ugandan, you know? And so he basically, so if somebody don't like Black American culture, right? Of course they'll be like, but let me tell you something. If somebody could come to you and tell you a line and say, you got to change your culture, that person is capable of genocide, you know? People, that's called ethnic cleansing. You know, it happened in Yugoslavia. It happened in Cameroon, not Cameroon, excuse me, spreadsheet. Cambodia, you know, what did I say? Cambodia. That's ethnic cleansing, you know, where you basically Japan did to South Korea, not South Korea, but Korea in general. Japan tried to wipe out Korean culture, bury people alive, you know. That's because they want to make the Koreans just Japanese. You cannot make somebody think. I cannot take a Nigerian and make him into a Black African American, you know, no matter how much I try. I can't make a native Liberian into a miracle Liberian. I cannot do it. It's not possible. So the bottom line is nobody can make me Black African American into whatever they think they're gonna mold me into.
But Colin, you allow some Africans to be African American. They agree with like your talking points.
I like I was telling Frenchie, you know, like me and Frenchie had a little back and forth, right? French, but I love her. You know, I said, you know, people should assimilate with the culture, right? She goes, well, that goes for you, Colin, when you go to Africa. Yeah, I agree, right? But the thing I always point out is assimilation has to be done in progress. You cannot have a backward culture, right? When it came to America, let's be honest with ourselves. Black America was an educated society for the most part, right? We had music, we had art, we had theater, we had all stuff like this going. We had a movie industry. So people naturally could assimilate into something like that because it was going forward. You can't assume principally FBA weak as hell. This is what I'm talking about. You know, don't let me start on Haiti, bro. Don't let me start.
No, he made a good point. He said people talk down on Jamaicans, Haitian, everything else, and they still Pan Africans. So.
Well, no. See, the dope Pan-African thing is really for poor people. All the poor people are trying to be Pan-African.
Most Pan-Africans tend to be uneducated, poor, and landless.
And that's just about it.
Poor, landless, and penniless, you know. That's what Pan-Africans is. People don't have nothing. People who have stuff like go to Jamaica and find the elite Jamaicans and might see how Pan-African they are, Steve. That's the test. Go to Haiti, right, and look at the Haitian elite there, and tell them about Pan-Africanism, right? Go to any other country in the world where you have the elite, they got privilege and everything, and they're hobnobbing with rich whites and Asians and everything around the world. Tell them about Pan-Africanism. Yeah, when you got a bunch of poor people on the islands and whatnot, yeah, of course they're going to be Pan-African. They have a lot to gain, you know, and nothing to lose. So,
hey, Colin, let Frenchie speak.
Go ahead, Frenchie. The mic is yours.
Hello. So, Colin, in 2026, are we still going to have these back and forths?
I hope not, because I like I said, I'm ending live stream. And I'm just gonna be doing a lot of. I'm probably do just YouTube. You know, you guys will still be moderators and whatnot. You know, and I'll be reading comments from the chat and stuff like that. But I don't know if I'm gonna do live. I'll see. You know, if I get a demand for it, you know, I'll do it. But I don't see live stream. It's just like a lot of money and get to pay when I don't think I'm gonna commit to another year. If I find a way I could do it month to month, I'll probably do it. You know. But yeah, no, I don't think so. I think
we like I said, we can fund it. Everybody here can fund it.
No, I don't want to do that because it's just too messy right now. You know, I'm not gonna do that. You know, because I gotta take the month of August off anyway because I gotta work. Anyway, what I'm saying is this, Frenchie, right? This thing has to happen right now. This talk has to happen. You know, and maybe we could move past it. Like I support Richard Dennis. I'm being a leader here. I support Richard Dennis, and I have no problem with him taking over and the Africans doing Essence, right? Because we learned a valuable lesson. If you don't freaking cherish something as an institution, look. Let me say this, Frenchie. Back in the days, Essence and Ebony was a staple in Black America, right? There was boundaries that we obeyed, of what our culture was, what our morals was, all that stuff like that. Somehow, Essence and Ebony started letting all kinds of alternative people in there. When they started preaching stuff that wasn't in our values and everything, and the magazine lost subscriptions, and they lost its way. So when the magazine collapsed, the Time Magazine took it over. Hey, you got Rachel Dennis using an Essence name and brand to revitalize it, and I'm grateful for him. Now he's saying, something, we're going to put a different spin on it. We're going to be more inclusive because we want to reach a bigger audience. We're going to reach Africa. We're going to reach the Caribbean. It's not going to be just Black America anymore. I agree with that. 100%. But what I don't agree with is, I'm gracious enough to say, yeah, something, let Africans have it. It's their time, whatever like that. That's good. But what I don't like is when people start getting up here and talk about, oh, we're taking over and stuff like that, get used to it and also like that. That makes my job real hard, because all that does is anger a lot of people, and a lot of people don't know any better. All they see is, like me, I've been to the continent. I know Africans, whatever like that, wife's African. But the whole thing is, when you have people who don't know any better, look, this is how it is. It looks like one set of people is taking over. It's just like somebody from New York, California, back in the days talking about we're taking over hip hop. Well, that caused a little friction between people from New York. When somebody
how can how many Black immigrants here? Like 5 million. How can 5 million people take over?
This is what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. The thing is, though, if those 5 million people is always online talking, it looks like there's more of them talking than there really are. If you got Africans who are just dedicated, something needs to be said, about the Africans. I'm saying, why do they feel like it's necessary to talk about Black American Twitter? Most Black people, I look at Black Twitter, right? Let me scroll to show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you. I'm gonna scroll something, show you what I'm talking about.
Oh man,
no, I'm dead serious. I'm gonna scroll a bunch of Black videos how much of them are talking about Africans. Then I'm gonna scroll.
Kyla, we understand that Twitter is a cesspool.
No. But I think the point. But Prince asked me a question. I'll answer. I'll say, if I'm wrong, I could be wrong. But I don't see Black Americans just talk about Africans like that all the time. We've got other things we're talking about. We're talking about this.
With these new rules,
we're talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Africans and African Americans rarely even mention each other in day-to-day life. These people,
I guarantee you, they're about to F around.
Hold on. This Black girl talking about Carnival. Look.
Find out real soon. I was planning on booking my next Carnival cruise for 2026 because, baby, I had a time on my last Carnival cruise. But the way Carnival has updated their rules, I think I'm gonna have to pass. Because what do you mean?
So basically, a hood rat complaining about carnivals cracking down on ratchet shit. Basically, next video.
Turn your
my wife.
Get cracking. No pun.
All right, last ramp. I promise. Speaking of ramps, there's another ramp. It's called the exit ramp. When you exit,
this took my foundational.
Now hold up. Now this guy right here, I admit, all he does is talk about bash Africans and Caribbeans. This guy right here. This guy always bashing African. Now he's the exception. And I got into it with this guy many times where now he sounds like he's halfway intelligent, but what?
FBA sit online like all day talking about what Africans said this and what Caribbean said that.
Hold up, most people, Black people, are not FBA. So this guy.
That's why I said FBA. Shout out to both of y'all. You get what I'm saying?
Most of them don't do it either.
We see.
What you say, Jonathan?
Most of them FBA people don't do it.
Yeah, I know. Well, some of the people who call themselves FBA do it a lot, but Well, it's not a lot of people. It's not a lot of people doing that.
Things on the news about us that is so horrible and negative that sometimes they can seep into our minds and spirit and soul. Okay, but I just want to keep this. I want y'all to keep this in mind. Not all Black people are like that. The negative that we see of ourselves, sometimes we internalize it and say it's a we thing. Okay, just like they always say, well, Black women wear weaves and lashes. Black women have multiple baby daddies. Black women unalive their babies. Black women, what else they say about Black women that I heard? Black women with stepfathers are clowns. Black women, just any negative thing you could think of a Black woman, people have said. And I just want to let y'all know that ain't y'all. And if it is you, that's fine. In this life, we all go through some shit. You get what I'm saying? And I don't like it either. I don't like to see that either. You know what I mean? I don't like to see segment of people get blanketed and act like that y'all are the representative of negativity. Just because you're a Black woman doesn't mean you got to be negative all the time. You know what I mean? Then when men speak up for Black women, it's a simping thing. You get what I'm saying? So that's number one. And to my Black men, I know we see it all. We criminals, right? We dangerous. Women are scared of us. We beat on women. We don't take care of our children. We in prison. Or we part of the down low crew or something like that. Or heterosexual Black men, just everything that's negative about a heterosexual Black man. And us as Black men, we see these things. And we know there are Black men like that. But sometimes we get blanketed with them also. You get what I'm saying? But as Black men, man, we some solid brothers, man. You know what I mean? There are solid Black men out here. And I don't want my Black men to feel down and out about what they see from other people saying about us. That's not all people that feel that way about us. Okay?
This guy's he's deep, man. What he says about that. I don't like when he bashed immigrants, but he's deep.
Yo, do not use this shit on Facebook Marketplace.
You can't help us. Just ignore her.
No. I mean, who is mentally deficient in this place for her to come and help? We are not mentally deficient. We are not mentally. Wait, no, let me tell you something. Nobody is here. Come and share what he has. Don't come
chat before because you don't know that I am not a baby. That's
what I'm trying to tell you.
That was about the people arguing about the Igbo king. So
nothing feels more cringy.
What are you listening to all day, man?
See, there's all these videos. Nobody talk about immigrants, But
this guy makes me feel like the prettiest girl in the world. Black girl. He makes me feel extreme.
Oh wow! Oh, this is Ghanaians are attacking Nigerians in Ghana. Wow, this is okay. Watch this video. Ghanaians attacking Nigerians. Man, what the hell?
I can actually see how many's left in stock. And right now, this problem.
I don't care how fresh your hairstyle is. I go to sleep that same. When you used to hunt them down, they literally hunt them down like animals. Someone should have warned me before I started reading this book.
Few minutes. Fellow Nigerians, good evening. What is happening in Gotai and on the street of Guangzhou is very, very appalling. We must speak the fact and say it the way it is. The truth of the matter is that every action has consequences. A lot of times, our people are using their hands to destroy the image of Nigeria here. Nobody is under 18 here.
He's not showing anything. He's just playing videos, I guess, on his phone.
Any punishment owing to what you have done. Now, we see videos of fighting. We see videos of so many things, cultism and all the rest of them. Remember in this Gotai that you people have made an epic center for fighting. I know 4 guys who fought in this place. They are no longer in China today. They have gone back to Nigeria. Yes. I know people will remember the incident.
Yes.
Good. The day Billard came, one guy fought. Today, we know where he is. The reason why I'm saying this is that you came here and you are given opportunity to be documented. And all you have been doing is going from one police station to the other. It is not a norm. That is not a norm. The older people here, they wouldn't even want any authority to see their documents. That is the norm. So we have to have this orientation and understand that you are in another man's land. You got ticket, you got visa. All you are doing in China is fighting and causing nuisance. Who are you? Paralyzing the people. Do you know that Nigerian community has the ability to write and then say that we don't want you in China again as a community and it must be obeyed? Yes. You go back to Nigeria. So conduct yourself very well. Do your business very well. Every business idea you see on earth today comes from a single individual. You see banks, you see aircraft, you see so many things. But for our own, we'll be drinking ourselves to stupor. You wouldn't even have the time to think and then do a business. All you have to do is fighting from one street to the other, destroying the image of your family and that of Nigeria. You are here as a good ambassador of your family and that of your country. We make ourselves animals here because of the way we live. Let me ask this question. How many times have you seen Chinese fighting in the streets of Lagos? You see that? You think we are the only foreigners living here? There are Arabs here. There are Japanese here. There are Europeans, Americans, South Americans, Russians. They are here. But they are not behaving the way we do. Please, and please, let us conduct ourselves very well. And the so-called cultists, there is a history in this land. The people that did it before, ask where they were now. Ask questions. Because some of you just came and you thought that the way you met here is the way it used to be. Yes, no, there has been history here. Here is not Dubai, here is not Turkey. Let me say it again. Every action has consequences. So please, conduct yourself very well. If you have any problem with your fellow Nigerian, few minutes, fellow Nigerian.
Yeah, that was some Nigerian. I saw this about a week ago. He was talking about
what you want with this information.
Yeah, what you call the Nigerians abroad. Yeah, that's somebody that we were just talking about. Where's the Nigerians? That guy should have a big platform saying the same thing. See, if more people heard that, right, we'll say to ourselves, you know something? Yeah, Nigerians are good people because they got people speaking out against the thing. But when Nigerians say nothing, and we see all the stuff they do around the world, and they get online talk about how great they are and whatnot, this, that, thing, that's what turns people against them, you know? Like, we see all the fuckery y'all do around the world. We see it with our own eyes, you know? And then basically you come up here and just start bragging about your degrees and your accomplishments and all stuff like that. So like you're the giant of Africa, yet you around the world fucking up, you know? That's what people are talking about. You know, that's what I was saying, you know? So, but you need a guy like that, you know, for the most part. You need more guys like that with platforms saying that. And the people hear that, we're like, okay, Nigeria's does got good leaders and good people that's in charge, and the country will be like that. But you don't see enough of the guys like that. He's in China. He's a Nigerian in China, and he's talking about the Nigerians community in China messing up. And he wanted to basically show. I guess that's to show the world that Nigeria.
What are they doing in China?
No, there's a lot of
fighting each other, killing each other, prostituting, all kinds of shit.
Yeah,
same thing they do in Dubai, India, and everywhere else.
Yeah, all over the world. Instead of building Africa, Africans are everywhere and whatnot. So what he's saying, if you go, nothing wrong with being in another country, but he'll say you're an ambassador to your race, your people. Like me, personally, I've been like that my whole life, especially going around white people. I like, no matter if I didn't like it or not, I'm never an individual. I'm always representing my community, my family, and my race, at all times. When you forget that, you think you're an individual, you're a fool. Because you do something and you what you're doing is you making it worse for people. The Chinese learned that during the centuries of humiliation. There was Chinese, basically, when they said there was opium addicts, the white man supplied the Chinese dealers with opium. And these opium dealers sold opium to their own Chinese people, and made the white man rich. And it was like the Chinese were invited in. I mean, the white meat was invited in, but they're dope with their opium. Opium came from India, and it was processed and dumped in China. So they had to basically do it, but they needed middlemen. They need Chinese to bring the dope to their own people. Just like the slavery. The slavery would never happen if some Africans did not participate in there and let the white man in. So 1 or 30 minutes. This guy, Ahmed, are you working at McDonald's, Ahmed? That's what it is. You're getting a break in 30 minutes.
Did you see Mr. Know-It-All's last comment? He said they passing a law because Africans in Asia cosplaying FBA and the woman doesn't know they're African until she's pregnant. Really?
I don't know. That's a myth. I don't know. Hold on. First of all, why would Black Americans be in China like that? We don't need to go to fucking China. That sounds stupid. Like it is. There's no damn fucking Black Americans in China. And these countries large now. Yeah,
and plus, how they gonna cosplay anyway? Like they gonna have an accent. They can't do that.
Us. People know Western people now. People can between them. Come on.
They will have a thick Nigerian accent. They can't cosplay a Black American. So
I would say something, but people get mad. But go ahead, Ahmed.
No, y'all go ahead, man. I need about a minute or two.
Well, you serving up fries in the window?
You gotta flip some more burgers real quick.
Yeah, of course, man. I gotta give y'all fat, FAT. Give y'all some nasty ass food.
You're working at McDonald's serving FDA food to get them
give y'all
fat.
some pills, man. Man, get y'all addicted to medicines. That's the
he said, Colin, he said, look it up. He says they tricking Asian women. How are Nigerians tricking Asian women?
I know some Nigerians. Some
What?
Nigerians go around and they cosplay Black Americans. That's a lot of times these women think they're gonna get to America and stuff like that. Yeah, I know that does that, but not on a large scale. It's not on any large scale. People are doing that for years. They basically Ola will tell you, yeah, they have to cosplay Black American. In Europe, you got to cosplay Black American to get.
So it sounds like we helping them out then.
Yeah, but everybody would know if you live in a community about a bunch of Nigerians and they basically have Nigerian flags and Nigerian accent. You eat a goosey soup. That sort of gives you away. You're not eating no Black American food. How you gonna fucking play as Black American? You're not eating our food. You're not anything like that. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's dumb. Well, that's Elvis. He's been quiet tonight. Oh, by the way, Frenchie, were you done?
No, but I'm just so used to
Imagine you, Colin.
Let me ask you.
You talk for 30 minutes. The lady said one little half a sentence, and you started talking for 40 minutes.
Oh, no.
I was so used to it. It's fine.
Hold on, Frenchie. I asked you a question. I said what will it stop at 2026?
Let me ask you questions.
Hold on. Let me answer the question. She said, "Well,
Colin, you just talked for 40 minutes. Let her speak. I want to hear what you got to say.
Colin, you already answered the question, Colin. Let her speak.
Let me follow up question that she could ask me. I said, well, my conclusion is, yeah, but the whole thing is, I told you, we got to have African brothers and sisters that got to find something else to do besides sit online. And like I said, you saw that one guy crying on a thing, right? Until more Africans get their freaking wake up call and understand that no matter how much ass kissing they do to white people, throwing us under the bus, it's not going to work. They'd be better off working with us. Now go ahead, Frenchie.
No, I do agree. We are better off working as a team. But I was going to ask, you made reference to Essence. Is there some sort of controversy surrounding that magazine, or?
Yes.
Because I'm not privy to.
Okay, this is what happened. Have you ever heard of Essence magazine?
My God,
I have. Yes.
It's Essence, man. It's
hold on, Ahmed.
These guys, man.
Ahmed,
Oh,
calm down, Ahmed.
Colin,
calm down. I'm gonna get to you. You're up next. Now.
Oh man.
All right. Now this is what happened. Essence magazine, right, was a black magazine started by black people, black women particularly, right? It was like model of Essence Ebony magazine, but it was just for black women, right? It talked about black issues, and but it was black woman centered. They had beauty section, women, feminine, you know what I'm saying? It was African American women, you know, and it also extended to Africa over the years and whatnot. In fact, one of the best issues I remember when Essence magazine, when Nelson Mandela became president, Essence magazine flew to South Africa and basically did all like 10 articles in South Africa. That was the best edition. I bought like so many copies, you know. Anyway, they interviewed this one lady, beautiful South African sister. She had her own talk show, and she was the CEO of South African Airways, right? And she was basically talking about black. She was beautiful, stunning, tall model, like, you know. But they call her the South African Oprah because she had her own talk radio show, TV show on SABC, you know. And she was like on the board of SABC, and Essence was talking about the black women in South Africa moves, all these black women in South Africa. So Essence magazine always was talking about black women, whether it was America, Africa, everything like that, right? But somehow, I think right after that happened, when Mandela was president and stuff like that, and black people, Ebony, started showcasing more Pan-African. Then a couple of years before that, Ebony magazine did 2 articles, full article. When they say full articles, I mean the topic of the article on the front page is throughout the whole magazine. 2 on Nigeria, you know, in 1990, right? And basically the conclusion was Nigerians are excited about African Americans coming to Nigeria and vice versa and stuff like that. So it was hope in the air. This Pan-African thing beginning in the 90s was really powerful. Then by the late 90s, right? I don't know what the hell happened, right? We didn't see it coming. All these magazines changed to like garbage, gutter. It just changed, right? And then that's why these magazines fell off. These magazines used to be the roadmap and the blueprint of what was going on in Black America, you know? If Ebony magazine said that Nigeria is going to be a big move, Africa going to be a big move, yeah, years later, Black people start going to South Africa in large numbers, Nigeria in large numbers, Kenya in large numbers. So this Pan-African thing was growing in the 90s. But by the late 90s, it all had fizzled out. And it's because people had taken over these 2 institutions and turned it around, you know? Yeah, she used to have a TV show in South Africa and on the African channel. I remember the African channel. We had the Africa channel. You know that? We had an African channel that was on cable TV here. It was based out of DC and Zimbabwe, you know? And so basically that disappeared. Everything dealing with Pan-Africa was dying because they basically did that. And the next thing you know, what was popular in Black America was ghetto, hood shit, whatnot, you know? And so over the time period, Essence magazine collapsed. And so the Ebony magazine, right? Time magazine took over Essence magazine, right? And basically they were losing money on it because, you know, whatever. And then Richard Lau Dennis comes in, a Liberian American comes in and buys it for like $2 million. It was in debt. The magazine was losing money. He took it around and he bought it and turned it around. And the lady that's the CEO was a Kenyan lady, you know? I don't see anything wrong with it, you know, but there's a lot of FBA so-called people, these hateful people who just using this. They don't care about no Essence magazine. They don't give a shit about that. This is just one way of spreading hate towards Africans, you know, and what they hate about this is the fact that an African can come here and buy that is they hate African progress in America. They really hate it, you know, they resent it, you know. Not for the right reasons, but they resent it out of just hatred. Because remember something, in order for you to tell Black people in America that African, you have to always make Black people in America ashamed of their African heritage and make Africa seem useless. So if somebody from Africa can come over and buy a magazine, then Black people in America are like, you know something, maybe I could continue calling myself African American. Maybe being African ain't so bad. These FBA people want a complete delineation. Well, it's more than that, a complete divorce from their history, which is insane. Now you understand where I'm coming from, Frenchie?
Yeah, so sorry. So do they have genuine concerns, or is their issue that it's now owned by a Liberian?
No, they don't have any genuine concerns. I know my people, real black people don't give us two shits about that or who's like that, We are concerned about now some people may say, something, I just think, Africans and Caribbeans don't do us justice when they get online and talk about we're taking over, replacing your culture and blah, blah, blah. They can't do that, But when you trigger people and whatnot, that's their response. They listen to people like Tariq, and that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens. So they getting their cues from these social media people, some of these Africans. I guess, let me tell you something. A lot of Africans, this is their time to friggin' get back and gloat, We got something over on Black Americans. They thought they were the shit. They got the main character syndrome. So this is our chance to stick it to them, And I'm like, hey, this is your time. I said, Elvis, Richard Dennis is a Liberian like yourself. Man, it's your time to gloat, man. You just go ahead. Get it over with. Just laugh, Elvis. And yeah, it's your time, man. Take that win, man. Take that win. You Africans got something, You took over a major black magazine. It's no big deal. That's the way I see it, But the bottom line is he's got some African Americans, they don't give a shit about. Ask them were they ever subscribe to it? And the answer is no.
Most
the majority of people don't give a damn about no Essence.
Exactly.
I know most people
most of them don't care.
That's why I went down in the first place,
Yo, Jonathan, thank you, bro. Thank you.
That's why I say it was fake outrage. Because
if they were smart, the only thing that black people cared about was that why y'all got jollof rice inside the damn Essence. Well, other than that, they wouldn't have given a fuck.
That's what I'm saying, man. And not only that, Frankie Bellamy Mays wasn't honored, I guess.
But overall, I'm happy a black man at least on.
That's what I'm saying. That's
the overall part.
There is what I'm talking about.
At least,
I can basically this. But imagine if somebody like, let's say, Tom Hanks bought it.
Exactly. At least we can express. At least we could express our grievances to Dennis.
Yeah, say, hey,
and he'll understand. So
as long as he addressed the issues that made people mad, then he'll be good.
I don't know if you watched the Breakfast Club interview.
I don't watch that shit.
He wasn't really sassy,
but he was on the Breakfast Club. So he not answered all of that, I guess, if he came out on the Breakfast Club. So
okay, good.
I didn't say Charlie McGod know that these guys are a couple clowns. They weren't really asking the real question. They were just going back. We already know about your story. Okay, people want to know about the outrage. Or is it legit? Whatever like that. I didn't hear. Maybe because I should tap back to listen to the whole interview. Should I play it?
No.
You don't gotta play it.
I didn't get enough.
Like for me, I'm just happy a black man owned it.
And the CEO is a Kenyan lady. And Marcus Tubman, right? You know her, Dave. She's President Tubman's granddaughter.
See, you know what I mean? So
the bottom line,
personally, I don't care what tribe they in.
Look, Rachel Dennis is Congo person, miracle librarian, and so is the Tubman chick. She's a miracle librarian.
You know what I mean? He FBA lineage.
So he has our lineage with that, and also he battled. He bought Madam C.J. Walker's property back. What the hell else? This is all about the hatred.
He's trying to preserve. He's trying to preserve.
But the hate ain't going towards him though.
I mean,
there's no hate on him.
Mr. Dave, man, how you been?
I'm chilling, man. I'm out.
How you been, man? Call his son.
Get him out, man. Get him.
Call his son.
You hear that back in the comment?
Colin, Frenchie trying to say something.
Call his son. You see?
Yeah, he's not sick. Right?
How you been, dog?
Let me let Frenchie on. Go ahead, Frenchie.
No, so I was going to say, are they portraying black people in a negative light at all? Or?
No.
Oh, Frenchie. That magazine was sold to a white person in 2005. A white person purchased that magazine 2005. So these people has been talking about this Essence magazine for almost a week and a half. 98% of Africans do not even know what Essence magazine is.
Yeah,
Carla, come on, man.
Hold on. Somebody in the comments said
Carla,
who's
man, I'm not
whitewashed
disrespecting the
TT.
magazine at all. 2005, the
The
magazine
only thing I would
was
say,
purchased
Ahmed, is this,
by
right?
a white person.
Hold on. Essence Magazine, when it ceased being a magazine about black womanhood and stuff like that, remember something, their best issue was when they went to South Africa in 94, you know?
But Carla, you think the white man is going to allow that magazine to get, like, to really
We
get
don't
control
care.
of
Look,
Africa
you
like he's
understand
supposed
something,
to?
bro. John Johnson,
They not. They're going to find a way to
we
take
come
that
from a
from y'all.
time period where we had strong black men. We didn't give a damn what the white man thought. We're doing that. That's who we are.
They're going to
You
find a
know,
way to
my whole thing
infiltrate.
was when they start and this is another thing I want to talk about. We let too many people, right? Young people, ignorant people in positions of power. I'll never forget. Remember the first song ever played on TV talking about killing somebody was Cypress Hill, right? I did the background investigation about that when it started. It was found by some 22-year-old program segment person on MTV greenlighted a video, right? And that's what started the whole gangster rap shit, East Coast, West Coast, violent shit. Just because that one girl, a 22-year-old, gave Cypress Hill the green light to play their song, Just Kill a Man, whatever like that, you know? Before that, no violence was on TV. It didn't go away the airways. So you have right now young people, ignorant people, you know, just out of college, wide-eyed and whatnot, in positions of power on major magazines that influences millions of people. Not only that, this combined with nowadays, you got young people who are influencers, right? They may have 30 million people following them on Instagram and stuff like that, and they're influencing people, right? That's destroying the culture and this what we know as Black America. Over the last couple of generations, somebody like Cardi B became legitimate. Think about that. Legitimate. Somebody like Cardi B could never existed back in
Listen, little Kim had a cross so Cardi B could walk.
But come on, man.
So the bottom line, so this is what I'm talking about. And then Essence Magazine saying, okay, we're the standard bearer of Black womanhood in America, right? They were in no position to be talking like because why? Because if Lil Kim and all these other people say, I don't want to do an interview with you or I'll pull my ads from your magazine, see the power, you know? If you basically say something about these rappers or like that, their A&Rs will pull them ads out of your magazine and you will suffer. So therefore, all these magazines were neutered, you know, and that's why they died, you know? So,
But Carla,
because the record label.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Frenchie. Go ahead, Frenchie.
No, so I just read a comment which stated that there was some ratchetness happening at the Essence Festival. So
I don't know
if that's why the outrage.
No, the outrage is just like Colin keeps saying. Certain people in America are looking for something to just start.
She's talking about something else, bro.
Hold on, no. I know what you mean. They're now trying to blame the African guy for the ratchetness coming into the Essence Fest, but I remember that.
Hold up, that thing with India Reed was talking about the R. Kathy coming out, that was this year?
No, that's the point I'm trying to make, Carla. See, that happened a few years ago. See, the FBA, you know, because FBA, you know, they didn't really care about it back then because I guess they didn't know the owner of it was an African. So now they found out he's an African. Now they want to.
So that happened. Under Rachel Dennis's watch.
Steve, the magazine was sold to a white person, and then it was bought from an African.
We know that.
Okay. Yeah, but when did he buy it? When did he buy it?
We know that. Okay, calm down. We're not attacking Africans. Calm down.
He bought it in 2019.
2019. Okay, so that's what.
Right. So that ratchet stuff everybody's talking about happened a few years ago when India Reed came out and said what he said.
Was Richard Dennis and this lady that's the CEO, were they ahead of it at the time?
Yep.
When was the last time somebody picked up
the question needs to be remain is, if that happened a few years ago and it didn't happen this year, didn't that mean that Essence Magazine changed for the better?
It did change for the better because I saw the lineup.
Yeah, so why are people complaining, you know?
Because they found out they African.
I think all the women, all those women that were doing all that ratchet shit, you know? And bottom line, I guess they're trying to
call it because FBA found out the man that owned it was African. That's why.
all it is. That's all it is.
That ain't it.
That's it. No, I think so, Jonathan. What the only thing they have is the lady's Kenyan and he's African. So it's got to be something wrong. So they don't say nothing about the
most people were complaining about.
No, the thing is, there was Essence Fest last year and the year before and the year before.
It's been
FBA existed last year and the year before and the year before. So what happened this year that made everything change? That they decided to bring it up.
Yeah, because they're not getting nothing from Donald Trump. So they looking for something.
Bro, what?
A lot of people were complaining about the local vendors not being able to,
Yeah, but hold on. Hey, how about this? For the last 10 years, you know what? When all the businesses in the world shut down, they didn't want to start Essence Fest because they said black women came down there. They're so ratchet and blah, 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 twerking on tables and whatnot, not paying rent, someone skipping on their bills and stuff like that. So all the restaurants in New Orleans, most of them, fine restaurants, closed down during that week at Essence Fest because they didn't want to serve nobody. They didn't want to serve nobody. They lose money.
Look at this weekend that just happened.
No, it wasn't true though. That's what happened.
Look at just what happened this weekend in DC, right? The DMV. They just had a Caribbean festival, right? A carnival, right? Within that carnival, you got the Caribbeans. They got the Africans. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a festival down in Baltimore.
Yeah,
so they had like different countries and stuff like that. So I'm like, I just don't get it. Because
what's wrong with them having a Caribbean and African festival? I don't see what's wrong with that.
It was a carnival. You know the carnival.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? So what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that. What I'm trying to say is it was a Caribbean thing. Then the Africans came in.
Yeah, and so it is what it is. So
there was controversy with that in the UK also.
No, it's just
I read something about that one time. The Caribbean was upset that Afrobeats was being played at the Caribbean
Caribbeans
festival.
are the ones dictating the rules and everything. I told you.
It's like so much for Pan-Africanism, right?
It was years ago. What's his name? What's this Jamaican artist? God damn.
Buju. Are you talking about Buju Banton?
Not Buju. Skinny one. He had Ben Sima. Who got the keys to my Bima? Who am I? What's his name?
Beanie Man?
Yeah,
Beanie Man.
Yeah, Beanie Man, performed at the BT Awards years ago, right? Then they had other artists perform real nice. It was so nice and everything, right? This was the time where BT was owned by black people.
I hope Richard Dennis buys BET.
You can't sell certain shit and then after 10 or 5 years or 20 or 10 years later, and then get mad.
We can't afford BET, Kyle. We gotta pay at least close to $1 billion for it.
It was so nice. I'm like, look how much power. Look how much power, black folks in America could have had currently right now. But you sold it and then give it to somebody else. That's not black and it's white as well. But then you always complaining about America. It's a racist country,
bro. It's not a public company. The person that started it is the ones that own it. Now, in the same way that the black person who owned Essence sold it to a white person, the very person you're talking about who bought Essence now sold his company to a white person.
Yeah, but Jonathan,
it's business.
If you come from a country like this, right? Just like I always mentioned, America will always be a race country, no matter what. It will always be whites versus black, Latinos versus this and that. It will always be like that. Certain things, that if you sell it to certain people, they're gonna have certain power. They're gonna dictate certain things behind closed door. So you just can't sell certain things, and then after 10 or 20 years, and then all of a sudden just react, blah, 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 and stuff like that. You're gonna lose certain things are not supposed to be meant to be given out. I don't care. Certain things are not meant to be given out, especially a country like this.
Well, the problem is that no one complained until they decided to change shit. The same way when they had Share Moisture and they decided to go ahead and change the ingredients and shit, black people complained after that too. If you change something that people been consuming for a long damn time, people are going to fucking complain.
What did they change?
Has split,
I agree with Jonathan on that.
Africans and Black Americans in this country, just because of some fool. Nowadays, you have a cell phone and you just talk shit.
Let me ask a question, Jonathan. What changed at the Essence Fest?
Well, whatever. I mean, they talked about it. If you
got
believe
something.
whatever people were saying, from the performers to the people that went there, they said a lot changed. How they changed the food, how they changed the whole thing. It was more of a Pan African thing than it
But
was
I thought
actually a typical Essence Fest.
I seen something that said most of the food vendors there were Black Americans.
But the thing is, I mean, those would be Pan African people that would talk some shit like
That
that.
stuff was so in 2005. 2005, I was still in elementary.
That don't fucking matter. Damn. Shea moisturizer was so years before, and once people realized they actually changed the product,
And then
motherfuckers
back
complained.
2025.
People complain when you change some
20
shit that
years.
they've been consuming for a long time. Doesn't matter. If I buy a Chinese restaurant, that don't mean I should go ahead and start serving African food inside the Chinese restaurant, nigga.
I ain't lying to you.
Damn.
Tupac was still alive. Well, he was dead in '96. I mean, let's be real,
Yeah,
man.
but
Let's be
Ahmed,
mature and focus on something.
Ahmed. If you have a product that people have been buying and consuming, you don't change the fucking product because you think it'll be a cool idea. If they complain, you just go back to what they were already consuming. You don't try to force the shit. If not, you go out of business. That's how it works.
Okay. If you're Black American, right?
It's not a black issue at this point. This is just a business issue.
Hold on. Even if that, right? They just say, okay, now it's bought by a black person, 2019, right? And then you looking at all the history, the last 10 or 15 years after it was sold, right? You don't like it, right?
Bro,
So what you
2019, they're only complaining in 2025.
Why they complaining then?
FBA existed in 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. They only complain in 2025.
Because of social media.
It ain't got shit to do with you talking about. Social media existed last year and the year before that.
Nowadays. There's a lot of people that should not have opinion, in my point of view, because it's just ridiculous. It's just retarded. You could talk and everything, but certain people, once I hear you say certain things, I know for sure I ain't got to take you serious because it makes no goddamn sense. America will always be a race country. Always, like it or not.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on. Like, that's the thing about the performers as well. Most of the performers were Black Americans as well.
And the performers are the ones that complain too.
Who owns it is just certain
It
people.
ain't got shit to do with who owns it. The nigga didn't just buy it yesterday. Damn.
We know that, Jonathan. But what's the big deal? This conversation been going on for like almost 2 weeks now. If I go to Africa, if I go to Sierra Leone, ask typical young motherfuckers, 20 or 30, under 40, whatever, right? I guarantee you, they probably have never heard Essence. But then when you hear, FBA talking,
don't nobody care if people in Africa heard about Essence or not.
If it doesn't benefit Africa,
this isn't it's not something? Essence is not in Africa. No one gives a fuck about if they know about it in Africa or not.
No, it does matter because in the day
it don't matter.
Africans. So it does matter. It does matter. So don't just say, "Oh, it don't matter," because
all that matters is it's owned by an African and he wants to infuse Africanism into it. Get over that shit.
You said what? Elvis, you said what?
Elvis sound like you on a walk.
All that matters is that it's owned by an African and he wants to infuse Africanness into it. Get over it. It's his fucking business. If you want it, buy it, man. Get out of this shit.
I mean, the thing was sold to a white person in 2005.
I agree with
Elvis. You at work or something?
Nah, he probably chilling.
He normally mute his microphone immediately. He doing something.
Yeah, because he probably chilling. Sometimes people chill. I was chilling too.
Look at now with a badass microphone like that.
But I had to take care of something. Because tomorrow, I'm not doing nothing. I am, but I'm not technically not doing nothing. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is this, right? If Africans make music, it's a problem nowadays. If Africa wear chain, it's a problem nowadays. If Africa dance, it's a problem nowadays.
Bro.
I'm just seriously though.
You live in Are you living in La La Land right now?
Black culture, something like that, right?
Black Americans and Africans and Caribbeans are literally making music together as we speak. And we all consume the shit. And no one is saying it's a fucking problem.
We all do, man.
Maybe you do.
I grew up listening to Tupac.
What does that have to do
every
with?
album I had it. My first album was Too Short.
You were also kissing the TV screen when
Yeah, my
you know in
first
the
album was
video.
Too Short, Pimpin'.
Well, I think a lot of it
My
has to
first
do
album
too
was
is
Too
this.
Short. These are the
Look,
games,
look,
the
this is.
freaky games.
Let me say this.
No disrespect,
Ahmed,
black music.
Ahmed, I think what this is is like Africans' righteous indignation, right? It looked like Africans were getting shit on by Black Americans a long time, whatnot, you know. While this is just a simple business maneuver, he bought it. We thank God he did. No Chinese don't own it, whatever like that. And the fact that it's the FBA people, the small, tiny percentage of Black America, is triggered, right? A lot of Africans feel good and vindicated like that. It's our chance to finally strike a blow for the African cause and whatever that means, you know. But it doesn't bother. It hurts them. It bothers them when somebody like me, like, you know something? I don't care about that. Wait, there's something wrong. This guy called Genesis acts like he doesn't care about an African. No, I'm not. I'm not triggered one fucking bit, you know?
I mean, I didn't care about Essence.
Hey, how's my microphone? I just changed it. Is it better?
There you go.
Yeah, it's better.
All right, they let him out of his attic. Go ahead, Elvis.
Man, how many microphones this dude got? I need to get one.
Oh no,
mic, man.
Oh no.
So that when I talk shit,
Ahmed, you can't compete with Elvis. Just leave it alone.
Hey, Jonathan, man, I'm gonna be like you.
Liberia forever be Sierra Leone's daddy. Now leave it
I'm gonna
alone.
be like you one day, man.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be like you one day, man.
He said,
Man, give me about 3 more
Liberia
years.
be Sierra Leone's daddy.
I'm gonna be like you one day.
Ooh.
Give me about 3 to 4 more years, man. I'm gonna be like you.
All right, Mike. You come to gloat about the Essence. You Africans on the Essence, man.
What? Is this Mike the Liberian, the one that says, "Oh, Africans are blessed with taking showers"?
He's Nigerian.
Oh.
So
Mike,
what are you guys
says,
monkey babbling about tonight?
Ooh.
As usual.
Starting in already, man. Starting in already.
I'm just asking question, Carla. It's only for arrogance.
No, the whole thing is.
No, I just saw you guys like about 2 minutes ago. Honestly, I just
we're talking about unrealistic expectations and stuff like that. So one of the questions we're talking about is, you know, why did about the Essence owned by Africans? Is it a big deal? I don't think it is. You know,
owned by Africans. What do you mean owned by Africans?
Rich Laudan is an African and is the owner.
Let's get one thing straight. There's no such group of people called Africans.
Well, let's not get technical. You know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you know. No.
Hey,
there's no group of people called Africans.
You deal with Nigerians, man.
I think it's right time you guys need to start addressing that stuff among yourselves.
Mike,
you black
deal with
Americans.
Nigerians, man.
Mike, all you people that are black from the sub-Saharan region of Africa, that's what I'm talking about, right?
The what? They're
from
united.
The sub-Saharan, you know, you're from the sub-Saharan. You're not in North Africa, Mike.
So okay. So because I'm from sub-Saharan Africa, it means
you're an African.
Okay. No. Hold on. Okay, that's a continent of Africa.
Right. You
different. Hold on. Calm down. If you want to put it that way, then you'll be in the same category.
Yeah, I'm a sub-Saharan African. But
okay, exactly. So why are you saying you? But
I'm saying,
question you're asking.
Hold on. The difference is, I was born here, right?
Is it okay? You were born here. So no. Let's put it into proper context. When you're saying Africans, you Africans, right?
Yeah.
You hold on. Now you're trying to put us in the same category as one group of people. What makes us one group of people? Other than what makes us one group of people?
That kind of sounds disrespectful, right?
No, if you're talking about African, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, the Africans, right? Like that's a major move, man.
Hold on. I get it, but
$300 million, and somebody that was born in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Took over a major
a Liberian, right?
Yeah, he's Liberian.
So how does that connect with me as a Nigerian?
Because you're an African, that's why.
What the fuck?
Yo, you might
Nigeria's a special, man.
You're African.
Nigeria's a special,
okay. Kala. Okay, Kala. If a Mexican, hold on. Wait. Let me put it this way. If a Mexican or a Canadian does something now, What does that fucking have to do with you as an American?
Because we're a different
race.
race.
Because you're both North Americans. So no, you got
we're
it.
a different race, though. It's a different
What
race.
do you mean different? Kala, oh my. Okay, so it's about race. It's about skin color. Okay, so that will include you. You share the same skin color as the.
I know that. I know that.
So it's all of us. So we are all one. If you want to put it that way,
with a difference.
Kala, if you want to put me, this is what you need to understand. If you show up in Nigeria, right, and Elvis show up in Nigeria, Nigeria's not going. They're not going to see Elvis as one of them and see you as different. They're going to see both of you as two black foreigners.
I get that.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. So I'm just trying to educate you this mentality of thinking Africans are just one group of people.
I should have said a continental African. You know,
wait, continental. Listen, this is where you guys need to educate yourself, Black Americans. Because people come from the same continent doesn't mean they have shared the same value or same culture, same language.
Hey, Mike, hold on a second, Mike. Because in that same way that you tried to differentiate Liberian and Nigerian, you just said Black American. Kyle is his own person. He don't represent me. Go ahead.
No, at least you're one ethnic group. You're Americans, ain't you? Black Americans, same ethnic group, right?
What that mean?
You're the same ethnic group. Are you different ethnic group?
Y'all the same Africans? Or you a different kind of African?
We're different in Africa. We have different countries and different ethnicities.
All right. So you don't feel proud about
in America? We're from different regions.
Come on, man. Are you kidding me, man? Come on, you guys should stay in school, man. Stay in school. I'm dropping out of school, man. Stop dropping out of school. Stay in school. Are you kidding me? You're saying different region, same country, same ethnicity. Black Americans are different ethnicities?
So all Nigerians are the same.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you a question.
No, in Nigeria, we have different ethnic groups. You can make an argument of the same country, which I can accept.
Hold on, Mike. You don't feel proud that somebody was born in Africa rose to the
Kala, Mike is correct.
I don't suffer from inferiority complex to be being proud of what an individual is not related to me does. I don't.
Mike is correct, Kala.
Listen, I don't suffer from inferiority complex where a black person do something. I start, oh yeah, I feel proud now. What the fuck? I come from
what does that have to do with being inferior? Why can't you just be proud of a fellow black person achieving success?
Do you see a white person saying I'm proud because another white person makes?
Yeah, they feel
they do it all the time.
Honestly, I've never gone on.
Black people.
I always say everything.
I swear to God.
Everything. They always
no. I don't see
Mike,
a white
can I ask
person
you a question? Can I ask Mike a question?
Another white person becoming rich. I don't
Mike,
see.
Can I ask you a question? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Who do you root for, like in the during the Olympics?
Whoever's related to me, or whoever's representing. Hold on, calm down. When I'm watching the Olympics, right? If I'm a U.S. citizen, I'm a Nigerian citizen as well, right? So when an American is competing against maybe a European or something like that, I root for the Americans because I'm here, and that's why I am. So that's why I'm rooting for my team. So that's how it goes. The same thing if I live in a city in America, right? Let's say I've been in that city, I become kind of homely that, and the team from that city is playing basketball against a team from another city. I'll be rooting for that team because that's where I'm at, and that's what I'm kind of related to at that moment. So that's just the way it works.
Right,
that's human nature.
Like I said, I can't speak for all Black Americans, but usually we go for whoever American first, and then after that, ain't no Americans on the field. It's black.
Yeah, people do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can do that. Like for example, we can do it. Human being, you start from hold on. You start from your family, you go from your extended family, and then you go to your friends, you go to your neighborhood. That's human nature. You root for something closer to you. Even when we watching soccer, the World Cup, when the French team was playing, just because all the players were African descent, almost every black person in the world was like, "Oh, we're all rooting for France to beat the other European team." So it's human nature. Maybe not. You don't watch soccer, so not you.
Well, Steve. To be fair and honest, we root for Black Americans first, then the Caribbeans. The Africans don't seem to make it to the Olympics.
Of course. The Black Americans, the Africans is a different race.
Hold on. Everybody, let me say the story. Years ago, back in the 80s, right? I never forget this before you guys were born, right? There was a marathon in New York City, right? There was a Kenyan guy, right, that was winning, right?
You guys don't root for the Kenyans, man.
Yo, see, you know how we are, Mike. We were rooting for all the black were rooting for the Kenyan guy.
That's
right?
a lie.
Hold up. And the black people almost rioted. You know why? Because the media camera kept showing the white guy that was like in 5th place when that.
Carla, that's not true, man. When the Kenyans is running, the black Americans always roast the guy. They always roast them.
Yo, this Kenyan guy was winning the Olympics and whatnot, and the media only focused on.
Carla, stop lying, man. I've been around black Americans long enough.
Hold on.
The only Africans you guys will root for is the African that happen to be light.
He was a Kenyan.
If he's dark skinned, you guys start roasting him. You know.
We just saw the fucking guy was black, and we voted for it.
That's a lie. You guys don't root for no black African, man. Come on, man.
I don't know about that, Mike.
I've been around black Americans.
Mike, we'll root for the black Africans when they make it to the Olympics.
Wait. Okay.
You gotta get there first.
Let me give you an example. I don't know you guys have.
Come on,
let me give you an example.
Come on.
When the Sudanese team, hold on. When the Sudanese team was playing in the last Olympic, the black Americans was roasting them. They were not rolling for them to win.
That's not true. There was only a few players that did that. It was like,
I've been around you guys long enough. I know you don't root for Africans, man. Unless the Africans are light skinned. If the African is light skinned, like, that's what they root for,
Mike. I seen a lot of.
Y'all want to come here and lie to me that they were really for the Kenyan. Come on, man.
I seen a lot of black Americans.
I've been in the barber shop where they were showing the Kenyan running, and the black American just roasting his ass. Oh, look at that freaking African! Oh, look at it still. Oh, come on, man. You don't root for the goddamn African, man. Come on.
That's Johnny, man.
We root for him. Just because we root for you, that don't mean we ain't gonna clown you. We'll clown you and root for you at the same time.
You guys lie loud, man. You guys, there's none of that.
So Mike, you saying? Go ahead.
No, I've just got a question because I remember around that time, everyone was rooting for Usain Bolt. So you guys saying that you Black Americans, were you guys rooting for the Justin Gatlins, Tyson Gay, or were you guys also rooting for Usain Bolt?
I was rooting for Usain Bolt. I can speak for myself. I was rooting for Usain Bolt.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
We root for black Americans first, then Caribbeans.
Exactly.
You weren't. Not online, you weren't.
I was going for Usain Bolt. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even know the American sprinters at that time, but Usain Bolt name was everywhere. So that's the reason why.
No, one thing I know,
because he was winning at that time period.
One thing I know, what's his name? Jonathan is 100% correct. Now, one thing I know, they will root for Caribbean, but they will root for Black American first, but they will always root Caribbean. Caribbean was always okay.
Wasn't Usain Bolt dark skin?
No. What I'm saying is, Jamaica, especially Jamaica. No, Black Americans, they saw all Caribbeans as Jamaicans, right? And Jamaican represented positively to them. So Black Americans never had issue with Jamaica. They always see Jamaica as kind of something cool to their cool and something like that. Some of them even used to think Jamaica is American territory, United States territory. So they always kind of see Jamaica as cool because Bob Marley, reggae, other things were. So they saw Jamaica as something cool. Jamaica was never painted negatively in the media.
Last name
but Africa, nah, man.
So Mike, you telling me if it was a white man from the Netherlands and a Kenyan person and a race, you think Black Americans
root for that white man? Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Crazy,
you guys will root for that white man.
You always for the Kenyan guy.
Maybe now you guys, but I'm talking about years ago, 10 years ago, maybe now, things have changed. Some of you like doing all these Pan-African group.
No, I remember this incident.
But I'm talking about years ago that Black Americans I used to know. I've been an American since the 90s. I know y'all very well. Now, this new generation is a little different. Maybe this one growing up, they're a little different. But Carla's generation, all you guys here, come on, man. You guys, I know you, man.
I'm just telling you what I remember. Everybody was
Colin, that's true. That's true. We always used to root for the black guy
that was winning, and they focused on the white guy who was in 5th place. And they gave the Kenyan guy his victory. They gave him no coverage. All they did was talk about the white guy. I think he had an injury or something like that. Black people live in New York.
Kind of like Black Hebrew Israelites used to tell me that they're closer to the white people genetically than Africans.
Oh, that's it.
Who said that?
Mike, you can't be coming up here lying.
Come on.
Everyone know you lying now.
Are you kidding me? Bro, Black people used to tell me that, man. I'm telling you, like,
you ain't a lot of bunch of cool.
Crazy, man.
He ain't around a bunch of Nigerians that call themselves Black Americans.
Hold on.
Even in combat sports, we gonna root for the black
I've
person.
seen a Black American pull a gun on another Black American because they call him an African. I'm like literally.
I don't believe that.
Oh, okay, man.
Mike, you gotta stop lying. Mike, you better stop lying because I seen a Nigerian pull a flip flop on another Nigerian for saying he was Ghanaian. If you want to go there, we can go there. We can lie on each other.
Yo, Jonathan, man, leave the flip flop alone, man. Leave the flip flop alone. It's Africa, man. Africa's hot.
He was gonna slap him with that flip flop.
All these African cool stuff he just started, man. Come on, this shit started a few years ago. Yeah. Literally
flip flop, man. Africa's hot.
No, hold on now. Like there used to be some Black American, they were curious, trying to be, cool, trying to know about Africa, and they will come hang with the Africans. But the moment he's walking towards where other Black Americans are, he's gonna abandon the African quick because he doesn't want the other Black American to think he's African, So I mean, come on, man. I wasn't doing the African stuff, man. Come on, stop it. Kala just come here trying to push all these lies, man.
Now I will say, most of us have never been Pan-Africanists, but when it came down to a black person and a white person,
I will tell you this. When I was going to school, do you know how many fights I got into because white people disrespect Africa? Look, let me tell you something. We on the worst time. It was Sunday nights. We used to have this thing called Mutual Omakar Wild Kingdom, right? And that was back. Oh God, man. I forget that. That was back in the 70s, but some of the film footage came from like the 60s, right? And they're in Kenya, right? The Maasai, and you had these naked Africans throwing spears at elephants. Now I had to take L's for that because white people come in the next day at school.
Hey, Colin,
I think you mistake your man, man.
Those spear chucking niggas. So I said, "Yo, man." They said, "Yo, man, you're gonna have to pay for that." Y'all threw a spear at the elephant. I said, "What the fuck has it got to do with me?"
Yo, Colin, you absolutely right, man. When I was young, right? And hold on. When I was young and somebody said something bad about Africans, I feel like they were personally attacking me.
Yeah, they was, man. There was a joke during the Ethiopian
when
famine.
they call you African, of course,
there was a joke. There was a joke during the Ethiopian famine that was going around talking about what's the fastest animal on earth? What's the fastest animal on earth? The Ethiopian chicken. Because people over there starving. That got a lot of fights, man. Nobody's on Ethiopia. They're like, yo, man.
White guy make a lot of jokes. White people I knew. The only people
they were saying jokes to trigger us.
They used to say, if you want to kill 50 flies, you should slap an Ethiopian. Something like that. They used to joke a lot like that. Right?
So the bottom line, we black people. I know you probably said that.
You know what's funny though, man?
We had to take L's for those Ethiopians.
What do you mean take hell? What's the hell?
We had to basically whip some ass.
Does that mean hell?
Defending the freaking Ethiopian because they were talking.
You were not defending. Nah, Kala, you were defending yourself.
No.
You were defending yourself because they're shaming you for your African.
Like Africa, you're talking about Africa. You're talking about the motherland. That's all.
Kala, you were not offended because of the Africans because they insult you. Were offended no. Because the ancestors came from Africa.
Elvis. Mike, you know what they used to call me on the playground as an insult? Hey, even worse than be called the N-word. Hey, African boy. That's what they used to say.
Yeah, but you were first of all, you were offended for someone calling you African.
No, I wasn't offended, right? I was just like this. But
and you're saying you're defending Africans.
Right? Hold up. Then they would say, I would say, so what? I'm African, right? And
then stop lying, right?
Then people say, as you know, Africans are starving. They got no food. They got flies all over their face, whatever like that. Trying to make you feel ashamed. So what I did was I went to the library and my encyclopedia started studying Africa. I said, I had to go back to the white boy and say, you're absolutely wrong. Look at these Africans, how they look. And whatnot. I should show them African villages and stuff like that.
But why do you have to prove yourself to them in the first place?
Kala, if you showed them African villages, you kind of...
No, but
why do you guys feel so
like African cities? I had to show them African villages, show people, women, men fishing and stuff like that. And I was saying to myself, man, I don't know why, but there's a connection with these people here. I was like,
But Kala, why do you let white man's opinion or view or whatever. Like,
no, look, the
what
bottom line is this, Mike. It's all about
literally when I was there, none of that shit ever got to me, like make me lose some kind of self-esteem, anything.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter like that, Mike. But we live in a country. It might be nice if I had a country. If I had my own land, my own country, I wouldn't even care. But since I lived in America, and what they thought about me really mattered, right? So
it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
It'd be nice if I wasn't born here in the first place.
I didn't care about what white people said about me.
The whites don't give a damn. How come the other group don't give a damn?
And I don't give a damn about them. But I will say this. If they basically say, stuff like that, you're in a position of power. Like, let me give you an example. The people who said this to me were usually bigger white kids that basically, if they felt a certain way about you, they could.
But my observation. This is my observation.
Somebody comes around and they are racist towards you, right? That's fine. Oh, they don't like you, right? That sounds good, right? But they usually follow it up to where they're gonna harm you. They're gonna beat your ass. They're gonna harm you. They're gonna humiliate you. And I hated getting humiliated, and I hated getting beat up.
I think it's the issue with you Americans. Let me be honest. Let me say this real quick. From my observation, right? People like where in America, people attack people, right? They just want to put people down and everything. What I noticed is that the Hispanics, the Asians, even the Africans, and even Caribbeans, and other Indians, other group of people, they never took it so personal. The only two group of people that usually take it so personal, and they're usually the one that even do it the most, are the white and the blacks. And now the white they migrate from Europe, the white immigrant, the one that just lived in Europe, they usually don't care. But usually the black Americans and the white Americans, they will get so offended if you maybe make some stereotypical thing about them. But they're the one that do it the most.
Hold on, Colin.
Bad about white America, they want to shoot me. The same thing with black Americans. They want, if I say something negative about black Americans, they want to shoot me. But the two groups are the one that actually do it the most to everybody. Like they are called. So what I find out is that people that like to put other people down, they're the one with inferiority complex. It's their own inferiority complex making them do it to people.
It didn't
matter. So the white Americans, they have inferiority complex. So that's why they have inferiority complex.
Basically enslaved me.
They always say when white guys are trying to do that stuff, they put a black man down. To me, I know that he's actually envious of a black man. That's why he's doing that. He's inferior because he knows the black guy comes around, he's gonna take his woman. So he has to trying to put you down, make you feel low. Because he's actually the one feeling low. But you guys don't get that. They do all that stuff, you take it so personal. I know where he's coming from. He's the same when the black Americans are climbing everything. I know he's the one feeling low. He's the one feeling that's because if you're really confident about yourself, you don't have inferiority. You have no reason to go think of someone else.
Mike,
to put them
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Did you really see a black American pull out a gun because somebody called him an African?
I'm telling you, dude. Like, I'm saying things. I'm telling you. Like, usually they fight. Like, we call them African. They want to fight. Like, they hate. I'm like, God, who condition you to be like to think like that? Holy God!
Man, you was around some ignorant dudes, man.
Well, most black Americans are ignorant, though. I've been around educated ones. People that literally. Like when I was younger, my teenage years and my early years, I was always around of course you're around people that, but as I got older, I was more around educated ones, and even now, you don't see me around ignorant black Americans unless on the internet. But in real life, the black Americans you see me talking to, they're highly educated people. I don't have time for the ignorant people, man. So I haven't been around ignorant black people.
So you hang around people like Colin.
The only time I want to check what's going on with their brain is when I go online and go to this channel just to see how they're thinking now. Maybe they've improved or they're still stupid. But in real life, I don't even give them a time on the day.
They still stupid. That's crazy.
But they've improved a lot. I won't lie. I mean, about 20 years ago, most black American, this category of one online, they couldn't point. Someone would ask me a question like, is Nigeria in Jamaica? Like, they don't know nothing. Like, literally. I was out for Nigeria. Where's that? Jamaica?
The thing is, though, Mike, I can vouch for that because no one gave a damn about Africa.
Exactly. You don't have
Just
to give a
don't
damn to know
talk
the world
shit
you live
about
in.
Africa, but we don't give a damn about.
Yeah, I agree
You
with
have
you,
to know the
Tony.
world you live
Wait.
in.
Hold
I think you live
on.
in the most advanced country in the world with the most resources,
Technically,
and you're so ignorant that you don't know the world.
that's the blessing of being in the most advanced country in the world. See, we don't have to care about all those other countries that exist,
It's not
but the
about
other
caring. It's
countries
about
that
being
exist got
educated
to
about
care
the world
about us.
around you.
Let me ask you a question, Mike. Do you know where Kazakhstan is located, and what country is next to Kazakhstan?
You don't have to know. Kazakhstan is within Russia, Eastern Europe. Yeah. So,
It's somewhere.
but I don't have to know exactly where. Hold on. I don't have to memorize exactly which country borders it and this. I know it borders Russia and it's so I don't have to memorize exactly what country borders what, but I have to have an idea where it's located. Like, hey,
why? But why? How does that benefit you?
it's just education. It's just knowing the world you live in.
No. See, that's the thing. That's not education. That's not education.
Lord have mercy.
Education is supposed to advance you in some kind of way, profit you. That's the education that you see. There's no benefit in knowing.
It does. If you know, first of all, if you know the world you live in, then you can explore. The more if you know the world you live in, understand the world you live in, that's a better chance for you to discover opportunity wherever. You have to know the world you live in. If I was so ignorant, like people African, one thing about Nigeria, they make you know the world. You have to know. That's why we travel the most. You understand?
Mike, they make y'all know the world so y'all can travel the world to get the hell out of Nigeria. We don't need to know the rest of the world. We good.
You don't have to know the rest of the world, but you have to know the world.
To know the world, or y'all traveling for?
No, okay. I'll come. Okay, hold on. I'll come every white, Asian Americans, all the other Americans. They know literally white guys.
No, they don't.
Come on, man.
They don't.
Hold on. They know what a continent is. They know what.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Except maybe he'll give
you heard Mike. Nothing is more funny. Nothing is more funny than when they used to make fun of white people because white people would be like, name a country in Africa. They'd be like, West Africa. Come on now.
Hold on.
Even Mike. Even in
you can just give it to white
there
people.
was this documentary. Hold on, Mike. There was this documentary on Liberia. And even the white dude giving the presentation on it didn't even announce where the fuck the place was. You're saying that these people are smart.
Well, at least any white person in America you talk to, they can tell you about Europe, and they can give you history. They know Europe. They know Europe very well, and they know Canada.
White people in America are immigrated from those places, so yeah, they should know about where they came from.
Americans in general are not too well with geography, I will say.
But white Americans, they know Europe very well. They know, they can tell you.
That must be the white people that you around, because most Americans don't.
Most white people don't know about that shit.
Most white people do. Most white people know. Most white people know. They know Europe.
Most white people in America are literally immigrant background people, recent immigrant background people.
Well, maybe
so of course they would know where they came from, and they'll know the area. But Black America, after 300-400 years, I mean, who gives a fuck about where the fuck that area is in Africa?
I mean, you have a point. I mean, it's not necessary, but to me, I just think it took. I mean, people ignorant is not a crime, to be honest. But the only thing is the only issue I have with someone being ignorant is when you're ignorant and you start getting into topic you know nothing about and begin to talk the loudest, the most. I'm like, oh, okay, guy, you're ignorant, man. Just shut up. Let the people that know stuff talk. That's the only issue I have with someone being ignorant. We're all ignorant to a degree because there's some people that can be next to. They're just way superior to me. In terms of
by the definition,
I would listen more to them. But some people will come as expert, and that's why I always have issue with Kala. Kala will come as an expert of a place, and he start talking about it. And I'm like, these sound so ridiculous. I'm like, dude, you sound so dumb. Like, cause you're speaking from angle of ignorance, man. Come on, you're gonna look stupid to someone that knows. So that's if you don't know too much about a place, just don't say let people that know more talk and be the student. You understand? Don't be the teacher. Be the teacher of something you know more about. Yeah. But back to the question you asked me, the so-called what was the question you asked me about the magazine guy, Khaled?
You already answered that question, literally.
What was my answer?
I said I'll ask you, do you feel proud that African born on the continent made it to such heights and whatnot, and took over a major Black American magazine.
And you said no. What does that have to do with me? He said Liberia. I'm a Nigerian.
I think I no. What I answer is that I don't need to be. I don't have to be. Kala, the last thing I'll be
African immigrants.
Kala, that right there is nothing. You understand? What I want to be, what a Black person can do in this world right now, that I'll be proud about, right? Is actually manufacturing. You understand? That's doing something, doing something that all these mediocre things that you guys always jump around being proud about. What the hell? What does that do? What the heck? Like being proud about it. It was look at the first Black president. Like for example, when Obama became president, it was I've lived under Black presidents all my life in Nigeria. I know Black presidents. So all these mediocre things, man. Like, listen, what I'll be proud about.
I mean, it wasn't mediocre.
A Black person that's doing like manufacturing things. The other races are manufacturing. I can say, oh wow, this guy's actually taking us to the level that when now I can be proud of him because now I can go work with him and trying to get somewhere with him. But to be telling me that some guys just make money, just make $2 billion, well, I don't give a shit. That's for his pockets, man. Why do I need to be proud? I'm not starting from low self-esteem. I gotta be, proud of another Black guy. I don't pay my attention to that kind of crap, I don't know, oh, okay, Black guy, a Black man I don't give a shit. Come on. It's my business.
Mike, how you feel about Bahari dying a few days ago?
82? I mean, that's old enough, man. I mean, what the heck? 82, that's a long life, man. The guy, man, he's one of the few, like, him or Basanjo, those guys are lucky. And I was about to get out to because most of their peers from the 60s, that class of the officers from there, most of them were assassinated, man. The guy was, you could have been assassinated in 83 when he was military head of state, when they did a coup to overthrow him. They could have just killed him, man. The guy survived it. And he also fought in the Civil War. He survived, So the guy, I mean, he had a remarkable life, man. So you got to give it to him. And he was a humble guy, bro. He was very honest person. He was not competent to be president, but he tried his best. He was very honest and humble. That's what I can say about the guy.
Well, that's the most positive response I heard about him. I agree with you.
The most people you see on the internet, they will talk.
Everyone knows what I know, bro. They like, yes, one down, another one to go.
Understand is most Nigerians on the internet are from the South. They're usually either Igbos or some radical Yorubas. They're not gonna say anything good about a guy from the North, especially the Igbos. I told you the guy fought in the Civil War against the Biafrans. So you expect them to say anything good? They're gonna. Most things Nigerians would say, don't most of it is propaganda. It's just lies and they blackmailing, and that's one thing I hate about Nigerians. They like to do that blackmailing, and even some of the stories some of them tell on about it's just a bunch of nonsense. And unfortunately, non-Nigerians consume those information. They think they're actually learning something about Nigeria, but they don't know that Nigeria is basically a propaganda war. We've been in a propaganda war for decades. Like every tribe, the ethnic regions, they don't like the other region. Things they will say is a bunch of lies and blackmailing, and that's what they do. Yes, the beef between, particularly Biafrans, this Southeast people, So anything they will provide, story they'll tell you about other region, it's usually going to be lies and blackmailing stories and negative lies. I was the one guy just making up lies about Buhari. Buhari did something. You saying something? I'm like, you kidding me? The guy's dead and he's still lying on it. You heard about the most ridiculous lie where they said the guy was a clone. They say it was Jubilee from Sudan. When the guy was sick during presidency, they say that the guy was dead. That the person you're seeing that came back to Nigeria as a clone.
It's fake, yeah.
Fake. They say they first say it's a clone, and later they say no, he's actually a guy from Sudan. They just look like him.
Fake Bahari.
Oh my God, man. Someone like Carla about to believe that shit, man. Come here, like, I learned about Nigeria. In Nigeria, they had the president that died. I'm like, Carla, shut up, man. Yeah. But the magazine issue, I'll be honest, I think I've been listening to the shows where people are crying up. Yeah, I mean, arguing back and forth about the Essence Festival. Where I see, to be honest, where I take it from I'll be fair, to be honest. I think the guy, the owner, he didn't show enough respect because he wasn't so sensitive to the fact that a group of people, meaning Black Americans, it's something they've taken as a part of like their way of life.
That's
to
a
go there.
freaking nonsense. Mike, stop
Say it
it.
again. No, I'm trying to be fair. Like, no, I'm saying what the guy did.
No,
Like,
it was a few FBA people crying him nothing because the bottom line Essence magazine has been festival has been an embarrassment to Black people for a decade. Everybody talks about it. It's been an embarrassment.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
man.
mean, well, to me, well, maybe I don't know because I honestly, the only thing I used to know about Essence was that in then New Orleans, usually there's kind of shootings after the plays because I used to go to New Orleans a lot. There's usually some kind of shootings after the event, and what someone told me was that the reason why that event was kind of getting bankrupt is because the city of New Orleans, they're beginning to make it put a lot of conditions on the
a lot of restaurants,
because of the violence that always happen after the event. And what I suspect the guy was probably trying to do, since he bought it, he's trying to like kind of change the demographic of people that come there. It's kind of similar to I know someone that owns a club, a Black club here in a city where I live, right? So the guy, he used to be hip hop and everything, and they used to be like deep hood dude that would come there and always fight and things like that. So the guy was like, you know what? I want to change the demographic. People notice that when you play the Afrobeat or mixed kind of music, the deep hood guys don't want to come there because all they want to hear is just strictly hood music. But usually the moderate Black Americans, right, the educated ones, don't mind hearing music, diverse, maybe some from Caribbean Africa because they're educated. They went to college and they went to college with Africans and Caribbeans, so they're more exposed. So they don't mind being in a club or a space where they're playing mixed music, the African music, Black American music, and Caribbean music all together. They don't; those kind of Black Americans don't mind. So I think what they're probably trying to do is let's mix it up. It's going to rub the hood ones that call it the deep hood Black America. They're usually the one that come to parties and cause problems. He's going to chase them away. I think maybe that's what he's trying to do. Like, let's do something that will make them uncomfortable and chase them away because we all know. The hood Black Americans, those deep hardcore, they don't like anything in Africa or that's not anything that's not represent Black America. So maybe he's trying to just chase them away so that way the event will no longer have those kind of people there that cause problems where every time there's fighting shootings, it's insurance. So they got to go to court because someone's trying to sue the event for something that happened to their business, a bullet that entered their business or injuries and stuff whenever the fightings happens after the event. So I think they're trying to chase away certain Black Americans.
It's not the hip hop crowd, but the thing is about the Essence crowd is this. And I don't even want to blame the hip hop crowd, right? Because there's a lot of people who are just ratchet. They took over, just like that crowd, that ratchet crowd took over Essence. But they also took over hip hop.
Exactly.
Ratchet crowd, part of Black America, that took over the violent ratchet and whatnot. They just happen to be hip hop has to be the music of choice right now.
If you want to chase them away, just play African song. They all run away.
If they develop a taste for Afro beats, they're gonna come for Afro beats too. Trust me. You
mean the ratchet people?
Yeah, they're gonna come for Afro beats too. If
they're gonna start making ratchet Afro beats.
No, they're gonna start listening to it, coming there, turning it out, man.
Nah.
Afro beats already is ratchet.
Well, some degree is ratchet, yeah. But what I'm saying, we all know the demographic of the most violent Black Americans. They usually come from the environment where the only people around there usually fellow crazy. They're not just exposed, man. Like, just stuck in one little neighborhood. I don't know. If some of them I talk to them, like, dude, we need to move away from here for a little bit. Go experience the world. It's like someone that's stuck with a little culture in that small block where it's just all they know is gangbanging and hip hop shooting. Just when you get in a conversation with them, all they know is NBA, gang. I'm like, guy, if you move away from here for a little bit, just move across town, just within the same city, just a different neighborhood. You'll learn there's different ways to think outside of this little neighborhood you've been living in all your life.
I agree with you completely.
You get what I'm saying? You learn that there's another way to think. Life is not all about this rubbish belief.
You say, I know. I heard Houston was fucking off the chain, man. God damn, man. Man, that's a deep south too, man. That must be the pits.
Yeah, deep south. I don't know.
Yeah, Houston, technically deep south. Eastern Texas is deep south.
I think they more the Southwest.
No, that's a deep south. That's right near Louisiana, Mississippi. That's all that proximity right there. Arkansas. That's all that proximity right there. You know, that's the deep south. Trust me. You know, anywhere near
the deep south is a lot different from the East Coast, man. Like
No,
I lived in the East Coast. You know, I lived around America basically.
New Orleans, yeah, all that shit's all fucked up.
What's the difference, Mike? What's the difference?
I think people in the East Coast are more, they're more educated. They're more intelligent. Like they're way more intelligent.
The East Coast of America are the oldest communities in Black America. They're more
the East Coast, they're more intelligent, but they're a little more. I would say they're more violent. I can put in the East Coast. I won't say they're more intelligent, but they're more hostile. To some degree, they're more hostile. But the South, they can be very humble. But in the South, the way they own is the South, the crazy one, only the one in the inner cities in the South. You understand? Like if you go to the suburbs or the outskirts, they're very, very Southern hospitality, very humble. They're one of the best human beings you'll meet. But if you go within the inner city like Atlanta, New Orleans, Houston, those ones in the cities, those ones like they even worse than the guys in the East Coast. Because I think the guys in the East Coast, they're just intelligent with their ratchetness. They mix it with their brain, street smart. But these ones, you can't say they're street smart. They just dumb. They're like everything they do is just so dumb. Like,
I agree with you, Mike. I agree.
Yeah, their violence is senseless. It's not based on anything. I can say that similar to California in the sense their violence sometimes is so senseless. But in the East Coast, their violence is usually about something. It's usually about money, some kind of drug shit, or some, yeah. But they more they think you see in the East Coast, like whatever they get into, it will make sense. It can make sense out of what happened. Like there's a story they will say, there's a story behind the violence or something. But it sounds like this one just do some shit over nothing, like. But then the Southern people, they're more in the rural part. Oh man, they're better than any human being you meet, man. They're even better than the Africans, man.
I told you, Carla. I told you, man.
Those people, I like them even more than the Africans, man. I fuck with them if I fuck with Africans or anybody. They're the coolest, nicest, most humble people in the planet. The Black Americans from the rural South, not from the inner city. The rural part, these people are so cool, man. Like even the white people today like them, although they back in the days they didn't like them, they used to lynch them, but today they like them. So they're very cool, man. They're nice people. So it's the good side of Black America that I know that I fuck with.
It is so decreed.
Carla, that's why I'm a proud country bumpkin.
Yeah, you got no choice.
And they have wisdom too. They always have wisdom. Those rural Blacks, they speak with wisdom. I'm like, damn. So
they got wisdom like Carla. I got you.
They may not be exposed, they may be countries there, but they have moral values.
But as soon as they go up north and whatnot, I really feel bad, man, because they bring their country ways up north back in the days and whatnot, and they're like,
Carla, what country ways?
Steve, you told me about your time that you went to Oakland, bro. You was eating the squirrels and shit, and they was trying to stop you. You try to do that up north, bro. You like the Haitians with the dogs and the ducks, bro. You wouldn't control yourself.
I ain't never been to Oakland. Man, wasn't nobody
leave this.
That nigga Steve went to the Oakland Zoo and shot a deer and said, we gonna eat this bitch.
Nah, man. Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all the South is where it's at. Like I said, I can't stay in the inner city, man. Dude's crazy there. I gotta be.
I have to live in the city, man, but the bottom line is I just South. Look, one thing I only about the South is you Negroes down here just don't, especially in North Carolina.
What I can't stand about inner city Black America is this this so-called cool culture thing. Like they want to be cool and they can't even they don't even understand what the heck. Materialistic. Everything is about image and material.
Nigerians do the same thing, man. All
They're copying y'all. That you guys export that shit to all these African ingredients.
It's our fault, Carla. It's our fault.
I think it's a capitalist corporation that brainwash people to speak. I mean, like just to
No, I did some research. You know, black people, Africa has been like that all the time. Even in medieval Timbuktu, you could be walking down the streets of Timbuktu in West Africa and being half step, and people will clown you. What the fuck this nigga got on, man? His country bumpkin.
Kala knows about Timbuktu now.
Yeah, yo, I do know.
No, Carla, say it again, Carla. Say it again.
That's 7 years. Jenne, and all these other places like that. Yo, the men wore fine silk, the gowns and stuff like that. The with the armory and shit like that. So they look good. You couldn't just be some country bumpkin out the jungle and whatnot, walking down. So it was like that in West Africa.
The jungle.
Yeah. There was some people that came from the jungle and whatnot, like Sundi Adekeda. When he was cast out, he fled into the jungle and he came back and it was like trying to redeem his camp. He had to gain the trust of the people. First thing people said was, "Man, we gotta get you some new threads, man. Look, you walking down looking like that." We've always been like that, wearing gold chains and shit like that, big ass gold earrings. Study Africa. Africa's always been like that.
Nah, Carlos. My grandparents, they were wearing overalls. And...
Oh yeah, because you're a country.
Mine too. But that's the thing though. That shit came from slavery. The niggas up north always thought they were better than the people in the south.
You're absolutely right, Jonathan.
Oh yeah,
correct.
Yeah. In the East Coast, man, you could have. If you're from the South, man, you come with that country.
You see it in all the movies. Anytime people leave the South and they move to the East Coast or the West Coast,
they get a lot of shit.
They're gonna clown you, man. You go to the East Coast speaking with that country accent, they're gonna.
You can't come up all corny and wild, man. New York, man. You gonna clown.
Carl, we not
wild. New Yorkers that talk this country, the inner city Southern blacks be behaving like that, you know.
But Carla, we gotta admit it though. It's the East Coast and the northern niggas are the sellouts, not the southern people.
Fact, Jonathan, tell them.
We'll take those L's. We the ones that go around. Mexicans say nigga, Puerto Rican can say nigga. Anyone can say this, anyone can say that. We all just one big old, oppressed people. That shit came from up north. So to look at the South like they backwards, we the dumb ones. Realistic.
You said something. Subways and the projects, you had all different types of people living together. Puerto Rican.
It don't matter, Carla. Y'all still.
Every time Fat Joe says nigga in one of his songs, shout out to New York for letting it happen. God bless you.
And so the bottom line, that's what it was. People lived in the same neighborhoods, projects, apartment buildings, and whatnot. There was no real line between who was black and Puerto Rican and stuff like that in New York City. That's how
exactly.
Y'all probably up there letting white people say nigga too, right, Carla?
No, we ain't
California niggas too. We'll take that L.
White people
You're kidding me. It's all the even in the South, those in the cities, the blacks there allow their white friends that
I don't know about that.
They don't do that. They don't do that.
Once they
listen, I'm telling you, they trying to do it now.
The white guy, they hold on now. Once what they like is the white guy. They're trying to be like, damn.
The only people that got away with that is white girls can say it.
And they'll let him say nigga all day.
Yeah, it's a younger generation. That stuff changed.
Nah, man, I knew that from back in the days, man. Like when the white guy, remember this guy named Eminem? Yeah, this guy from
white boys call each other niggas and whatnot. I
think it's from Atlanta or Texas. I'm not sure.
Yeah, man.
John what? I can't remember his name.
Paul Wall.
Paul Wall. Yeah. Nigga, acting niggerish. Oh, they love it.
Check this out. What's it called? Yeah, that's right, Solomon. There was a video of this Indian guy called I'm a black nigger. I'm a black nigger. It's pretty funny, man. An Indian guy has a song called I'm a black nigger because I'm a black nigger. Whatnot,
I remember I was at high school one time. I was these two white dudes. It was like he just walked up to the other white dude. What's up, nigga? I'm like, I'm just looking. Like, really?
Why you guys should not
moved that first time to Virginia. I saw that a lot, man. I was like, damn, where the fuck am I at? Had white girls wearing cornrows with gold fronts, talking about nigga this, nigga that. White girls with cornrows and gold fronts with the grill. I'm like, damn, her teeth. Talk about, yo, my nigga went out. Like, god damn, man.
One thing I've noticed is the whites and the Hispanics that want to get, even all the other races, when they want to get close to Black American, I think it's everybody that want to get close to Black American. The number one rule is you have to start trying to behave like that. If you don't do it, the Black Americans will not open their circles for you to come in.
Because we get it popping, Mike. We get it popping. As Tariq said.
If you don't try to talk that, behave like them, start dressing like that, talking like them. That's one of the reasons why the Nigerians always tell the kids, okay, nah. Not that they don't want them to do, because they know the Black Americans want them to start doing things like them, and if it's something that's going to take them somewhere that's positive, yeah, but I mean, come on. They'll welcome the a white guy or even you always can agree with me. Like, if you're an African, if you literally, you can't be yourself. You want to make friends with Black Americans, you're going to have to start doing things like them or trying to just.
But not all of us dress like that and do that, man.
I'm not saying all of y'all. I would say the educated Black American. Oh, it's only when you've gone to college and things like that you just
act hood and stuff like that because they think it's fashionable, But those people.
I remember when I first came from Nigeria, man, as a teenager, I couldn't make a friend with Black Americans. Like, it was just weird. Like,
at certain point in time, okay, if you're like in your early,
it was so weird, man.
Like, Mike, if you're 19, 20 years old, that's what you do. You wear tank tops, white speed, and let your pants sag. But you have to.
I ain't never sagging my pants. Go ahead.
You grow up. That's Black American.
You dress upright, man. Nah.
The problem is when we got people out there. I'd be 38, 39, thinking that I gotta be Black American now. Well, no, you're 39, man. You just be yourself, You're not 18, 19 no more, Like I said, the problem with Black America is some people stay 15 years old until they're in their 30s. That's a problem,
Arrested development, kind of like you said before.
Yeah, it's arrested development. Some people.
I got a question, man.
Black people in America, right, in the inner cities, the poor communities, inner cities. They get like 14 and 15, and that's it. They don't get no part of that. They're like 35 years old, still like that.
Carla, I seen videos with mama and daughters outside fighting, having a street fight.
Big.
Carla, I don't know. You may agree with me on this. Maybe you're different, but apparently you may not be able to relate. I think it's more for the Southern guy. Maybe it's even in the East Coast. I see sometimes some Black Americans struggle to get comfortable around maybe other Blacks that just like express different, or maybe they're expressing different culture or something like that. Like they get very uncomfortable.
About those Black people, those
let me say this. Let me say this.
Around their own people.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this. For example, like a Caribbean person or even an African, right? When they get to a space and they run into let me use me for example. Like when I get into a space, like when I first came to America, that was my first time even meeting other Africans, except the ones that few that I grew up with in Nigeria. Like some Ghanaians grew up in Nigeria with me, and some few Cameroonians, but running into actual other Africans like Kenyans. That's my first time. Even Liberian, my first time meeting Liberians and many other African people. So the same way it was my first time meeting Black Americans. It was like everybody was like new to me. You understand? But though you guys don't understand that, like many Africans, they come to America, that's their first time meeting other Africans. You guys don't even know that. So when I know that even Caribbean, my first time meeting Caribbeans. So when I go, what I notice is that every one of us are from other cultures. When we trying to get on, we feel okay to like being a mix of these people that we don't know. Like when I see a group of let's say Kenyans, like in the corner hanging out, I can go there. I'm comfortable to go in their midst, even though I don't know their culture, everything. To just start talking to them. All I understand is I just gotta be nice. Or a group of Caribbeans, I feel so comfortable. Hold on, I'm coming. I don't find it like I don't see something that make me feel restrained from or uncomfortable to go in their midst and just trying to just engage them. But Black Americans struggle with that. The moment they see like a group of people that are just sounding different or that they don't understand, they feel uncomfortable to go in their midst.
It depends on the Black.
No, Kyler. The issue is that they are immigrants. Of course, they're gonna feel that way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you should feel more
That's an immigrant thing.
Hold on. You're saying the reason why not the other blacks feel comfortable to go
Well,
engage.
when Black Americans go to other countries, they don't feel uncomfortable talking to people of other cultures. You kind of expect that shit, right?
Yeah. But okay, when you go to other countries, I get that. But usually, you know why you're going there. But what I'm saying is, even when I was in Nigeria, right? If people from other society or other country come there, I'm not going to say them. That's when we really want to get to know you. And also, what I do notice, I don't know if Elvis can agree with me on this. Like usually, when you move to another, I don't know if you lived in Liberia or something, in Africa. Like when I move to when someone just come into a new community, that's the person everybody want to, get close to because that's a new face, new something, or just come from a different world. The fact that you're new, people curious to know, they want to learn something from you. It's just like Black Americans just don't like that new thing. They don't like it. Like. They don't like that something new.
Black Americans.
Wait.
I'm sorry, I may be wrong, but I'm just trying to understand. That's all.
If a person from Burundi moves into the neighborhood, we supposed to. Oh my God, a Burundi.
Oh, it's too dusty.
No, they even know. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, boy, whether Burundi or no Burundi, but there's something to learn. I mean, no matter how. It's not really about. I think that's an issue. I don't know, but to me, I think.
Which y'all want to be welcomed? Y'all want us to dance around?
No, it's not a welcome thing. What I'm saying is that human nature. Me, for example, like when I see a human being from somewhere I've never heard of, I've never met before, from a place I don't know nothing about, I want to quickly learn about it. I want to know something about that place. I'm curious to know something because I see that person.
But
I can learn something
you
new.
from Africa, of course. That's special to y'all.
Reason why a lot of Black Americans don't know much about Africa.
That's special to y'all. Because most of the time y'all be in those little ass places or those villages, you only see your own people. And then you see a couple of tourists here and there. But in America, we see all kinds of motherfuckers. So we're not going to get excited about somebody being from somewhere else. We're used to that.
I can make a different argument. I would say this. Hold on. Let me. I can make a different argument because
that's like Kyla's from New York. How many different types of ethnic groups I got in New York, Kyla?
Lots of them, man. I'm in New York. You meet.
So will you be happy if a brand new one comes to the neighborhood?
No, just another person.
Just another motherfucker.
But I can make it different. Well, I call whites don't do that.
So
like for example, when okay, let me put it.
Hold on, Mike. Let me get this new person on. Still learning, GG.
What's going on?
Go ahead, you're on.
I've been hearing some of the rhetoric, and it's it's alarming, and it's I'm here to push back, because I'm hearing some of the in the NBA as far as what we do. We sagging our pants first and foremost is not even a part of our culture. That's prison. That's homosexuality. That's not even a part of our culture. So I heard somebody saying you like sagging your pants is like a rite of passage. It's not. We shun that. So let's go ahead and get that out the way. And I just been hearing a lot of accusations with no sources. This, that, and this. I'm a type guy. I source up or shut up. Don't just spew out something if you don't have no type of empirical data to substantiate what you're saying. I'll rest my case there. I just been hearing a lot of fibs and a lot of
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
That was you that mentioned sagging.
Okay, I got another person. Cosmic Chaos. You have to put your camera on. I gotta see who you are first before I let you up. No, you're not black. Sorry, I can't let you on.
Colin, you remember that
time? Black Colin? Hold on. What do you mean?
Colin, you remember that time you said you're gonna let
Colin, this your racism is not gonna help you, man.
On my platform.
You don't know the man is about to give you information that's going to the middle.
No, last time I let a white guy up here,
I
had to delete the show because he put himself.
And they'll do some weird corn bomb. You already know that.
Colin, who cares? Was he Asian or white?
Colin, you said you're gonna debate a white man. You said you're gonna debate a white man.
I can't let up here that.
You can't let a white guy come on.
I want to see you debate a white man.
Look, Oh, yo, Steve, tell them what happened to the last 5 white guys all up here.
It wasn't 5 white guys, but it was
tell him
2.
to turn off this camera.
You know, yeah, tell him to turn his camera on and wave his hand.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know if guys, he's blurred. I don't know if he. All right, give
Maybe
me.
tell him to wave his hand.
All right, bro. Give me the peace sign. Give me the peace sign. Cosmic Chaos. Give me the peace sign. All right, I'll let you up. I'm taking a chance. I'm letting you up. All right, go on. What's on your mind?
What's up, y'all? How you guys doing?
What's going on, bro?
He's not black though.
Greetings.
Well, he is.
What?
Black. I thought he was white. I thought he had his.
You thought he was white? Oh my god, man.
Nah, man. I'm a nigga from Nigeria.
That's the dude that been on. You was on Brandon Channel before, won't you?
Yeah, one or two times before.
Yeah, you from LA, right?
Yeah, I live in LA. Yeah. What's up, y'all?
Okay, yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I'm enjoying this conversation. I wish there was more. If we can do this like around this time, like I think there's a need for a midnight show for Pan-Africans, whereby some of us who don't really get to sleep until maybe 3-4 a.m. we can just come online and talk. That's all I gotta say. I just came to join you guys, and
hey, bro.
Just to piggyback on what Mike was saying. To be honest, sometimes, Black Americans can be very unwelcoming. They can be very mean. Sometimes they don't mean it, but Black Americans can be very intimidating. I remember when I first came to America, and it was in San Diego. And, I was so happy to see Black people, see Black Americans, they look like people I know back home. But every time I try to interact with them, it was like, where you from? Where you from? Where you from? Well, I'm like, what do you mean? Where you from? I thought you were asking me, was I from America, from Africa? So I'm like, I'm not from Africa. I'm like, fuck that shit. What set is you from? Are you from Lincoln Park? I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's gangland out there.
Right. And every day I had to catch the fade. Every day I had to fight somebody until I just ran the F away from San Diego. I'm like, nah, I can't live this life, man. I ain't trying to fight every day, man. So, anyways, just putting my 2 cents. I'm gonna get back to the background.
They was banging on you, bro.
All right, brother. All right, let's conclude this. I'm ready to go to bed, folks. So, anybody got any closing words? Anything?
I would implore you to read. Do some more research outside of what you may see on TV. Read.
Yeah, that's true. I agree, man. I agree. So I don't agree that we're all sagging when the media.
Allah, you're the one that said that though.
No, I never said we sag. What are you talking about?
You're the only one that mentioned sagging tonight. Nobody said it.
I'm saying if somebody's 17, 18, 19, they're ignorant, right? And that's you're that age, you're dumb and ignorant. That's what the girls like. You're having fun like that. But at a certain point in time, everybody grows up. The problem what happens is if you're from Nigeria and you're 35 years old, right? And you're trying to say, look, I want to fit in, look cool. And you look to a 17, 18-year-old dude, black dude from America to get your cool from, that's a problem because there's a lot of black professional men here. Particularly, you go to DC area, brothers that drive in Lambos. I live at Corvettes, everything like that. That got executive jobs, everything like that. Those are the blacks you should be emulating. But how you guys always find the worst?
Those black don't live in black neighborhoods, man.
No. I know. Even in black neighborhoods, you go to black neighborhoods.
Nah, they don't live there. They'll chase them away, man.
Black men that are preachers, black men that are ministers.
Those will be considered sellouts, man.
That are counsel. I don't know where you live at, man.
I live in
what kind of world you live in, man?
How come you don't live in black neighborhood, Kala?
Where the hell are you living at, Mike? I think you may live in an imagined alternate universe. Where the fuck you live, man? I know there's a matrix. Hey, Mike, you know what the matrix is? The matrix is you can live in 2 worlds at one time.
I know more about United States than you, trust me.
Oh, no, you don't, man. You obviously don't.
We begin to name cities and
hold on. This is how it is, Mike. Mike, hold on, Mike. What you haven't figured out, right? There's what we call a black.
You never left. Right? Was a place in Virginia? You never left that place.
Mike, look, Mike. There's a thing called.
You lived in New York for 2 years, and then
Mike, listen to me, man. The black matrix is Majority of black people walk around every day in a perfect world, whatnot. But just like that, it's like you walking through an invisible door. And next thing you know, you're surrounded by YNs, sagging pants, blah, 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 blah. And then the next minute, boom, you're back into the normal. And the Matrix, that's what the Matrix is. All in one place, you know? So it matters where you at the time of the day, who you come across, everything like that. For the most part, you will basically...
you trying to educate
look, hold up. For the most part, Mike, I'm around black people who are normal, doing normal things, doing everything.
What did I say in the beginning? Didn't I tell you that the only black Americans are
then sometimes, right? I drive through the Matrix, right? It's like a visible cloud appears. I drive through it, and everything changes. I start seeing Buquisha and Pookie all over the place. What the fuck, you know? And then next thing you know, 10 minutes later, I'm back to the freaking. That's what's called the Matrix. You know, it's a Matrix we live in. You know. It's an alternate world, two worlds combined in one. You know, you haven't figured that out yet. You make it like all everything, you know.
Were you sagging your pants back in the day, Carla?
No.
Oh,
I don't think sagging was
yeah, we gotta talk about the post-crack era.
Kala's old school, man. Kala's from the 70s, James Brown era, man.
Picture of everything black is no, you're gonna have black success, black wealth, black kindness, and black.
Well, that's common sense. Everybody knows that.
Degeneracy, all in one. That's the society we live in. You know, you're gonna have it all. You're gonna have black people who are dangerous, and you're gonna have black people who are peaceful, all in the same fucking space. You know, that's the way.
Remember, the white man was the first. He was the gangs of New York. He was the first gangster, quote unquote thug.
Yeah, the white people, they want to start
society that comes from the white man.
The Italians started it, man.
All that's white. That's prohibition. White man, illegality.
I think people were trying to emulate the Italians. This
white man is the first to do
all
that.
The whole
crime
thing.
and drugs.
Actually, black people had their own. We had our own gangsters in Harlem, man. We had a black swing. We call swing. We had our own style swing and whatnot. White people try to emulate us. That's the difference.
Carlos, stop lying, man.
We used to emulate
the Italians introduced the gang in the fashion, man.
I know, but we also had our own gangsters back then. You know, we had Bumpy Johnson.
Well, they were all emulating Italians.
Italians would emulate the black gangsters.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, the Italian leather is coming from Kaduna, Nigeria, by the way.
Italians are emulating you? Are you kidding me?
Harlem was called Uptown.
Hey, Dapper, what about Dapper? What's the name of that guy from Harlem? Dapper.
Listen to what you learn something, right? All the white gangsters, everybody like that, everybody in high society used to go uptown.
Man.
Hold on, Mike.
The white people introduced that. Your brother just said it, man. You're not taking it.
Hold up, black people are considered the most fancy people. You watch the movie Hoodlum with Madam C.J. Walker. Black people
introduced gangsters.
What are you talking about? It was the white people that used to come here as immigrants in rags and marvel at black America.
You're making white people look good now. We're trying to help you make them look bad. They didn't want to. They want to introduce it degeneracy, man.
White people like Mike don't know nothing about our culture. We emulate Italians. No, they were imitating us. You know,
Italians.
Carla,
yeah,
come
on.
Carla, you wear Italian clothes, man. You telling
Wait. You saying that like the Italian criminal bullshit? They got it from us?
No, I'm talking about that style.
No, Carla.
You wear
Italian
style.
Let me clear the board. Like I say this. The bottom line is this. Harlem was considered uptown. That's what all the fans. White people didn't dress good until they saw us. We were uptown. We were fancy. You know?
Carla, name your black clothes the Italians wear.
Oh, okay.
I can name all the clothes. Italian clothes.
Carla, it's video time. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me play some.
Who do you think owns Gucci? Who owns Prada?
Harlem 1920. Let me show you uptown. You know, this is where everybody came. You know.
Frank Sinatra and all of them, right?
I like that. Source up, you know. Fuck all the talk. We're just gonna show you.
Even the New York accent is mainly Italian accent. You know that, right?
What are you talking about? Italians couldn't speak
Italian
back then.
Italians are the one that brought a cool accent to New York, man.
Italians basically use our community as a base.
Let me get out of here, man. Italians brought the coolness to New York City.
Well, you do know that at the point in time, Italians and blacks lived side by side in Harlem and in most of New York and New Jersey.
So people like that, Mike, don't understand history, you know? People like that.
Italians are those that introduce coolness to you, man. Come on, give it to
I
those
don't know
guys.
what you thought. Yo, that's the gangsters. The gangster rappers.
Even black Americans tell you Italians are black. The Sicilians, they're the coolest people in Europe.
Oh, no, that's the gangsters. Like
even Al Capone.
You know, Italians got African in them, right?
Al Capone is true
when it comes to
bodyguard.
fashion, cool stuff, man, those guys are the most lively Europeans, man. Italians. They introduced lively.
But look
at
this,
I can say the whole New York City cool culture was mainly Italians
Chicago?
and Caribbeans.
Yeah, but they emulated us, man. They emulated us. Hold up.
Louis came from the South, man.
Louis Prima, one of the top jazz members in America, swing of New Orleans. You know where he got it from? Hanging around black clubs. Same thing with Jerry Lee Lewis. Same thing with Elvis. All these people got their style from us, you know. Louis Prima was one of the number one white jazz players. You know, he was Sicilian from New Orleans. He's hanging around black.
If he's Sicilian, he got some black in him there.
You know, so people don't know. Like Mike don't know the friggin' history. You think we all fucking made that time? No, they hung around us. You know.
What about Chicago? What about Chicago?
Everything. All that black. Al Capone, all these people, basically all the freaking singers and everything like that.
Al Capone came to learn from blacks.
Al Capone was
made out of
he had this one guy, black guy that was a piano player. He had a play. He at gunpoint. He went to go get this guy and said, "You're playing at my birthday party." The guy, he's paying him well.
You telling me that these black gangs who mess with Italians?
So yeah, black gangsters, black entertainers.
You telling me that the black gangsters can they mess with Italian mafias? You can't even look at him in the face. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Yo, Bumpy John. Are you kidding me?
What? Come on.
Yo, Bumpy Johnson was like Bumpy Johnson took out Dutch Schultz.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say that. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, Bumpy Johnson took out Dutch Schultz. What are you talking about?
So the blacks are more gangsters than Italians.
What about Frank Lucas?
Yeah, the black.
What about Frank Lucas?
Frank Lucas was the puppet of the Italian mafia. There was these godfathers with the Italians.
Yo, look, black gangs are
they wasn't.
all of numbers.
That was maybe not Frank Lucas, but any.
You don't know anything. The black gangsters were actually tougher than the Italians. Didn't mess with them. You know.
Oh man,
popular culture forever. The creation of jazz alone was a huge accomplishment, and eventually it found its way into the mainstream, crossing racial lines once thought impossible to cross. If it hadn't been for a complex chain of events, things probably wouldn't have worked out in quite the same way. In this video, I'm going to talk about the Great Migration and the Harlem Renaissance, two separate movements that go hand in hand with each other. Both would have long-lasting effects for both Black America and White America. Cooperation and understanding between white and black had been one of America's most troubling issues for a long time, and around the 1920s, it began to reach a critical point. The Great Migration is the name given to the mass migration of Black Americans from the north to the south, the most common pattern being from the rural south to the urban north. This huge demographic shift was important in many ways and greatly affected American culture and society. It was largely because of the Great Migration that the Harlem Renaissance was able to happen, but I'll talk about that more later in the video. But what caused the Great Migration? Let's find out.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a path that could absolutely...
There is a long backstory to the Great Migration, all stemming from the end of slavery at the end of the Civil War. Under Reconstruction, Southern blacks were able to rapidly gain voting rights and became an important section of the voting public. Black officials were elected into office in many Southern states. It all seemed to be going very well. But then Reconstruction ended. Many states in the Deep South slowly dismantled the voting rights for blacks now that they weren't really being enforced by an outside authority. Through the use of clever, exclusive tactics like the grandfather clause and literacy tests, Southern blacks were effectively re-disenfranchised. Though not being officially racist, it was obvious that these tactics were directed at blacks. After the turn of the century, things only got worse for Southern blacks. Jim Crow laws that assisted racial segregation were enacted in many Southern cities. There was also the fashionable trend of the lost cause of the Confederacy. This was basically a nostalgic and rose-colored view of the pre-Civil War South that claimed that enslaved blacks had been happy and content working on plantations, and it was for everybody's benefit that way. This led some Southerners to accuse blacks of being ungrateful, and that the society of the antebellum South was better for them. Of course, those same people also believed that blacks were simpletons and couldn't handle the complexities of a new modern society. The belief in the lost cause of the Confederacy was entirely sympathetic with the Confederate cause, and was widespread enough in the South that it led to more negative developments for race relations. One of these was the reemergence of the Ku Klux Klan, which officially restarted in 1915. By the 1920s, the KKK had reached record numbers of membership. This led to increasing violence and hostility towards blacks, as well as the increased influence of the KKK in Southern politics. Throughout the post-Reconstruction and Jim Crow period, lynching was still practiced, and in fact, the 1920s was almost at the tail end of the era that saw a significant number of lynchings. So, with all this still ongoing in the 1920s, it was not a good time to be black in Southern America. Millions of blacks still lived in the former Confederate States, and more than 40% of the Southern population in this era was black. But without any real power or social influence, they couldn't really do very much. While the liberal ideas of Reconstruction were being implemented, they hadn't wanted to leave, mostly because it was the only home they knew, and there had been a more or less equal amount of social mobility for them in the North and the South. But when that ended, there was little left for them in the South. With the increased voting rights for blacks in the Reconstruction period, they were certainly a force to be reckoned with at the polls. And this was resented by many whites as well as Southern Democrats, who didn't stand a chance against the Republicans in the South. Being the party of Lincoln, the man who freed the slaves, the Republican Party received nearly all the votes of newly freed blacks, which, keep in mind, was nearly 40% of the population. Thus ensued an ugly, racist campaign to disenfranchise blacks yet again. So that's the lead up to the 1920s in a nutshell. Beginning around the 1910s, blacks had started moving en masse to northern cities to escape the increasingly racist South. This migration continued into the 1920s, and one of the most popular destinations was the Harlem district in New York. This would become the headquarters of the important cultural developments in the black community in the near future. The increased concentration of black intellectuals and artists led to a faster spread of ideas and an increased output of works. At first, this flourishing of black culture and thought was dubbed the New Negro Movement, but was later called the Harlem Renaissance because of that area's importance in the movement. Hundreds of thousands of Southern blacks had now joined the relatively better-off Northern blacks, creating higher concentrations of black Americans in northern cities and establishing their own communities that often took up entire sections of those cities. This is a generalization, but think of it kind of like this. Within the Harlem Renaissance figures, those who were already in the North were the intellectual type, and those from the South were more earthy, though they brought with them new, innovative, and accessible developments in the arts. Like I said, it's a generalization, so don't think it was such a straight dividing line. To illustrate that last explanation, let's take a quick look at two of the most important black musicians of this time, Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington. Ellington had been born and raised in the North and was sophisticated, suave, and reserved. Armstrong, on the other hand, was brash, loud, outwardly friendly, and spoke with a drawl. But both made very important contributions to black music. The two types of people they represent brought their own unique creativity to the table. They needed each other in order to break through racial barriers. Once the innovative ideas of the rural blacks were tweaked by the intellectual blacks, they might then be ready to be digested by the mainstream white public. This is also a generalization, but hopefully you get my point. Essentially, when these two types finally came together, you had the perfect storm for the widespread dissemination of black culture. One really important thing about the Harlem Renaissance was that it was the first time that black artists and intellectuals were beginning to be consistently recognized by a large number of their white counterparts. This certainly didn't mean that they were fully accepted into their ranks, but it was a stepping stone. One of the most important characteristics of the movement was a newfound racial pride. Blacks from the South had been especially beaten down by society and sent to the very back of the social order. But now, elements of black culture were being accepted by mainstream white culture. It felt like progress was being made, and all thanks to black Americans' unique historical experience and the positive innovation that came from such negative circumstances. Now, blacks who accepted their low social ranking by submitting to whites, so-called Uncle Toms, were disdained by the new generation of black intellectuals and were encouraged to have more pride in their race. Blacks had generally thought that this subservience to whites was demeaning and beneath them, but now they felt like they could openly resist that role in society. In the literary realm, a few of the most prominent names were Langston Hughes, James Weldon Johnson, and Zora Neale Hurston. All were writers who dabbled in multiple styles and who tried to bring Black culture to the forefront and display all the achievements of Black Americans, past and present. Langston Hughes wrote his first poem, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, in 1920 at the age of 17. Even though it predates the real beginning of the Harlem Renaissance, I think it perfectly captures its spirit. I've known rivers ancient as the world, and older than the flow of human blood and human veins. My soul has grown deep like the rivers. I bathed in the Euphrates when dawns were young. I built my hut near the Congo, and it lulled me to sleep. I looked upon the Nile and raised the pyramids above it. I heard the singing of the Mississippi when Abe Lincoln went down to New Orleans, and I've seen its muddy bosom turn all golden in the sunset. I've known rivers, ancient, dusky rivers. My soul has grown deep like the rivers. Hughes briefly tracks the history of Black Africans from the Old World to the New World. This was the collective experience of Black Americans. They were bound together by it. He puts forth that the African race was as ancient as the rivers, as old as the great civilizations, and that it was at least as legitimate as the white race. In the entertainment sphere, of course, there were countless jazz musicians from both sides of the Mason-Dixon line. But outside of them, a few of the most important were Josephine Baker, the famous dancer and singer, Bill Bojangles Robinson, the tap dancer and actor, and Paul Robeson, the singer and stage performer. In the film world, there was one Black filmmaker who was especially important in this period. Oscar Micheaux was important not only as one of the first Black filmmakers, but also just as an independent filmmaker who was actually able to achieve some success.
That's enough. But you get the idea, you know, saying, but
what's this long history all about, Colin?
Well, first of all, I know Mike be ignorant, you know. The bottom line is this: the Harlem Renaissance shaped New York City, shaped America. America was like a wasteland. The intellect of the Harlem Renaissance also shaped white America.
What does that have to do with gangster? We're talking about.
No, what I'm saying is this:
who brought the gangsters into New York? Is it all the Italians?
Hold on. What brought gangsters to Harlem was the jazz. Jazz.
Really? Kala, are you kidding me?
Now
you're trying to rubbish jazz, man. You're trying to make jazz as guilty as hip hop.
There is some truth to that.
Jazz was not about gangster, man. Come on now.
Jazz is like the most popular music ever created.
It wasn't gang related, man. It was positive music.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Mike.
Jazz was positive music, Kala. He has not do gangster.
Jazz was the number one music among the underworld.
Well, it wasn't about gangsterism, though.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
We had
jazz was considered the music for like people, you know, who were at like I mean, I read some like old articles about this.
The marginalized people, you know what I'm saying? You know,
it was considered music of the underclass of America at one point in time before it became popular.
So it is what it is. I don't know.
It wasn't seen in a positive light initially.
Yeah. So I don't know what Mike's point, but we'll continue this another night. I gotta go to bed. Y'all want to stay up here and talk? You know, don't kill each other. I'm going to bed.
We're not gonna kill each other, Kyla. And good show, Kyla.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow or later on.